In an age of endless information, the true advantage is not access, it is interpretation. Welcome to Aneke TV, where journalism goes beyond headlines, beyond reaction, beyond speculation. Here, stories are investigated, issues are analyzed, voices are challenged, because an informed society is a stronger society. A discerning audience is a powerful audience. We are live, daily broadcasting, relentless clarity. Aneke TV, where knowledge meets broadcast.
Nigeria is a nation of enormous potential, rich in people, culture, and natural resources. Yet, decades after independence, challenges persist. Insecurity, communal clashes, youth unemployment, weak institutions, and corruption. Many of these problems stem from a deeper issue: the difficulty of managing Nigeria's diversity and translating competing ideas into practical solutions. At the heart of solutions is mediated convergence, bringing government, communities, and civil society together to find common ground. In Plateau State, local leaders, youth groups, and security agencies are negotiating grazing routes and implementing community-led peace initiatives. The result: reduced violence in areas historically prone to clashes. During the COVID-19 pandemic, collaboration between federal and state governments, traditional rulers, and religious institutions ensured that health directives were respected, showing how coordinated action saves lives. Nigeria's cosmo-philosophical ideologies combine indigenous values with global governance principles. Communal responsibility, consensus building, and respect for elders guide social cohesion, while democracy, accountability, and rule of law provide frameworks for modern governance. Anti-corruption campaigns paired with community education are proven more effective than enforcement alone. Practical applications of these ideas can address Nigeria's challenges. Coordinated intelligence sharing between military, police, and community leaders reduces violence in Zamfara, Borno, and Kaduna. Youth unemployment initiatives like N-Power, combined with university private sector partnership and tech hubs in Lagos, Abuja, and Port Harcourt, equip young Nigerians with marketable skills. Economic development, supporting smallholder farmers with cooperative models, access to finance, and modern supply chains strengthens local economies while preserving community structures. Governance, strong transparent institutions enforce policies, mediate conflicts, and build public trust. The way forward requires dialogue platforms that include all stakeholders, harmonizing local and global ideas, empowering citizens, and leveraging technology to enhance access and transparency. Building a modern Nigeria is not just about infrastructure or wealth. It is about harnessing diversity, aligning ideas, and turning philosophy into practical action. Through structured collaboration, inclusive governance, and shared values, Nigeria can transform its challenges into opportunities for peace, unity, and sustainable development. The task is immense, but achievable. With dialogue, collective action, and practical solutions, a modern, stable, and prosperous Nigeria is within reach.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, You don't just need news. You need clarity. You need speed. You need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Every second, the world changes. Markets rise.
Across Nigeria's dynamic economy, enterprise is on the move. From the resilience of small businesses to the expanding reach of indigenous industries, commerce thrives on innovation, determination, and vision. Finance is evolving, powered by technology and driven by a new generation of entrepreneurs. In a rapidly changing world, digital transformation is redefining how we save, invest, and grow wealth. From energy to agriculture, manufacturing to tech, Nigeria's economic landscape continues to diversify. Policies shift, markets respond, and opportunities emerge. Every figure tells a story. Every trend shapes the future. The question is, where is the next opportunity? On Aneke TV, we bring you clarity beyond the numbers. This is Business Outlook on Aneke TV, tracking the markets, analyzing the trends, and spotlighting the drivers of economic growth. Aneke TV, informing enterprise, shaping perspective.
Lagos to commodity hubs of Enugu, we say thank you for joining us and welcome to Aneke TV business segment. Coming to you live from Enugu. Today, we are tracking strong domestic momentum after Nigerian exchange jumped 1.24% to push market capitalization to 158.8 trillion naira, led by heavy buying in banking and industrial stocks. In currency and energy, the naira holds firm at 1,381 naira 50 kobo against the US dollar amidst robust foreign liquidity, while Brent crude eases slightly to 88.80 cents per barrel following diplomatic headlines in the Middle East. And this is the business desk, where data meets destiny and your weight finds its voice. I am Uche Osai. Let's make your money move with the world. Starting with the Nigerian equities market, where the Nigerian exchange kicked off the week on a bullish note, propelled by strong buying momentum across the banking and industrial sectors. Nigerian All-Share Index ASI gained 1.12%. That's a positive 2,721.83 points to close at 183.96 points. Market capitalization expanded by 1.76 trillion naira to reach 158.81 trillion naira. The total volume traded surged 851.56 million units, valued at 49.55 billion naira across 56,700 87 deals. That's up 24% in volume and 16% in turnover day on day. And the year-to-date return advanced to a positive 58.20%. And quickly moving to sector highlights, where the banking index, which is up 3.14%, and industrial goods index, which is up 2.82%, led sector gains, driven by heavy interest in first holding company and Boasment. And quickly, here are the top 5 gainers, starting with Custodian and Allied PLC, which yesterday closed on a bullish adjustment of a positive 10% to close the trading book at 75 naira 90 kobo. NEM Insurance Company yesterday closed the trading book at 30 naira 80 kobo, making a positive adjustment of 10%. Boasment in the positive made a bullish adjustment of a positive 9.98% to close at 303 naira 10 kobo. First Holding Company PLC, yes, closed in the positive as well, closing the trading book at 105 naira 50 kobo to make a bullish adjustment of 9.95%. FTN Cocoa Processing yesterday closed at 9 naira 29 kobo, making a bullish adjustment of 9.94%. And quickly, here are the leggers. Yes, Suno Assurance Nigeria in the losing streak closed on the negative bearish adjustment of 10% to close the trending book at 3 naira 60 kobo. Triple G and Co PLC in the negative closed at 3 naira 51 kobo, making a bearish adjustment of 9.77%. Associated Bus Company, traded as ABC Trans, closed in the negative yesterday, yes, making a negative adjustment of 9.62 bearish adjustment to close at 7 naira 5 kobo. Abi Mortgage Bank, traded as Abi Bank, yesterday closed in the negative of 9 naira 10 kobo, making a bearish adjustment of 9 negative bearish adjustment. And Wapik, known as Wapik Coronation Insurance, closed in the negative, a dip of 7.69% to close the trading book at 2 naira 40 kobo. And quickly, here is our market outlook for today. We'll start with a sustained bullish sentiment. Yes, buying interest in Tier 1 banking equities is likely to continue as investors position ahead of upcoming half-year 2026 earnings disclosure and ongoing recapitalization adjustment. Another factor we are projecting to determine the shape of the market today is the industrial support. Yes, continued momentum in heavyweights such as Boasment should provide a solid floor for the broader index. Localized profit taking is another factor that will determine the direction of the market, where selective profit taking may occur in mid-cap insurance and logistics stores that recently experienced swift rallies. Overall, we anticipate a moderately bullish to consolidated market today. And quickly moving to the forex market, where the Nigerian naira held relative firm against the US dollar across both the official and the alternative foreign exchange windows, supported by sustained forex liquidity and steady interbank turnover. At the official exchange rate, the naira closed at 1,381 naira 50 kobo against the US dollar, indicating a fluctuating within an intraday high of 1,382 naira against the US dollar and a low of 1,378 naira against the US dollar. And at the parallel market or the street market or the black market, depending on what you're comfortable with, the naira traded in a tight bound around 1,390 naira to 1,395 naira against the US dollar, maintaining a narrow premium. That's a negative 1% over the official window. Market liquidity on interbank, forex turnover remained robust at a negative 287.88 million US dollars, signaling consistent supply from CBN interventions and autonomous inflows. And against other currencies, the naira held against the British pounds at 1,785 naira, and against the euro, the naira stood at 1,576 naira 35 kobo. And here are the key market drivers. Yes, continued alignment between the official and the parallel market race, reflects tight monetary policy positioning that's at 26.5% and steady export remittance inflows. And quickly, here is our market outlook for today. we are looking at a range-bound trading, where the naira is expected to trade within the 1,378 naira to 1,385 naira against the US dollar. At the official window, as market participants await key corporate first quarter of the year earnings and dividend reporting. Yes, talking about dividends reporting as well. Liquidity expectations. Forest supply should remain adequate to satisfy commercial demand, preventing any sharp speculative pressure on the local currency. Overall, we project a stable range-bound market today. And quickly moving into the energy market, where the Brent crude futures retreated slightly in early morning trading, being today, slipping below the key $90 threshold following a sharp geopolitical rally in the previous session. Brent crude benchmark is trading down a negative 0.4% to 2.0%, to quote around $88.84 to $88.87 per barrel, after reaching an intraday peak of $90.01 per barrel yesterday. The WTI crude, speaking to US benchmark, which is down a negative 1.67% to $82.47 to $82.53 per barrel. And then the Brent to WTI spread is standing at $6.31 per barrel. Yes, and then quickly taking a look at the key morning catalyst. Oil prices reverse course as headline reports of a potential 10-day ceasefire proposal in U.S.-Iran mediation, prompted mid-profit taking. However, downside movement remains limited by fresh maritime blockade, threats near major regional shipping routes. And quickly, here is our market projection for today, speaking to the Brent crude. We are looking at geopolitical premium versus the ceasefire headwinds. Prices will likely remain range-bound between $87.50 per barrel and $90.50 per barrel as the market balances diplomatic talks against ongoing risk of supply disruption in the Middle East. And another factor we are looking to shape the direction of the market is the technical floor. Dynamic moving average supports around $87 to $88 zone, which is expected to absorb immediate selling pressure. Another factor here is the inventory data focus, where traders are bracing for late session inventory data from the American Petroleum Institute, looking for, demand cues in global energy consumption. We expect today's trajectory to be neutral to moderately volatile. And quickly coming back into Nigerian space, where the Nigerian commodities market, speaking to the agricultural commodities and domestic food staples, which are, seeing moderate price divergence across regional hubs, driven primarily by interstate transport and fuel logistic costs, localized harvest arrivals. On the exchange levels, grain prices remain relatively firm, while retail staple prices reflect distinct regional premiums. Now, quickly, let's take a look at the prices of these commodities across the hubs. Speaking to Lagos, signifying the major hub in the southwest, that's my 12th market, and the Abuja, the FCT capital. We'll look at Otako market in Abuja, and in Enugu, which is the southeast regional hub. We'll look at the prices of the foodstuffs in around the new market here in Enugu and the suburbs. Local rice, 50 kg bag of feed. Yes, in Lagos, sold between 50,000 to 65,000 naira, and in Abuja, it went for between 52,000 to 68,000 naira, whereas in Enugu, they bought for 48,000 to 63,000 naira. And this is as a result of the proximity to Abakaleke, which is the Ebonyi milling hubs, which gives Enugu a slight price advantage when it comes to local rice. And then looking at the foreign rice, the 50 kg bag of feed sold in Lagos between 61,000 to 80,000 naira, and in Abuja, it went for between 63,000 to 85,000 naira, and in Enugu, it sold between 62,000 to 82,000 naira. And Lagos holds lower price floors due to port proximity and direct import distribution. And quickly, moving on to take a look at beans. Speaking to the cowpea, 100 kg bag of it in Lagos sold between 85,000 and 150,000 68,000 naira, and in Abuja it went for between 80,000 and 105,000 naira, whereas in Enugu it sold between 90 to 120,000 naira. Enugu paying a premium for the beans, the 100 kg bag of beans. Abuja benefits from closer proximity to northern grain belts. Southeast, freight premium applies to Enugu. And quickly we'll take a look at Gari. Yes, the white Gari that the 50 kg bag of it in Lagos went for between 38,000 and 42,000 naira, whereas Abuja paid between 40,000 to 45,000 naira, and in Enugu it sold for between 35 to 40,000 naira. And strong cassava processing across the southeast gives Enugu a retail discount. And quickly we'll take a look at the large basket of tomatoes in Lagos. The price of large basket of tomatoes sold for 28,000 to 42,000 naira. In Abuja, it went for between 24,000 and 36,000 naira. In Enugu, paying a premium, it sold for between 32,000 to 45,000 naira. And this is due to seasonal supply bottlenecks, and you add a huge cost premiums to certain retail markets like Enugu and Lagos, then you see why the price is on the high side and why Enugu is paying a premium. And then quickly, here are the key price drivers. Transportation and diesel logistics remain the primary driver of regional price spreads, causing a 10% to 15% markup on northern sourced grains like beans and maize when transported to certain hubs like Enugu and Lagos. And quickly, here is our market projection for today. We are looking at harvest inflows to soften local grains. Fresh early harvest entries of local rice and maize from north central production beds are expected to keep wholesale grain prices steady to slightly softer in Abuja and northern feeder markets. Another factor we look at is the freight cost sticky point. High interstate haulage rates will prevent significant price drops in certain markets like in Enugu and Lagos, maintaining a persistent regional price spread. Overall market outlook is that of consolidative and sticky highs with localized variation based on regional supply proximity. And quickly, let's get to the international scene again, where at the international market, global equities saw divergent trends yesterday. Wall Street, drifted lower in a quiet section as tech AI stocks attempted to stabilize. European indices closed mixed, and Asian market experienced sharp split movement driven by heavy chip exposures, causing stimulus sentiments, competing against one another. And quickly, let's move to the Wall Street, where the U.S. equities edged down modestly as investors consolidated position following last week's pullback in semiconductor and high beta tech names. S&P 500 dropped 0.20%, that's signifying a 14.41 point loss to close at 7,443.28 points. Dow Jones Industrial Average is down 0.59%, losing 307.16 points to close at 51,839.26 points. Nasdaq Composite traded flat, slipping a negative 0.05%, losing 12.17 points to close at 25,508.07 points. The key market driver here is that AI heavyweights like Nvidia, which is closed a 0.2% on the positive side, stabilized. But rising treasury yields, a 10-year yield up to 4.59%, pressured broader industrial and consumer names. And quickly moving on to Europe, where we'll take a look at UK, France, and Germany. European equities delivered a mixed to muted performance as investors weighed fluctuating crude oil prices against incoming corporate Q2 earning reports. And in UK, FTSE 100 flowed muted, flat performance. Energy majors provided a cushion amid Brent crude levels. And in Germany, DAX with fractional losses as high bond yields weighed on industrial and automotive exporters. And moving on to France, CAC 40 traded slightly lower, constrained by modest profit taking in luxury and consumer discretionaries. And quickly, moving to Asia Pacific, where we take a look at South Korea, China, and Japan. Asian markets saw the sharpest movement of the day, split between heavy semiconductor sell-offs in Seoul and policy-supported rallies in China. South Korea, KOSPI, tumbled a negative 4.50%, heavily dragged down by semiconductor titans, speaking to Samsung Electronics and SK Hynix amid global AI chip stock reset. And in China, Shanghai Composite advanced a positive 0.90%. Hong Kong, Hang Seng, was up 2.40%, boosted by tech bargain hunting and liquidity measures. And in Japan, Nikkei 225 closed lower and indicating volatile as tech weakens, offset gains in banking and export-oriented sectors. And quickly, before we call it a day on this segment, here is our strategic market advice, especially for our Nigerian investors. On equities, we urge you to stick to banking and smart leaders. Yes, accumulate tier 1 banks and major industrial stocks like Boa Cement on minor pullbacks. Reason being that heavy buying momentum, which is at a positive 1.12%, as ASI gain yesterday, is pushing top tier names ahead of first quarter of 2026 earning. However, we do warn that you should avoid chasing volatile, mid-cap pumps, example speculative insurance stocks. And on the money market, we urge you to secure 26% plus fixed yields. Yes, the action plan here is to lock liquid cash into treasury bills or commercial papers. Reason is, with the CBN policy rate at 26.5% and the Naira stable near 1,380 Naira against the US dollar, fixed income yields offer low risk, high returns. And on energy and commodities, we urge you to hedge logistics pressures. The action plan here is to focus capital on agri-businesses with localized supply chain. The reason is high freight costs maintain a persistent 10 to 15% regional price gap between northern production belts and southern consumption hubs. So the bottom line is buy quality over hype. Buy quality over hype. Use short-term dips to buy liquid, high dividend stocks while keeping cash working 26% plus yields in instruments. Yes, and here is a quick reminder before we, say our buys. While we give you the data, we don't just give you the final directives. Always consult a certified financial advisor before making any investment decision. And these are your wraps on this segment. So stay sharp. Manage your entry points closely and let the numbers guide your strategy through today's opening bell, and keep watching the Aneke TV market segment to stay ahead. I am Uche Osai. Invest wisely.
Across Nigeria's dynamic economy, enterprise is on the move. From the resilience of small businesses to the expanding reach of indigenous industries, commerce thrives on innovation, determination, and vision. Finance is evolving, powered by technology and driven by a new generation of entrepreneurs. In a rapidly changing world, digital transformation is redefining how we save, invest, and grow wealth. From energy to agriculture, manufacturing to tech, Nigeria's economic landscape continues to diversify. Policies shift, markets respond, and opportunities emerge. Every figure tells a story. Every trend shapes the future. The question is, where is the next opportunity? On Aneke TV, we bring you clarity beyond the numbers. This is Business Outlook on Aneke TV, tracking the markets, analyzing the trends, and spotlighting the drivers of economic growth. Aneke TV, informing enterprise, shaping perspective. Morning headlines before you step out. Midday updates while you work. Evening analysis when the day winds down. Wherever life takes you, Aneke TV keeps you informed, connected, and ahead. Aneke TV. Move with the world. Morning headlines before you step out. Midday updates while you work. Evening analysis when the day winds down. Wherever life takes you, Aneke TV keeps you informed, connected, and ahead. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
All right, good morning viewers, good morning our lovely sports lovers around the world. How are you guys doing? It's a lovely Tuesday morning right here on Aneke Sports, and it's still your Aneke TV, and we are here to give you the details of how it has been going down, talking about sports, anything concerning sports, whether football, whether basketball, whether boxing, whether tennis, whatever it is, we bring it live on Aneke Sports. I am your one and only, your humble host worldwide, saying good morning.
And I'm Good Hope Chukuma, thanking you for just tuning in with us today to deal with the sports issues. I live, I breathe, and I dream sports. It's been a beautiful morning, Wisdom. I really like your shirt. You look very traditional, traditional in a modern way.
I'm looking traditional, but you're looking all.
You are looking
all
traditional in a modern way.
Are we having a bachelor's gathering this evening?
Why are people very, more marriage centered? Even in sports?
The way you appear though, it's looking
I'm going
more
to pay
in the
for
banking
one,
sector. Tip into that Saturday kind of wedding where we have to go out and enjoy ourselves. You don't want to give me the details. You are giving me clue by clue. Last weekend you gave me a little bit clue that you were packed outside, somebody's waiting for you. Now you are coming in well, so ready for that Saturday. Just tell me, is it happening on Saturday?
Well, it's happening today. Of course, it's really happening today, and it's been a wonderful time just seeing how it's going down, man. It's happening today. And what is happening today is that the fight with Anthony Joshua is coming up. In case you don't know, the fight with Anthony Joshua is coming up, and it promises to be interesting, entertaining, and one of the best as the British take each other on this edition of the WBO title heavyweight boxing. Now talking about
Joshua versus Prenga.
Yeah, Prenga, and then other games also are part of the sport. You could see some matches, some clash between opponents just coming in, and the highlight of that Saturday, talking about this Saturday, is going to set sail, is Anthony Joshua. Anthony Joshua coming back after 7 months of being away to, take some rest and also recover from the issues he had on 28th of December. It tells you for a fact that man is ready and he is set to go. He's set to be on sale for the next time. Now, I will tell you that Anthony Joshua, he is ready. I don't know if you think he is ready for this Prenga battle.
Of course, it's been more than 7 months. The man has been outside the ring. So coming back, of course, is about 4 days to go. We are talking about Saturday here, July 25th. And the man has been training, he has been trying to get back into shape, get back into normal boxing match. And though he has not been in the ring, the actual ring, when we talk about the main fight, but he has been training by the side. You cannot tell me that after, let's say, 7 months, you are not ready for a fight. So probably Anthony Joshua is going to be fully ready. But that experience, that motivation, that intuition of being in the ring has not been there, for 7 months. But Prenga has been in the ring, so it might be a disadvantage for him not, actually feature in a real fight. But definitely he has been training, and of course you cannot tell me that Anthony Joshua has lost the memory of knowing how to box. So we are going to see a great fight from Anthony Joshua against Prenga on Saturday.
Yeah, I want to see the fight. But before we get into the details of this, let's take a look at the Punch Sports Extra, where we have a lot of updates around what's happening across the world of sports in our nation. This is just specifically in our nation and a little bit outside of our nation. Now, taking a look at the major headline, we see you in 2030. That this is Super Eagles target Mundial return after back-to-back absence. Talking about the World Cup.
It's been a while. We need to.
It's really been a while. It's really been a while. When you check the age of our Super Eagles players right now, I'm not sure most of them will still appear in the World Cup, or they will be kind of older. Okay, let's talk about Iwobi. Iwobi, who is in his late 20s, in the middle of his 20s, and almost getting into his late 20s. In the next 4 years, he could be 30.
You probably at the age of 30 or even crossing 37, beginning the 30s. But it's also fair to recognize that most of these our players have not even featured in the World Cup. Imagine not participating in this current World Cup that just finished, not participating in the 2022 World Cup. It's been like we have great talent. So it's been 8 years that most of them have not featured in the World Cup. So it will be like a debut World Cup for almost all of them going into the World Cup. How many players do we have currently in the squad that has featured in the World Cup? So I believe we will be like a debuting team. This is Nigeria that is supposed to be the giant of Africa. Not going to Ghana went to the World Cup. Senegal went to the World Cup. Algeria went to the World Cup. How come we, giants of Africa, we are not in the World Cup? We missed out on this.
We are giants of Africa in quotes, as a title.
There was a time we are representing.
There was a time
the giants of Africa.
Even in our economy, I can remember that morning. It was a good morning. I would say that was the best morning I've ever experienced in Nigeria, when one of the anchors in the radio show had to announce that Nigeria's economy has been the best, or currently is the best in Africa.
So
yes, this was like 10 years ago.
Imagine.
When he made that announcement on via the radio. It was amazing. Now, that was when we were giant of Africa. Even though we are still giant of Africa, we are still not having the effect on our sports, on our activities. Of course, you know, in the world of relays, in the world of marathon, in the world of athleticism, we are doing so well.
I guess that's the only part that I can see.
We're really pushing there. But for the
and also
other,
in wrestling,
too, Obafemi is not really identifying with Nigeria. That's the point. He's not really identifying with Nigeria. Rather, he is creating that awareness that he is from this part of the world. Perhaps you think why he's all black. He's not a Jamaican. Neither is he a black American. He's a Nigerian, and he, of course, he's young. He's just in his early 20s. He's about 23 years. So, but you will not believe it because he is big and massive.
So big. So for we, this missing out, you saw ordinary getting into the World Cup. What you earn some money just going into the World Cup. Imagine that we went into the World Cup, we'll have earned that money, even though we not maybe just got out from the group stage.
You know, we're going to get there to see how much everyone earns.
Yeah, no, we're definitely going to get there.
Yeah, and it's interesting because I can't wait to get there. Now, let's just take a look at other headlines that we have here, where we have Ajayi focused after, you know, consecutive wins. They say Ajayi in the Punch Sports Extra. Ajayi focused after consecutive wins. Ajayi is focused after consecutive wins. We have a share button. Did he speak on Vardy's juju cream? You remember what happened in this Leicester team?
Yeah, when Vardy Tillemans, currently Tillemans that we bought was in Leicester, and there were a whole lot of them. They played when they won the Premier League, coming from the Championship.
Yeah, they won the Premier League, and people were, even me, I was among the people that said, because I saw a Shaolin monk trying to perform some obscenence with them, and I had to believe at some point that, oh, these guys may have drifted into, you know, jazzerism. But right now,
thank God did you guys. Thank God
did he say it's shea butter?
Yeah.
So shea butter is not juju cream.
No,
because of the way it smells. It smells weird. It has no smell. Literally, it smells like what you can, you know, what you cannot even rub on yourself, you know. But let's just take it further. FIFA ranking: Nigeria drops to 4th in Africa.
Wow.
So who is first?
Of course, we will know who is first.
Morocco
that
is
should
first.
Be Morocco. There's
second is Senegal.
That person should be Morocco.
Yeah.
If not Egypt, I don't know if Senegal is going to be the second.
Of course, Morocco is first, second is Senegal, Egypt is third, Nigeria is fourth.
Nigeria is still lucky to be in the fourth.
Nigeria is lucky to be.
Let's not. This is our country. Yeah, we are still lucky to be in the fourth position.
You know why? You know why I think Nigeria is lucky? Nigeria is lucky to be fourth in the FIFA ranking in Africa, because even though they did not make it to the World Cup, I think Cape Verde should be somewhere around the top 3.
Cape Verde, what of Algeria?
That's the point. Ghana. What of Ghana? See, so we being for, did we lobby our way?
Even partake in the World Cup. This, you know, this is anyways overtime with points. Then we played Unity Cup, which we won. Then we played some friendlies, which we got good result. But still being in the fourth, we will just say that it's based on the points that we have accumulated in the past. But if you are going to take this current FIFA and World Cup that just ended, I can tell you that we should be in the position 11. Because those 10 countries that went should be ahead because they went into the World Cup, because its FIFA ranking is from the World Cup.
Where is DR Congo?
DR Congo is not even there.
That's the thing.
So let's just say we are lucky to still.
Yeah, we are really lucky to be in the 4th position, and I must say congratulations to our Super Eagles team.
Congratulations to still.
We're in the 4th position.
It's our past that is still helping us.
Yeah, so because of our history, we have a good history. I mean, we really have a good history. Now, going further in the newspaper, we have Team Nigeria departs Aberdeen for Glasgow. That's talking about the Commonwealth Games that is coming up just this August. Team Nigeria departs Aberdeen for Glasgow. Now we have Spain hold World Cup trophy parade. Yeah, I should have been there yesterday.
I booked your flight.
You booked my flight. The flight was rebooked back to Enugu.
Wow.
Yes.
Are you going today?
No, we are done. We are done. There's no point. I just had some conversations with the men that matters on the team. So they said no wahala. There's no need. So they will come down by themselves just
to see
to see me. No, to see what? To see me as the sports oracle.
Yeah, of course.
To have some conversation. They'll be expecting me.
Okay.
And we'll be expecting them now. We are seeing this Arsenal, Liverpool join PSG in their Monday. Chase.
This deal is supposed to be a done deal by now because PSG we are really putting in effort.
Let me tell you what happens in deals.
Yeah,
he has three places, three channels. Yes, decisions. Firstly, from the club, depends on the contract.
Yeah.
Secondly, from the player. Third, from the other party.
Yeah.
Now, the other party can influence the player and the club, while the player has a choice.
Yeah.
You see, it's now going different ways.
Okay.
So what it means is that this party could take over this party, while this party could be the decision makers. So that's why some players, when they are signed, the club agrees and the player may not even agree.
The player's decision is like ultimate because if he does not agree, no matter what these two parties trying to do,
at some point, what makes the player to agree is the fee.
Yeah, of course.
For instance, Rashford is still at £325,000 per week. He's still there. But you have some players who have signed for Manchester United who are around 125. It's only Tillemans. Tillemans is looking is going to earn half of okay, he's going to not just half, he's going to earn about £200,000 per week. That's what he's going to earn per week.
Yeah.
But other people, you could see them 120,000. Then the teenager that Manchester United just signed from Tottenham Hotspur. Now, these people, this age and this salary structure could affect the player. The player could say, okay, for instance, if I don't like Chelsea, I'm not saying I don't like Chelsea.
Yeah.
If I don't like any team, I could say I am going to sign for this team because of the money they are bringing. Now, I'm an African.
Yeah.
I may, at the end of the day, go because of the money. And it's not wrong. Because it's business. For instance, people that don't like Liverpool, if Liverpool brings a better offer, and you see the contract, how they're going to pay, if you see back how they're going to pay, and you're also seeing the opportunities in the league, that if you play 10 matches, you could earn more. Because
all those other bonuses.
Yes. What also influences these things are the bonuses. For instance, Jado Kocha said that he never touched his salary. He was feeding and living his life off the match bonuses and the goal rewards. That was what he was feeding on. When he wins the one of the match, there's a bonus there. When he plays a match, there's a bonus. When he scores, there's a bonus. So at the end of the day, the bonus is almost the same with the weekly salary. But it may not be it may just be they may calculate it to be half of the week. For instance, your bonus could be up to £15,000 or €50,000. So weekly you have extra £15,000 or €50,000. While some people, their contract, their bonus is included in their contract and is in the clause. It is being stated that we're going to give you £25,000 as bonus, an accumulation of your bonus, maybe in a month. So this person knows he has £25,000 extra.
Apart from the salary.
Weekly salary. You see, that makes a lot of sense. So this is how this thing works. So this demanded deal, Liverpool, Arsenal and PSG joined, but PSG seems to have withdrawn. Even though PSG was advanced in the deal, they had to just.
For me, this is another opportunity for Liverpool because for me, Liverpool are in a better position to get this player. Arsenal are still considering signing a defender. Saliba has injury, so they are more focused right now. I saw that they were going for, or it's rumored that they are going for John Stones, but probably at the end of the day we'll see. But this is an opportunity because Liverpool right now are in need. Arsenal, in terms of the kind of players they have, Arsenal might not be that in need of Diamonde, but Liverpool, I can tell you, they're in need of him. Right now that PSG has, taken a step back, I believe it's their own opportunity. But at the end of the day, we will see what happens. Still talking about the Punch newspaper, we are having Chelsea's Nobleo, our Saudi pro. You are talking about Rafael Leao of AC Milan, who has already.
This Rafael Leao, I didn't really like what he did with the Portuguese team. This Rafael Leao, this guy, at that last game versus Spain, right?
Yeah.
The game versus Spain, the round of 16 match, I think the game.
No, round of 32.
Round of 32
Yeah.
game. No, it's round of 16.
No, Portugal did not get to round of 16.
Oh.
Maybe I hesitated from round of 16.
You see, the Ronaldo effect is really happening to me, but I'm not a Ronaldo fan. I'm just saying that I was thinking they advanced into the round of 16.
Okay.
Now, looking at that game, that match, this Rafael Lau, he did not play as he had the pace. He had
that pace, of course.
He had the body size to dominate defenders, to dribble, but he did not use it well.
That has been one problem with Rafael. He knows how to dribble. He knows how to put the ball on the ball. But I think one problem categorically with Leao is that selfishness.
I don't know.
In front of the post, you could have a better option. Somebody who might be in a better position to get the goal, but out of that selfishness that he always has, he will probably go for the goal by himself, and then you see at the end of the day, he will not get the ball in the back of the net. And sometimes when you miss some chances, you will be remorseful that, okay, you say, okay, maybe when he gets another one, you will see him passing the ball. My brother, at the end of the day, you will get another chance. He will still do the same. So that's basically Leao's problem, selfishness. When you are in the front of the post, it's not always that you should get the goal. You might not be in a good scoring opportunity. Your angle might be too tight for you, but there will be a better opponent, close to you that you can pass the ball to. But at the end of you just see him shooting and shooting and shooting. You have about 6 to 7 chances to score. You might not even end up getting one goal. So that's basically the problem AC Milan had with him. It's not that he's not a good player. If you give Rafael the ball, there is a likelihood that a chance will come out from the opportunity you have given him. But at the end of the day, what is going to be of that chance? Is he going to convert it? Is he going to give an assist to somebody to score? So you see that at the end of the day, the ball will almost always be wasted when you give him the ball. So he wastes a lot of chance, have a lot of playing time, he wastes more chances. So I believe AC Milan are done with him. And right now, he was talking about coming to Europe. You can see that people are not showing interest, because when you play football like this over time, people will not be interested in you because
this guy,
you're not bringing anything
I
to
don't
the
know,
table.
like he's not bringing anything.
And they're paying you a good salary, but you're not bringing anything.
And he had the
to
opportunity
table.
to assist Cristiano Ronaldo.
He will not
I was seeing that game. I was just sad.
Yeah, we just go for personal.
We just go. I'm like, what are you playing? And are you bigger than this country? Are you bigger than Portugal? Are you the biggest in this thing? But let's move on from him, because you are seeing Juve fans beg for Martinez.
Joshua welcomes Fury face off on July 25th, just like what we have talked about. This coming Saturday, don't miss this fight for anything. Joshua and Fury, but it's Sprenger we are having to see first. Genoa battle Fiorentina for Akorolede. We still talk. I'm not sure Wolves want to say Akorolede just at the moment, but of course, just like what you have said, when the fee is right and both sides agree personal terms, you could see anybody leaving. Then of course you have Juve fans beg for Martinez. We talked about.
Let them beg. Let them. How much do you have for this work? He made 11 saves. 11 saves in a match in the final game of the FIFA World Cup against Spain. He made 11 saves.
Martinez has been good. Apart from that,
he
has been good.
Unai Simon did not make any save. He had 0 save. In fact,
when there was no shot on target, what are you going to say?
At the course of this World Cup for Spain, he has only had 10 saves. While
throughout the World Cup.
Yes, throughout the World Cup. Why did Martinez?
Somebody had to make 11.
11 saves. So in one match, they have.
That's to say that Spain had played Argentina at the end of the day, because you could not register any shot of time for Simon to make a save. So there's nothing to do for me. I can sit in the goalpost and wait after 90 minutes extra time. I go and collect my.
And even other shawarma and even other pizza.
So it's not the young man's fault to say that. No, but that does not mean Unai Simon has not been good.
Yeah,
he had some great saves, even apart from this Argentina match that he was not involved. But Dibu Martinez, Juventus begging for him. I don't think you beg someone to come to your club. Rather, you pay good money for somebody to come.
You pay. That's what I'm telling you.
I remember when they were begging Ronaldo to come. After Ronaldo scored that bicycle kick in the Champions League, Real Madrid versus Juventus, they were now begging Ronaldo to come. Now, at the end of the day, you had to go and pay was necessary. It's not that beg. If it's by begging, we are going to beg Osimhen to go to Manchester United.
Or to go to Chelsea.
Stop that. We don't beg him to go to Chelsea. We'll beg him to go to Manchester United. We'll beg him to go to Liverpool. But it's not by begging. Now, this is a World Cup winner. Just know that the price tag now has gone up. It's not Martinez before the World Cup now and Martinez after the World Cup. The price tag has gone up. So Juventus, if you are begging, I don't think the begging will work. So go into the market, go into the table, go into business, place a bid on Martinez and see if Aston Villa will let him go.
Well, we're going to see what happens at the end of the day. For me, I feel like Aston Villa will still let him go, just that they have not they've not found a better replacement.
And you know, Aston Villa has been in the market. They just let go of Rogers to Chelsea, and they let go of Tillermans. So are you sure, if you are letting go of players like this, are you ready to compete for the Premier League? Remember, these people are in a good position. They're still going to play the Super Cup, and they have a great coach, talking about Unai Emery. So I'm not sure this is the time he's going to probably let these great names go. We have Morgan Rogers was, signed for 117 million euros, for Chelsea. Now Tillermans has gone, although they have replaced Tillermans already with João Neves from João Gomez from Wolves. Now, are you going to let your keeper go, your number one keeper? How many keepers do you have in the market? That's another thing. When you let this person go, who are you going to replace with this person? Are you going to see that better person? So probably at the end of the day, we'll see what's going to happen.
We'll see what happens. All right, we'll take a short break. When we return, we'll dive right into the world of boxing and also giving you an update on the race that is coming up this week, talking about the Formula 1 race on the Hungarian Grand Prix. I hope you would love to see this. We take a short break. We'll be right back shortly. Stay with us.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news. You need clarity. You need speed. You need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world. Welcome back. Now we take a look at the boxing games that is coming up. That will be coming up. That would be coming up this weekend, also into October and August. It's been amazing seeing our own Anthony Joshua coming back to have a feast on the run while he takes on Prenga in Saudi Arabia at Jeddah. Wisdom, what do you think about this fight that is coming up within Anthony Joshua?
For me, Anthony Joshua is supposed to get away from that fight. I don't know, it's just like welcoming him back or saying, I'm back to the ring. And, for me, the best way to come back or to show the people that you are back is with a victory. When you get a loss from this, it might probably say a lot that, okay, maybe probably what happened in the past has gotten a better hold of you, or you have not trained enough, or, there will be so much to say. But believe me, when you get a win, then you can properly say that, yes, I am back, and the people will now say, okay, yes, our Anthony Joshua, the king, is back. And we are going to see, of course, this fight is coming up very soon. Not just this fight, there are many other fights that are coming up on this same 25th. But another fight that is coming up is the Smith versus Puello. Though this fight is still a bit further, talking about 24th of October, but it's a fight that we are also looking at. We are looking towards that fight, and it's looking, when you see the graphics, it's more like a movie.
This is a shutdown.
It's a movie.
It's actually a shutdown.
Of course, DAZN. Don't forget to.
Yeah, DAZN is there. DAZN. Yeah, they are really going to stream the games. Of course, if you want to watch the fight, you could check DAZN on YouTube. They are even streaming. They could stream the matches
live on YouTube.
Yes, live on YouTube. But it's an amazing time having these fights coming up. I must say I'm excited, not because I want to fight, but because I want to put you in the ring so that you can fight.
this your plan. Over time you have been trying this plan. When you hear something for the first time, you hear something for the second time.
You are hearing it for the third time.
All it takes. What do I have that it takes? Look at my arm. Are you seeing any likelihood of me throwing punches? I'm not going into this field for any fee. If you offer me, let's say 1 million, whatever, I don't want to attach the currency. but I think the currency might move me.
The currency might move you.
if we are attaching currency to it, I think it might move me, because at the end of the day, if I lose, I know I'm still going to get something.
Yes,
so
exactly.
that's why I don't want to attach currency to it. So it depends on. Don't stop pointing at me. It depends on the currency you are putting behind. But I don't want to go into that field. But also on the world of boxing, we have WBO orders pause bid for Hani versus Kane. I don't know why they are trying to pause this bid. Of course, it's for $200K minimum. And you know, the WBO, that's World Boxing Organization, has officially ordered a pause bid for Devin Haney to defend his welterweight title against Davis. Is there? I don't know if there is any reason, but is it that they don't want this fight to take place, or they want to postpone it, or they want to push it to a further date? Because of course there are other fights coming up. So I don't think they want all these events to collide at once. Do you have any idea on this?
Well, the thing is that when you look at the record here, they have to pause the bid because it's going to come in between the fight with Anthony Joshua.
Yeah.
I mean, a lot of people are going to bet, even though there is a lot of other franchise that could, you know, handle it. But pausing the bid would mean that the fight, which was scheduled on 27th, people would not be involved a lot.
I think Anthony,
because there's a lot of fight that is coming up
on the 25th
on the 25th. So that 25th, I mean, investors would want to have their return. So they have to pause the bid, and they have to make it obvious that it's going to be $200,000, and with 75% going to Javi and 25% for Ali. Initially, the agreement had to surpass. It had to be more than this. It had to surpass this. But right now, he is looking at the instructions which they have, that Davis has already received. Okay, pause this fight. Let's deal with Anthony Joshua's fight. It's the same people who are hosting this fight that are hosting this fight. So you guys should pause. And the proceeds of this fight from $200,000 would be given, would be shared between charity and the other stakeholders. So that's really what it means, and it makes a lot of sense for me.
It makes it because, of course, it will be too jam-packed when you are hosting on the 25th. After that, a lot of matches line up, a lot of fight line up on the 25th. Then you are coming back on the 27th. The same investors, the same people that were involved. So I think it's a good reason, to postpone the fight ahead, to a better date where everybody might have recovered or made what they have put into it. So we are going to have a later date, when the date is out. Of course, we will get you informed. But moving on to the world of Formula One, I know there is a race. We just came back from the one that Kim won, and I don't know, you have not praised Kim a lot. Recently you have not said a lot about Kim.
Kim is not God.
He's not God, but the last time Hamilton won, you made me to shout sir almost more than 5 times. But Kimi just won one, and you have not recognized him.
Is Kimi sir? Kimi Antonelli of Italy.
He's not sir yet, but
so who is he?
You have not mentioned too much about him. You have not talked about him for just, if it was Lewis Hamilton, I know what you did to me that I had to be talking about Hamilton almost every day of my life, because you are attached sir to it. I was okay, sir, Lewis Hamilton. Now Kimi has won. You remember, he has not won for more than 2 or 3 Grand Prix. So him winning that Belgium Grand Prix was something.
Okay.
You should definitely say something. At least congratulations to the young man.
Well, congratulations to Kimi Antonelli of Italy, of the Italian side, who drove past his bosses.
Okay.
Max Verstappen, Charles Leclerc, and Sir Lewis Hamilton.
All right.
Of course, it was a victory in a landslide. I will tell you that it was not really the victory that he needed. It was the victory that Sir Lewis Hamilton needed.
Well, Sir will get his turn.
Yeah, because of the pursuit in the Formula One, there's a lot of title races. There's a lot of close range, If you watch, I actually was watching the highlights because I was not opportune to watch the game. I was very busy, trying to read a lot in my sports and get ready for the show. We're watching the highlight on Saturday. It was Saturday I watched the highlight. It was awesome. In the preparation for the race, I was watching the FP3, the free practice 3, where Kimi Antonelli and Max Verstappen had to mount the podium on that free practice. They had to, they were the best 3, while Lewis Hamilton was 4. It was just a wholesome ride seeing Kimi Antonelli coming from behind. But now in the qualification, you would also see on Sunday, I had to watch the qualification, how they qualified, how Kimi Antonelli, just few seconds, he had to top Max Verstappen, and Charles Leclerc had to follow, while you have Sir Lewis Hamilton coming behind. It's really amazing seeing the young star, who's just 19 years old, going into having his sixth win of the season. It's amazing. It's really amazing, and it's sensational to have someone that young. It's only Lewis Hamilton that has done it while he was, while he started off racing in 2007. But right now, we're having another, champion, another prodigy who is going to drive this victory home, and, give us that update and that assurance that history repeats itself. But history is not repeating itself in the same team. History goes in cycle, and it will still reach the turn of other people. I mean, this is not a monopoly race. It's an open race. People had to drive, having 5 seconds delay, 5 seconds penalty. That was what made Lewis Hamilton not to be able to catch up, even though he finished 4th in the race. But we are seeing that Max Verstappen, like we predicted, and we didn't predict Charles Leclerc. No. We predicted Oscar Piastri or Lando Norris of McLaren to be on the podium with someone else. We didn't even predict Kimi.
No, we took out Kimi and
we took out Hamilton, the best for this season, the best in this edition of 2026 Formula 1 games. Now we're having Hungarian GP is coming up this weekend. I mean, it's going to be awesome. And are we still going to take these guys out?
No, I don't think this is the time to take them out, because likely just what you are about to say, that Saab might probably come out from this the winner. But if that, there are other circumstances where you are driving, just like what you have said, the 5 seconds penalty, or when you get a technical issue, or when you are involved, maybe you collide with somebody. If all those factors does not get to play, probably I think this is the time for Sir Lewis Hamilton to get a win. So that's why I'm saying I'm not going to take him away. He's going to be one. In fact, he's one of the favorites to come out, victorious from this race. Of course, Kimi still being the champion currently is still one of the favorites. Piastri there is still there. Leclerc is still there. Norris is still there. So I think there are a lot of names that I don't want to take anybody out this time around. But if you are going to pick a favorite, if I'm going to pick a favorite, I'm still going to go with my Kimi to come out. I don't know, he's probably going to be back-to-back for me. He's going to win.
Yes. Kimi has a tendency to win throughout the season. I mean, it's his time. He should shine. Of course, you are seeing that many years ago, when sports started, it was older people that were involved. When you look at the world of football, you would see the likes of Maldini, that talking about the current, Italian technical director. You see the likes of Maldini. You see the likes of Gattuso. Yes, they were older. They were older
to see the young ones.
Yes, it has to see the young ones progress. Now you could have someone like Kimi progressing and beating Lewis Hamilton in a race. You see what that is. That is just to tell you that generations, things had to evolve. There's this evolution that has happened. Now, players are signed and people are signed into sports organizations, looking at their track record, also their age and their deliverables, what they can deliver. So I'm telling you right now that this is going to make sense if Kimi eventually gets it back-to-back. Still tipping Sir Lewis Hamilton.
Okay, of course.
Yes, I'm still tipping him. Why I'm tipping him is because one of these days we'll get to see. And it's just like dreams come true. One of these days we're going to have him in our show. He's going to tell us what he has already done.
What he has done so far. And
what
he's planning to do.
He's planning to do, because
I'm not seeing that man going out of Formula
1. I'm not really seeing Sir Lewis Hamilton leaving Formula 1. I'm seeing him getting involved into the race. I'm seeing him getting involved even when he's 60. Of course, you know that Valtteri Bottas is there. He's there driving for the Williams and Alpines and Audi. There are other guys who are there too. But you wouldn't see that Lewis Hamilton is going to pack his bag and leave the race.
Not because he's 41.
Not because he's 41. He's going to still be there, and he's going to make a lot of impact. For me, he will bring the challenge to the team, and it's going to be interesting to see someone like Sir Lewis Hamilton. Now let's go down into the world of World Cup. this World Cup that was just concluded has a lot of history and a lot of impact it has made in the world of football. I must tell you, while we are seeing Nigeria coming forth in Africa in the FIFA ranking, we're also seeing that there's this prize, for those who won the World Cup. There's a prize for them, and I'm sure you've seen it too.
Yeah, of course. The prize,
the prize range
from the first
to the.
I think we should just let our viewers know what the money in terms of the prize money was.
It's really nice to see that wherever in any level. At any level you stopped, at any level you get something.
Just coming into the World Cup.
Yes, coming into the World Cup qualification. And it is not just going to be the prize here, because from this World Cup we are seeing players being sold, we are seeing players being signed, we are seeing transfers happening in the World Cup. It was in the World Cup that Tillemans was signed, Manchester United signed Tillemans. It was also in the World Cup that Manchester United had to sign their Cucurella was signed in the World Cup.
Even though players within the World Cup,
even though the rumor says that Cucurella still a Chelsea player playing for Spain.
He registered as a Chelsea player when he entered the World Cup. Now coming out of the World Cup, he's a Madrid player. So of course he's going to take the trophy or the medal as a Chelsea player.
So Chelsea has a World Cup winner.
So that's basically that was the argument. But of course, he's going to be registered under Chelsea that he won the World Cup. So right now he has not played for Real Madrid. He has not featured. He just signed. But of course, calling out the prize money for the first place, talking about Spain who won the World Cup, the money was 51 million. Talking about dollars, not naira. 51 million dollars. Let's not have that mistake of calling it naira. Then of course Argentina, who took second, had to go on with 34 million. Then England, who took third, had to go on with 30 million. The money is getting decrease as it goes forward. Then France, of course, finished fourth place, who also went home with 28 million. They're talking about the quarterfinalists, everyone that got to the quarterfinals, who exited the tournament in the quarterfinal, they went home with 20 million each. Then, of course, the round of 16, if you got to the round of 16, you are going home with 16 million, just like the round of 16 is, you are going home with 16 million. Then, of course, the round of 32 teams went home with 12 million naira, $12 million each. Then, the group stages, that's when you finish in fact, when you exited the tournament, in the group stage, you went home with 10 million each. Imagine, everybody.
So now, imagine Nigeria came to this World Cup.
Going on from the group stage, you would have gotten $10 million. Just like that for participating.
How much is $10 million in naira?
Well, I would not want to do that calculation right now. I don't want to do that calculation. The money would just start to... Just imagine.
But for the sake of our viewers, some people may not know what $10 million is in naira. Okay. Let me just make.
You want to do the calculation?
Yes, I want to do it on air so that people will know that it's
the money that we missed out.
Yeah, the money that Nigeria missed out. I'm doing it now because looking at this is not really.
That's what we call the disadvantages. The disadvantages of not going to the World Cup. Now, looking at the Morocco team, just while you are doing your calculation, the Moroccan team now, almost half of their players have changed club. They have moved from one club to another. That's just because of the exposure.
We're there. Okay. We'll speak no more. We're there. Right. So we have $10 million in naira.
Wow.
Is 13 billion. Sorry.
This million that you said is not good for the year. It's $10 million that you're talking about. It cannot be in million.
Okay, it's 13 billion.
Thank you.
814 million. 300,000.
13 billion.
13 billion.
That's what we missed out.
That's what we missed out.
Billion.
Okay. The one that has been making rounds in this World Cup from the side of the NFF, a budget of 6.4 billion naira was budgeted for the World Cup for Nigeria that we did not go to.
So where did the money go?
No, don't ask that question. Let's talk about this one. Because if we start asking questions, we may leave here abruptly.
So where did anyway?
Yeah. So now, seeing 13 billion, this million should not come out of my mouth.
Stop saying this thing now. What is billion here?
13 billion.
Billion naira.
814.
That's almost 14 billion because the 814 is clocking to 14
it's clocking
billion.
To and then okay.
With some change.
Okay, let's check perhaps if Nigeria won the World Cup and they have
I should stop.
You know this thing. Okay, imagine that Cape Verde, who
proceeded to the round of 32.
They had Round of
12 million. Yes, now they exited at the round of 32. They have finished the group stage. They now went into the round of 32. That was where they went home.
I can't recognize
Against
against
Argentina.
Yes, against Argentina.
Yeah.
Now, round of 32, they have 16 million.
No, that's round of 16. Round of 32, 12 million.
12 million. That's almost 1 trillion.
Let's leave this calculation.
Almost 1 trillion naira.
Sometimes
that's what they aim now. What? Listen, it's not going to be all right if things are not in place. Look at the kind of money we missed out. Even though we are fighting every vices to make sure that we come to this World Cup. Of course, you know that even Nigeria not qualifying for this World Cup, there should be questions. There should be questions. If the likes of Ghana qualify for the World Cup,
Nigeria did not
if the likes of Senegal, of course, we are Senegal.
Congo.
DR Congo,
Algeria
qualify for the World Cup. Why didn't we qualify? There should be questions around NFF. NFF should answer. They should give us a proper explanation.
Well, for me, they have the questions are there.
National
they already know the answers. To
now,
doing something.
Where I'm seeing they pushed this, but of course, it was good to retain Erichele.
Yeah.
It was very good to retain him because he had only conceded. He has only lost one game.
Yeah.
All the while he signed for Nigeria, more than a year. You played, your game in just 1 year. You lost just one match. Now, looking at Erichele, having his contract to be renewed, about $100,000 now monthly salary that he's going to earn. What impact will that have on the team? We have seen clips. It's just that we don't want to call out these things. We don't want to call out these issues because this World Cup is very painful. We don't want to call out the issues where some players have come out on the podcast to narrate the experiences they had with the national organizational body that puts football together in the diaspora, seeing how they were treated from their very own countrymen, the people who are the organizers, the people who took them there. It's painful to see such a thing happen. Having to lose this kind of amount of money is not going to help us because we are talking about yearly budgets in the side of NFF. We're talking about the yearly budget in the National Sports Commission. Even if we do not use this money, NFF cannot exhaust it. We can use it to promote our local leagues. We can use it to promote our players. There are many players who are good for the European competition. There are many players we can strengthen our grassroots football and make it. Imagine how much building a stadium would be. And if I ask this question now, let me just be doing this thing on why I'm doing this? It's painful. Let me show you.
It's quite painful. But
how much we could have had a world-class stadium.
I'm not looking at just the money that has been lost. Now, money has been lost or money was not gotten because you will not say lost because we did not have it. So if you say lost, that means we had it then we lost it. So now we could not get that money. Then there are other things that are also attached. Players will not get signed because probably they are, look at Osimhen now, is still going to be in Galatasaray. Indeed, of course, still Iwobi is not. Nobody is moving. If you check our Nigerian team now, nobody is moving. You will not hear this one is moving to this club. Apart from Akorolode from Wolves that you might be hearing Fiorentina coming into. Players will not. They were not exposed, to get a better deal. Now, even the grassroots players, talking about the home-based players, are not exposed, or we are not exposed because if they had featured in this World Cup, you will have seen them moving. Then look at Nigeria being ranked 4th place, like we have said. We are just being lucky just because of our past history. That's why we are still here. If that we went into this tournament, playing the World Cup, no matter where we finish, I can tell you that in Africa, probably we'll be coming maybe second, in the FIFA ranking. This is another aspect of it. Then the business side that I can tell you there was nothing done on business side. If that the World Cup, we were there, you would have seen the people will say, somebody that is selling jerseys now will get a lot of sales. There will be markets throughout this World Cup, and even after, Nigeria will have to sell jerseys. So people will make money. People in the hospitality industry will make money because people go outside to watch this match. When your country is there, you will have more people going out to view.
So to view.
You see that business is thriving.
To view the game.
So it's not just the money that was lost in this World Cup. Many other things.
Many other things.
We are gone. We are not exposed. The country did not put itself in the map. If you are talking about hosting the maybe the FIFA World Cup now for 2030. Nigeria cannot come outside now to say they want to host the FIFA World Cup. Are you recognized over Morocco? Are you recognized over Egypt? Are you recognized over Algeria? So you cannot come. You don't have that bidding power. Right? Even African Cup of Nations now, if you say you want to host it,
you can't host that.
It will be so difficult.
No. Let me tell you.
So there are so many things that we are lost in this World Cup that will not go.
AFCON successfully.
You will not be able to bid.
It's not to talk down on our ability as a nation. It's actually on the system. The system cannot hold anything. I mean, we can host conferences, we can host organizational, matrimonial kind of coming together, love feast. We can only host love feast for me. But we cannot hold. There are things we cannot host.
Are those the important
because
things that we
there are countries. Looking at Morocco, there are countries that already has the technical know-how and also the economy. We have the economy, but we cannot understand what's happening. Rather, I will tell you for a fact that this World Cup matter goes beyond the money. Like you rightly pointed out. It also comes down to the players. Do you know that if someone like Iwobi or Wilfred Ndidi played even down to the Nigeria qualified to the round of 32, we would have had some players, some key players being signed to teams. We would have people like Victor Boniface, my guy, and Victor Osimhen, not priced down. Sometimes the price.
Osimhen got into this, I can bet you that he will be leaving Galatasaray.
He will be leaving Galatasaray
with a better offer.
And he's still around the financial range of 50 million pounds, 50 million euros. What was 80 million euros, of course. What kind of bidding, what kind of money is that?
Verde keeper, if he's coming to Europe tomorrow now, you will see that.
Well,
despite his age, the money will come.
The money will come
higher now.
Now, while we're talking about this, let's just take a look while we round up the show.
Yeah.
Let's take a look because we have really exhausted our time talking about why Nigeria was not able.
We just hope able to because it's painful.
It's painful. Like why we could not be classified into the world powers in the world of football, also in the world of sports. We are doing well, but football seems to be weird right now.
We are depreciating the world of football. This is not the Nigeria we used to.
That may be what we could talk about next time.
Yeah.
But right now, let's take a look at this. Is from the BR's football, where people come together to decide the starting 11, the best starting 11 for the World Cup. So let's just take a look at what they have for us. Okay. Looking at the goalkeeping, you would see Vozinha, that's the Cape Verde goalkeeper, and you will see a lot of the Spanish players dominating this side. It's interesting to see that we just have only Jude Bellingham and Michael Olise and Kylian Mbappe. Of course, we have the Norwegian striker Erling Haaland, but we don't have any Argentine player. Talking about from the BR point of
just
football.
Messi. Lionel Messi is there.
Lionel Messi, yes, just Lionel Messi, because he's Lionel Messi. There's no other person. You see Vozinha, you see this Paul Kubasi. I mean, Manchester United should come for this guy. This Paul Kubasi.
Still young, 19.
Yeah, Almeric Laporte, Spain. Then we have Marc Cucurella, we have Pedro Porro. Then we have Jude Bellingham of England. And we have Rodri. Rodri should be here. Rodri should be here. Then we also have Lionel Messi of Argentina. Then we have Michael Olise of France, and we have Kylian Mbappe of France, and then we have Erling Haaland of Norway.
But for me, if I were just one person that I would have said did not make this list that I could have replaced with somebody just looking at this defense, I can tell you that I would have placed Cristian Romero, that's talking about the Argentine defender, ahead of Laporte. I would have just placed him ahead because I believe that Romero deserved, if you're looking at that spot now, I believe Romero deserves this spot ahead of Lapo. But of course, everyone has his own.
Even in the World Cup, we saw some Spanish giants, former players, the likes of Gerard Piqué, the likes of Sergio Ramos, the likes of David Villa, you know. All of them gathered to Xavi Iniesta and Xavi himself, Xavi Iniesta and Xavi Alonso. All of them gathered to see the final game. And someone said that these guys really knew where to hold Argentina down because they have been in the final. They were in the finals just how many in 2010, the final in 2010. They were there. But right now, they are not in the finals. You see how time and age affects football. So it really makes a lot of sense. But while we round up the show right here, what do you really think? How are we going to get better as a nation in this world of football? Are you sure that we will even qualify for the 2030
For me,
World
the first thing is, you see this what we call corruption. It has eaten, is almost everywhere. But in terms of this NFF, they should take out. This is football. This is not time to politicize over football.
It's not
Let's
really.
take politics aside. Take out that corruption. Let people that know how to play football handle football. If you don't know how to play football, or if you don't know how to handle it,
It's the management, I would say.
Basically, it's the management that's the problem. So I believe if they want to work on it, they know what to do. It's
Yeah,
not,
they
it's
know
not
what
about we talking from now till tomorrow. They know what
they
to
really
do.
know what to do, and it's very wonderful that they would know what to do, and they should do what they have to do. This is where we're calling it today on this edition of Aneke TV Sports. Thank you very much for joining us. I am Good Hope Chukuma, coming your way same time, same station on Aneke TV. We will be bringing you what's happening around the world of sports and more updates incoming. Thank you.
I remain your humble host, worldwide, saying have a lovely Tuesday. Bye-bye.
Who is a woman? She is not just born, she is awakened. A woman carries history in her hands and possibility in her steps. She is a daughter, mother, dreamer, healer, not made to follow, but to walk beside. Not to be silenced, but to speak life. She builds from fragments and sings over scars. Where others see endings, she dares to begin again. Her silence is loud and her presence is a protest against every force that tried to diminish her. To know a woman is to glimpse the divine. For in her voice is rhythm, in her womb is the future, and in her soul the sacred strength that has shaped the earth itself.
Good morning and welcome to news around the globe on Aneke TV. I am Princess Ken Ochoma. Glad to have you join us. On the headlines, troops arrest suspected Sudanese terrorist and Ghanaian national during counter-insurgency operation in Borno State. Chief of Staff to the President honors anti-corruption invitation over alleged fictitious Presidential Foreign Investment Promotion Council. On the foreign scene, foreign ministers from the Association of Southeast Asian Nations convene in Manila as Middle East tensions and regional security challenges dominate summit agenda. On the business news, Central Bank of Nigeria confirms opening foreign currency accounts for the controversial Presidential Foreign Investment Promotion Council as investigation deepens. The news in details. Troops of Operation Hadinke have arrested 2 foreign nationals during separate counter-insurgency operations in Askira-Uba, local government area of Borno State. The suspects are a 32-year-old Sudanese national, Musa Fashir, described as a suspected foreign terrorist fighter and collaborator, and a 36-year-old Ghanaian woman, Mary Florence, who claimed to be an illegal immigrant. In a statement, the acting military information officer, Operation Hadinke, Captain Mohammed Goni, said troops of the 115 Task Force Battalion arrested the suspects on July 19th as part of intelligence-led operations aimed at disrupting terrorist activities in the northeast. Captain Goni said the Ghanaian woman is being investigated to establish the circumstances surrounding her presence in the area and verify her claims, while the Sudanese suspect is also undergoing interrogation over his alleged links to terrorist networks. He added that both suspects remain in military custody for profiling and further investigation, stressing that the operation underscores the military's commitment to dismantling terrorist support networks, preventing the infiltration of foreign fighters, and enhancing security across the northeast. Tensions gripped Gero community in Jos South local government area of Plateau State after the bodies of 2 unidentified women were discovered behind the local government secretariat, triggering protests by residents. Women from the community blocked a section of the expressway in protest, demanding a thorough investigation into the deaths. The demonstration disrupted traffic for several hours as residents called for justice. Eyewitnesses said the bodies were discovered early on Monday, drawing a large crowd to the scene. Residents expressed concern over the circumstances surrounding the incident and urged security agencies to identify those responsible. The Plateau State Police Command had yet to issue an official statement at the time of filing this report. However, security personnel appealed for calm and assured residents that investigations are underway to establish the identities of the victims and the cause of their deaths. Victims of the recent canoe accident in Ringim local government area of Jigawa State have been buried according to Islamic rites as search and rescue operations continue for those still missing. State authorities confirmed that 6 people lost their lives, while 23 others were rescued after the overloaded canoe capsized while conveying passengers across the river. Governor Umar Namadi attended the funeral prayers at the Malamawa Yanduse Jumat Mosque and expressed condolences to the bereaved families. He also directed the immediate construction of a permanent bridge across the river to improve safety and prevent future tragedies. Community leaders welcomed the governor's intervention, noting that thousands of residents in surrounding farming communities depend on the river crossing for daily transportation and economic activities. The Commissioner of Police, Federal Capital Territory Command, Mr. Ahmed Sanusi, has reminded residents that no police officer has the legal authority to search a person's mobile phone without due process. Speaking with journalists in Abuja, The Commissioner urged members of the public to challenge any unlawful attempt to search their phones and promptly report such incidents to the appropriate authorities. Mr. Sanusi assured residents that the command will investigate any complaints of misconduct involving its personnel and take appropriate disciplinary action where necessary. He reaffirmed the commitment of the Federal Capital Territory Police Command to protecting the constitutional rights of citizens while maintaining law and order across the Federal Capital Territory. Organized labor in Ondo State has issued a 7-day ultimatum to the management of the Federal University of Technology Akure Teaching Hospital, FUTAT, threatening to embark on an indefinite strike over alleged anti-labor practices. In a joint letter, the Nigeria Labour Congress, NLC, and the Trade Union Congress, TUC, accused the hospital's management of victimizing workers, suppressing trade union activities, and violating the agreements reached during the institution's transition from state to federal ownership. The unions also alleged that some eligible workers were excluded from the authenticated nominal roll required for enrollment into the Integrated Personnel and Payroll Information System, and demanded immediate corrective action. Responding to the allegations, the Chief Medical Director of FUTAT, Professor Olusegun Ojo, denied claims of victimization, maintaining that management had complied with all transition agreements. He urged labor leaders to resolve the issues through dialogue in the interest of uninterrupted healthcare services. The Lagos State government has intensified its environmental sanitation campaign, urging residents to end indiscriminate waste disposal to reduce flooding and improve public health across the state. Speaking during a community engagement program in Amuwo Odofin, environmental officials warned that dumping refuse into drainage channels continues to obstruct the free flow of water, resulting in avoidable flooding and environmental degradation. The officials said government had sustained investments in drainage maintenance, waste collection and recycling programs, but stressed that lasting environmental protection requires the active participation of residents, market associations and transport operators. They added that environmental enforcement has been strengthened across major roads and illegal dumping sites, while encouraging residents to patronize only approved waste management operators and support efforts to keep their communities clean. The Kwara State government has stepped up efforts to reduce teenage pregnancy and eliminate child marriage as part of measures to improve maternal and child health across the state. Speaking at the 2026 Joint Annual Review of the Health Sector in Ilorin, the Commissioner for Health, Dr. Amina El Imam, said the government is expanding family planning services, maternal health care and community awareness campaigns across the 16 local government areas. Dr. El Imam said sustained investments by the administration of Governor Abdul Rahman Abdul Razak in primary health care, emergency medical services and health infrastructure are yielding positive results, including improved disease control and expanded health care delivery. She, however, acknowledged the need to improve facility-based deliveries and postnatal care, while traditional rulers and community leaders pledged support for government efforts to discourage early marriage and promote universal health coverage. The Federal Ministry of Defense has dismissed reports alleging that the Minister of Defense, retired General Christopher Musa, is planning to resign from office. In a statement issued by the Special Assistant on Media and Publicity to the Minister, Ms. Ndlea Babatunde, the ministry described the report circulating on social media as false, misleading and without any factual basis. The statement maintained that the minister remains fully committed to his responsibilities and continues to provide leadership in implementing the federal government's security agenda. The ministry urged members of the public and media organizations to disregard the report and verify information relating to national security through official government channels. The investigation into the activities of the Presidential Foreign Investment Promotion Council has intensified, with the Chief of Staff to the President, Mr. Femi Gbajabiamila, appearing before the Independent Corrupt Practices and Other Related Offences Commission. Mr. Gbajabiamila honored an invitation by the Commission as part of ongoing investigations ordered by President Bola Ahmed Tinubu into the activities of the alleged fictitious government agency. He also has been fined, billed a 15 billion naira defamation suit against individuals accused of linking him to the matter. Lawmakers have also summoned senior government officials, including the Secretary to the Government of the Federation and the Minister of Finance, as investigations continue into the administrative processes that enable the agency to operate. The Secretary to the Gombe State Government, Professor Ibrahim Njodi, has warned civil servants against truancy, absenteeism, and poor work ethic, saying the state government will no longer tolerate indiscipline in the public service. Professor Njodi gave the warning during an inspection of the Government State Liaison Office in Kaduna, where he stressed that public servants must demonstrate accountability and justify their remuneration through effective service delivery. He directed all staff of the liaison office to submit their job descriptions to his office as part of measures to improve productivity, strengthen supervision, and enhance efficiency across government establishments. Responding, the acting liaison officer, Mrs. Bilhatu Latil, assured the state government of improved commitment by members of staff and appealed for the renovation of the liaison office and staff residential quarters. You are watching news around the globe coming to you live from Aneke TV. For more updates and breaking stories, stay connected with us on our social media platforms, Facebook and YouTube at Aneke TV. And now here is a recap of some of the major stories making headlines. Nigerian troops arrest suspected Sudanese terrorist fighter and Ghanaian national in Borno counterinsurgency operation. Chief of Staff to the President appears before anti-corruption investigators as probe into alleged fictitious Presidential Foreign Investment Promotion Council gathers momentum. Coming up shortly on the foreign scene. Foreign ministers from the Association of Southeast Asian Nations open high-level talks in Manila as Middle East tensions and regional security challenges dominate discussions. On business, Central Bank of Nigeria confirms opening foreign currency accounts for the controversial Presidential Foreign Investment Promotion Council as lawmakers intensify investigation. Do stay with us.
The Insight with Uche Osai.
Having the political will to confront whatever is the challenges.
Igbo man wrestles with
the tortoise that had a lot of ingenuity, a lot of ideas, and the tireless.
It will take the bold mind of government in power to say, let there be electoral reform, no matter whose heart is God.
I was there. We did everything. All of us came and supported him with our last blood.
In-depth analysis, expert views, real voices, uncover the stories shaping Nigeria today. Deep dive, honest, unfiltered, only on the Insight with Uche Osai on Aneke TV. Join us.
Welcome back. Foreign ministers from the Association of Southeast Asian Nations and major world powers have convened in Manila, Philippines, for high-level talks dominated by growing geopolitical tensions and global security concerns. The meeting brings together senior diplomats from member states alongside the United States, China, Japan, India, Australia, Russia, and the European Union. United States Secretary of State Marco Rubio and China's Foreign Minister Wang Yi are also attending the summit. Discussions are focusing on the impact of tensions in the Middle East, particularly concerns over energy supplies through the Strait of Hormuz, as well as efforts to conclude a code of conduct for the South China Sea between foreign ministers from the Association of Southeast Asian Nations and China. The ministers are also reviewing the regional bloc's peace initiative for Myanmar, where prolonged conflict following the 2021 military takeover continues to pose serious humanitarian and security challenges across Southeast Asia. The Israeli military has commenced a pilot program establishing designated security zones in southern Lebanon under a United States-mediated ceasefire arrangement aimed at strengthening stability along the border. Israeli, Lebanese, and United States officials are coordinating the initiative, with Lebanese armed forces deploying to designated areas to prevent the return of armed groups and reinforce state authority. The program is intended to facilitate the withdrawal of Israeli troops from agreed locations while supporting the implementation of security measures under the existing ceasefire framework. Israeli authorities say they remain on high alert and will respond to any violations of the agreement, while United States officials describe the initiative as an important step toward maintaining regional stability. United States President Donald Trump says Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu will not face arrest during any future visit to the United States, despite an arrest warrant issued by the International Criminal Court, ICC. The statement follows comments by New York City mayoral candidate Zohran Mamdani, who said legal options were being explored regarding the enforcement of the ICC warrant should Mr. Netanyahu visit New York. The warrant, issued in connection with allegations arising from the Gaza conflict, is not recognized by either the United States or Israel, both of which reject the court's jurisdiction. The development has intensified debates over the relationship between international legal obligations and United States domestic authority ahead of the United Nations General Assembly later this year. The National Agency for Food and Drug Administration and Control, NAFDAC, have blacklisted Onifam Laboratories Limited, its managing director, board members, and affiliated entities over serious regulatory violations. In a statement, NAFDAC Director General Professor Mojisola Adeyeye said investigations uncovered multiple breaches, including the misuse of regulatory approvals, improper product registration procedures, and violations of pharmaceutical standards. The agency said the sanctions prohibit the company and its officials from obtaining licenses, registering products, or participating in any regulated pharmaceutical activities in Nigeria. NAFDAC said the action forms part of ongoing efforts to strengthen regulatory compliance, protect public health, and eliminate substandard and falsified medical products from the Nigerian market. The Lagos State government has launched its Access to Finance for Small and Medium Enterprises program, providing eligible businesses with loans of up to 10 million naira at a single-digit interest rate. The initiative is being implemented in partnership with the Bank of Industry, Sterling Bank, and registered cooperative societies, with 17 accredited business accelerators undergoing training to support participating enterprises. Officials said the program is designed to improve access to affordable financing, reduce borrowing costs, and encourage the growth of small businesses across the state. The state government added that participating accelerator organizations will be monitored to ensure transparency, while beneficiaries must belong to registered cooperative societies to qualify for the loan facility. The Bauchi State government has inaugurated a 7-member committee to supervise the screening and distribution of starter packs and grants to 1,250 trained agripreneurs across the state. Commissioner for Agriculture, Dr. Ilyasu Jital, said the beneficiaries, comprising women and youths, completed specialized agribusiness training under the state's Agriculture Empowerment Program. The committee, chaired by the Permanent Secretary in the Ministry of Agriculture, Alhaji Ibrahim Yushau, will oversee the verification of beneficiaries and coordinate the transparent disbursement of grants and starter packs in all 20 local government areas. The state government said the initiative is aimed at strengthening food security, promoting agribusiness development, and creating sustainable employment opportunities for young people and women. The Central Bank of Nigeria, CBN, has confirmed opening 2 foreign currency domiciliary accounts for the controversial Presidential Foreign Investment Promotion Council, currently under investigation over its alleged illegal operations. The disclosure was made during a public hearing by the House of Representatives Ad Hoc Committee investigating the activities of the council. Representing the Apex Bank, Director of Banking Services, Mr. Hamisu Ibrahim, told lawmakers the accounts were opened following a mandate from the Office of the Accountant General of the Federation, but were never activated. The revelation contrasts with an early submission by the Accountant General of the Federation, Mr. Shamseldin Ogunjimi, who had stated that no accounts were opened for the council, as investigations into the alleged fictitious agency continues. And on to sports news. Preparations are gathering momentum for the 29th edition of the Nigeria Cup Golf Championship, scheduled to hold from September 19th to 27th at Ikoyi Club 1938 in Lagos. The championship, organized by the Ikoyi Golf Community Nigerian Association in partnership with Ikoyi Club 1938, remains Nigeria's longest-running independence golf tournament. Chairman of the organizing committee, Olorogu Mohammed Oyibo, said this year's competition will celebrate the tournament's rich legacy while promoting excellence, sportsmanship, and stakeholder engagement. Organizers also announced new side attractions, including a championship watch party and a legacy gala, to enhance the overall experience for participants and guests. On entertainment news, reality television personality and entrepreneur Uriel Oputa has sparked conversations on social media after commenting on reports linking American rapper Cardi B with Nigerian international footballer Maduka Okoye. Reacting to recent public appearances involving the pair, Uriel questioned whether people spend too much time recovering from failed relationships instead of embracing new opportunities. She suggested that healing after a breakup should not necessarily prevent individuals from remaining open to new relationships and personal growth. Her comments have generated widespread reactions online, with many social media users sharing differing views on relationships, healing, and moving on after a heartbreak. And now to end the news, the main points again. Troops of Operation Hadin-K have arrested a suspected Sudanese terrorist fighter, Musa Fashir, and a Ghanaian national, Mary Florence, during a counter-insurgency operation in Askira-Oba local government area of Borno State. According to the acting military information officer of Operation Hadin-K, Captain Mohammed Goni, the suspects are undergoing profiling and interrogation as security agencies investigate possible links to terrorist and transnational criminal networks operating in Nigeria's northeast. Chief of Staff to the President, Mr. Femi Gbajabiamila, has honored an invitation by the Independent Corrupt Practices and Other Related Offences Commission, ICPC, as investigations continue into the alleged fictitious Presidential Foreign Investment Promotion Council. And on the foreign scene, foreign ministers from the Association of Southeast Asian Nations and major global powers have convened in Manila, Philippines, for high-level talks dominated by the security implications of tensions in the Middle East, the South China Sea dispute, and the prolonged conflict in Myanmar. The meeting is attended by United States Secretary of State, Mr. Marco Rubio, Chinese Foreign Minister, Mr. Wang Yi, and senior diplomats from Japan, India, Australia, Russia, and the European Union. And on business, the Central Bank of Nigeria has told lawmakers that it opened 2 foreign currency domiciliary accounts for the controversial Presidential Foreign Investment Promotion Council, following a request from the Office of the Accountant General of the Federation. Representing the Apex Bank, the Director of Banking Services, Mr. Hamisu Ibrahim, said the accounts remain inactive, while the disclosure has intensified ongoing legislative and anti-corruption investigations into the activities of the alleged fictitious government agency. That concludes news around the globe on Aneke TV. For more updates and breaking stories, follow us on our social media platforms, Facebook and YouTube at Aneke TV. Thank you for watching. I am Princess Ken Ochomma. Have a good morning.
Law is the architecture of civilization, the silent force that orders society and defines justice. Yet, within its complexity, many remain uncertain of their rights, their obligations, and the protections the law affords. From the inviolability of human rights to the intricate doctrines governing property and civil relations. This is a platform where law is demystified, where principle meets practice and knowledge becomes empowerment. Because justice is not abstract, it is personal. You and the law on Aneke TV.
Security is not just police on patrol. It is safety in homes, schools, markets, and mines. Without it, progress is impossible. Be alert, report danger, support community watch. True security is collective responsibility.
From the ancient seat of the Caliphate in a modern Nigerian state, balancing tradition and development, Sokoto tells a story of history, faith, commerce, and resilience. Located in Nigeria's northwestern frontier, Sokoto State is a gateway between Nigeria and the Sahel region. Sokoto is the spiritual heart of the historic Sokoto Caliphate. Founded in the early 19th century, the Sultan of Sokoto remains one of the most influential traditional leaders in West Africa. Trade remains the lifeblood of Sokoto's economy, with vibrant markets connecting rural farmers and regional traders. Beyond tradition, Sokoto is investing in education and infrastructure to shape its future. The people of Sokoto preserve a deep cultural identity rooted in Hausa Fulani tradition. Like many regions, Sokoto faces development challenges, but reforms and investments continue to reshape its future. From its rich Islamic heritage to its evolving modern identity, Sokoto remains a powerful symbol of history meeting progress in northern Nigeria.
Across Nigeria's dynamic economy, enterprise is on the move. From the resilience of small businesses to the expanding reach of indigenous industries, commerce thrives on innovation, determination, and vision. Finance is evolving, powered by technology and driven by a new generation of entrepreneurs. In a rapidly changing world, digital transformation is redefining how we save, invest, and grow wealth. From energy to agriculture, manufacturing to tech, Nigeria's economic landscape continues to diversify. Policies shift, markets respond, and opportunities emerge. Every figure tells a story. Every trend shapes the future. The question is, where is the next opportunity? On Aneke TV, we bring you clarity beyond the numbers. This is Business Outlook on Aneke TV, tracking the markets, analyzing the trends, and spotlighting the drivers of economic growth. Aneke TV, informing enterprise, shaping perspective. Good morning, Nigeria. Good morning, 042. Pleasant greetings to everyone watching. You are tuning to Sunrise here on Aneke TV, where every sunrise begins with brightness, delightfulness, and purpose. Bringing you that daily dose of brightness and joy, of course, it is Good Hope Chukuma, your one and only, coming to you live from our studio here in vibrant Enugu.
And good morning to you and to our global audience. Yes, wherever you are, at home, in your office or in transit, thank you for letting us into your beautiful space this morning. We're here to refresh, inform, and motivate. And Good Hope, it's wonderful having you back on the show.
Yeah, it's wonderful to see you.
You've been on the hiatus on the sports segment.
Yeah, I've been on the
So how does it feel to be back here?
It's still the tension and the code. I mean, talking about how to bring it out, to present it to. Of course, it's been a while, so there could be one or two hiatus here and there, but we're moving forward already.
So how are you recovering from the World Cup?
The World Cup was so painful for me because at times...
Because Cristiano Ronaldo had to leave.
I'm not a Cristiano Ronaldo fan, of course. I'm not a Messi fan neither. I'm just the sports oracle.
You're not there, not there.
Yeah, I predict and then I give my analysis.
And then support Man United.
Yes, of course. I'm a born and brought up Manchester United fan. It's so interesting to be a part of Manchester United.
And then one day you begin to pastor a congregation that will be segregated against football life.
Yeah, of course. It's one of the visions I had, that every of my members, every of my team will be a Manchester United fan. I know Mr. Uche is ready to, because he was asking earlier coffee or tea. So I said coffee. And then we are now on the coffee side of the morning show.
It's good to know that you're on the coffee side of the morning show.
Yes, I'm really set for the day. Yeah, what do you think we are expecting today, looking at the the structure of Nigerian politics, how the things that have been happening over time? We're expecting something today, right?
Definitely. Nigeria, doesn't leave you bored. There is always something to discuss.
Yeah.
When it seems that the climb is getting calm, you see an ugly incident rearing its ugly head, or there's something to talk about. And for me this morning, is about the Kwankwaso Obi, alliance, and speaking to 2027, and what was signed and what was not signed. So there's always something to talk about. But most importantly to me is the conversation among our political gladiators. They need to begin to check the language. At what point we need to look at the rhetoric that is coming out. And for me, it's quite worrisome that at this early stage, going into 2027, the rhetoric is now becoming the drumbeat of some sort of violence. And these are coming from, people you expect should know better and should be a worthy example to ordinary Nigerians.
Yeah.
People who are the corridors of power. And for me, it's quite worrisome. And I feel it's something that needs to be highlighted. Hopefully, when the Aneke TV's analyst joins us, I hope he would, have the time to, throw a little light on that.
Yeah,
Yes.
we hope he will do that. Coming up shortly, we kick things off with our quote of today, and our quote for today is coming from Louis the Brandes. It says, the most important political office is that of the private citizen. That's the quote, the inspiration segment we have today. The most important political office is that of the private citizens. This is explaining that everyone who is in the nation, everyone who is a citizen of a country, should understand they have a part to play in politics. Our party does not do any good to anyone. Our party does not do any good to any nation, especially a nation that is about to have a transition in government or a continuation in government. I mean, a nation that election is just at behest. You see, it is very good and important that everyone plays their part. And from Louis the Brandes, he said that this is going to make a lot of sense if private citizens engage in politics. And I'm telling you today, it's PVT registration, of course, the days were extended and we're seeing the conclusion of it. But I hope you already have your PVC if you're up to 18. I hope you are not going to stay back and sit back to determine the election from your hashtag. attacks, from the social media. Of course, a lot of people on social media right now trying to, give the opinion, while the opinion will not count because it's social media. We want you to be involved, and it is very good you are involved. So the office of a private citizen is the most important political office that we have in the nation.
Yeah, this is your advocacy with the netizens. So, always being at the back of their keyboards and then chatting away and not going to participate in the process. And then looking at this quote this morning, I am most grateful you called our attention to these great words from Louis. The most important political office is that of the private citizen. Very apt, very well said, and you highlighted it quite well. I wish and I believe that a time comes when Nigerians realize their position. This is the only position in the land that is bestowed by nature. You don't need to campaign, you don't canvass for vote to occupy this highest seat in the land. And when we realize the import, this very position, that we are the most important people, that we occupy the most important office, the office of the citizen. There was a time I listened to Yusefu, one activist like that, somebody Yusefu, that female activist, at one time when she kept, talking about the office of the citizens, and somewhat I saw the pride in occupying that office. We see from a point where you demand accountability from elected leaders who occupy, high positions that people seem to be the classy position, but from where you sit as a citizen, you can call them to order, you can call them out, and you can ask them questions and ask them what to do. So when we begin to carry ourselves with the pride this very office requires, then we will know that it is the most important position. And you highlighted it quite well when you reminded us that we need to go participate in the process by getting our PVC and not sitting behind the keyboards, and yab away and talk and chat away, without participating in the process. Therefore, wherever you're watching us from, be it Alaba International Market in Lagos, or Ogige Market in Osoka, Ariere Market in Aba, or Ochanja Market in Onitsha, or New Market here in Enugu, or you're in Sabongeri Market in Kano, please go out, get your PVC, get registered, hold it, and if you have it, dust it, keep it handy. Soon the bell will toll, and it is time for us to exercise the function from the highest office in the land to send our servants into positions where they would listen to us and do our bidding. So with it in our hands, yes, we have one responsibility: to sit on the seat of authority, the very seat of authority in this nation, and determine who will send to carry out, our dictates, those who make us proud, so that the next generation would speak of us highly, like we talk about Nnamdi Azikiwe, Awolowo, Shehu Shagari, and the likes of them. The way we talk about our founding fathers, the things they left behind. You can't come to East and not talk about M.Y. Okpara and the likes. So now it's time for us to write our name in gold.
Yes, all right, we go on a short break. We'll be right back with the weather report. Stay with us.
In every generation, there exists a defining force. A force shaped by curiosity, driven by ambition, fueled by possibility. Where ideas evolve into innovation, skills transform into enterprise, and vision becomes impact. Because empowerment is more than progress. It is transformation. The voices shaping tomorrow. The idea redefining possibilities. The generation building the future.
You're still watching Sunrise here on Aneke TV. Next, we'll take a look at the weather report across major states in the southeast today.
Welcome back. Now let's take a quick look at what's making the major front page newspapers across the nation today. Across the nation on the Punch, on the Daily Trust, on the Guardian, on the Vanguard, and on the Daily Sun.
And joining us, as always, is Aneke TV's in-house analyst. Yes, a man who has chosen to become more handsome all of a sudden with deeper insight, in-depth analysis. Welcome, Mr. Res Arum. Mr. Res.
Thank you for having me this morning.
Yes, it's always a pleasure having you here, Mr. Res. You know, it's been a while I ask you my signature question. How is Nigeria treating you, Mr. Res?
Fair.
Fair. And you're looking this handsome.
Well, there's nothing one can do. When the trend gets tough, the tough trend gets going.
And I think that's one characteristic of every Nigerian.
Yes, we belong to the tough trend, which will get going when the trend gets tough. So we are going. And then who will salvage it? The situation in Nigeria. We all salvage it together.
Hopefully.
We're not running to anywhere.
Hopefully.
It's our country and it's our home.
Hopefully.
So we'll stay here and do the needful and make sure there's a change. And the change starts from each and every one of us.
Each and every one of us, indeed. Mr. Res, it's a pleasure having you this morning.
Thank you.
Yes. Let me just leave you with asking you how many of those people recognized, this look and how they've been disturbing others.
All right, we go over to the Punch headline where we have PFIPC scandal, how CBN opened domiciliary account for phantom agency. Talking about the Punch newspaper major headline. Now we go over to the Guardian headline where we have PFIPC scandal, ICPC quizzes Wajabia Miller as how summons key agencies over lapses. Now on the Daily Sun we have Ansaru commanders bag live jail for terrorism. Now on the Daily Trust we have AG mandated us to open accounts for phantom cancel. That's from CBN. This is on the Daily Trust headline. It says AG mandated us to open accounts for phantom cancel. Now on the Vanguard we're having on the major headline how PFIPC got into 2026 budget, talking about how PFIC got into 2026 budget. This is from Adeyemi. And on the Nation newspaper, that's the last newspaper we have today, fake agency, the headline says, fake agency opened account with CBN, used OSGF annexed. Fake agency opens account with CBN, used OSGF annexed. Now we are going to start today with the Daily Trust headline. From the Daily Trust, it says, AG mandated us to open accounts for phantom cancel, CBN. The Central Bank of Nigeria has told the House of Representatives ad hoc committee investigating the alleged phantom cancel that it opened the agency's accounts based on a directive from the Attorney General. The disclosure came during the committee's probe into the council's legal status, operations, and budgetary inclusion as lawmakers continue efforts to determine whether due process was followed and who should be held accountable.
All right, Mr. Res, there's been different dimensions to this whole scenario. Truths, half-truths, stories keep emerging on this very issue. We've seen a mandate to ICPC to investigate. We have seen a House ad hoc committee on the investigation. We've seen the police trying to prosecute the same issue. Now the Office of the Accountant General of the Federation is now speaking from both sides of the mouth in this very issue. The accounts of the federal government and that of the Accountant General of the Federation is no longer tallying. Let's get your perspective on this issue.
Yeah, initially they had denied there were some bottlenecks that the Phantom Agency Director General met with that resulted in they are not opening the account after all. Until most recently, investigations have revealed that two CBN accounts were opened in pounds and in dollars.
In dollars, yes.
You see, but the only thing that has not been said is that there's no money. They'll just say there's no money in that account. There's no more cash in that account. But initially he said no account was opened. And now it is saying there's an account that has been opened. So you see, how do we begin to reconcile, all from the same office? From the same office, how do we reconcile which of the statements is true? From one office, the office says it is this way, and the same office said it is the other way. And they have not done any retraction as to any of the statements they have made, which one is real or not. But investigation only revealed that investigation by other agencies have revealed that there's an account. So which means that the initial position of no account was a tapestry of deceit, trying to hoodwink people into believing that nothing has happened. So one, that's an avenue from where whoever is investigating should dig deep to find out what complicit instances or complicit actions that may have been taken by the AG, the Office of the Accountant General of the Federation, on this financial matter, especially the issue of budget. And then one begins to think about the issue of budget, going to budget office, because even the Director General of the Phantom Agency, already said how he made efforts to ensure that the budget is built into the 2025 budget. And he could not, during 2025 period. So he went to offices, and most of these offices were asking for kickback. That is his statement. They asked him for kickback, but he said he will not give any. And then before you knew it, he was arrested. And he didn't know exactly how it all happened, and that budget went into the National Assembly and passed and signed into law. That he has been with the problem, the crisis of his agency being fake and all that, so, and didn't participate again in the process when it was put into the budget, the National Assembly passed, and of course the President assented. So it is quite disheartening. Stories are not, the stories coming out from this scandal, it is scandalous. The stories coming out from it is not palatable. It is not complimentary. It is something that is damaging to the image of the federal government, to the image of the presidency of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, to the image of the presidency and the workings of government, because a whole lot of agencies were involved. The Ministry of Budget and Planning, the Office of the Accountant General, the Office of the Secretary to the Federal Government, the Office of the Chief of Staff, the Office of a whole lot, Head of Service, and a whole lot of others, and including even the offices of some of key officers in the National Assembly, and so on and so forth. So there's a whole lot of, problem around this fake agency revolving on most offices of government of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. So it is not something that is good to hear. It is also something that the government should take whatever means possible that we begin to restore confidence from the generality of the people of Nigeria and even outside Nigeria, to restore confidence that the presidency and those who are working with him are not involved in this. But from where the investigations are pointing at, it means that some heads will certainly roll in this case.
Some heads will certainly roll in this case. Are you quite optimistic about that?
There's no two ways about it, because we are beginning to see involvement of persons in that deal.
Yeah, we also we are seeing here that the accusation from Prince Adeyemi that he had some offers which we gave to the head of the, that's Femi Biamila, the head of, there was some...
The chief of staff.
The chief of staff, sorry. There was some, he said that from the money allocated to them, about 1.27 billion naira, that he was demanding 48% of that.
No,
and
27 billion.
27% of that. And also seeing that this
48% of it.
Yeah, 48% of that
27.3 billion.
Yes. Now, the thing is that from what we are seeing here, this issue has lingered for weeks, and if not for months, and the truth is, coming out. I would want to know when you think the whole conclusion will be made, if it's going to end soon, so that we can move to the next level, because it's all happening before us and before us as a nation.
Yeah, you can see that. The police started the investigation. After that, now the president asked ICPC to do another 1 month investigation. And you can see also that the National Assembly also have convened another kind of investigation panel. So you find out that these investigations must be collected and lumped up to be one. If it is something that you go to court, you say consolidating a matter in court, which means if there are cases involved in the same, that is around the same problem, they will all be consolidated so that the court will now give a holistic verdict. And that is what I, during one of my speech here on the newspaper review, I said that the government that police should stop whatever they are doing in terms of prosecution and wait and wait until these investigations are done. Of course, the majority of the people outside there are calling for an independent forensic investigation, where you could be chaired by an eminent retired jurist, or even a retired jurist that would be very independent, and then persons from different scenario whose integrity has been seen to be unwavering, that will come together and look at it, from the military, from the security agencies, and all of them. So, and that is when you now can think that it will come, soon.
Yeah.
But it will not come soon with these diverse scattered investigations.
Yeah.
Because one, it becomes difficult. Will you arraign and prosecute Adeyemi this way, and prosecute Adeyemi the other way, and possibly reprimand Adeyemi again the other way? It is not done. You consolidate them. You put them together. That is where you now have a roadmap. You don't have a roadmap when it is scattered, because it is in diverse positions. So I believe that if the presidency will reason once more, they will come back to find out that they should be able to consolidate whatever they are doing. Or the independent, investigation by all these three bodies are collected and put together and handed over, possibly, for the Central Forensic Independent Organization to look at it and draw some further investigations around it.
All right. I agree with you in total on this. Even of your submission right now, I agree with. When it comes to this issue, I think you've submitted quite clearly and absolutely, hit the nail on the head. Because for me, when I look at these multiple investigations, I see it as an attempt at cover-up. That's the way I see it. And I feel that the handlers of Mr. President, those of them in the presidency are not doing the president of this nation any good. Those advisors are not doing Mr. President any good. They should have advised, on a way to go. There seems to be a confusion right now that there are multiple investigations. When the one individual with the symbol of authority of this nation has given an order to ICPC to investigate and come out with a report within 30 days, and will have the police trying to prosecute. At the same time, we'll have an ad hoc committee of the House of Rep conducting its own investigation on this issue. So, where are we headed in this direction? And I do not sincerely, argue with people who believe that this multiple investigation is geared towards suppressing the lone voice on this matter, because there is only an Adeyemi at one end, and then the whole might and resources of the Federal Republic of Nigeria as enshrined and envisaged on the authority of the individuals. Talk about the office of the Accountant General of the Federation, talk about the CBN, talk about the Chief of Staff to Mr. President, and then the very institution upon which the very foundation of this nation is rested on, the presidency, is being pointed at. Therefore, we feel that all efforts should be geared, like you rightly submitted, towards having a forensic audit, set up an independent panel of inquiry headed by eminently retired jurists. And it has gotten to a point where, like, we had an Oputa panel in that regard. I think this qualifies to go into public inquiry, where the Nigerian people would watch the information live on what's going on. Beyond this phantom agency, we don't know how many other phantom agencies that exist. Yes, this man has come out Adeyemi, that at a point when he became cumbersome, he had to step aside, in pursuing the budgetary allocation for his agency. And the question continues to persist, in as much as we want to deny, there are obvious facts, and I do not hold forth for anyone. One, the account of the federal government is that he opened those accounts with fake documents. And now here CBN is telling the House Committee that they got instruction to open those 2 domiciliary accounts from the Office of the Accountant General of the Federation. So why are we having multiple truths on this instance? And then when it comes to Gbajabiamila, unfortunately, and I continue to insist that Gbajabiamila to me is innocent until proven guilty. But I disagree in total the fact that they are using a sledgehammer to kill an ant in this very instance. It doesn't matter how compromised, it doesn't matter how fake the phantom agency is, it doesn't matter how fake and criminal that Adeyemi is. Gbajabiamila should stay his defamation suit of 15 billion in this very regard until the orders of Mr. President, from which he derives his appearance and authority from, is heeded to. And having said that, yes, I concede to Gbajabiamila, Mr. Adeyemi needs to do more beyond Babatunde Dalapo that is demised and produce us another alibi. But there is an obvious clarity here. If Babatunde Dalapo is the alibi upon which the Salesforce tranche was disbursed, then there has to be forensic audit of where the money entered, from which account did the money move, and which account did it go to. And if Adeyemi is telling us that this money was moved in cash, handed to Babatunde Dalapo, there has to be an alibi. There has to be a place upon which the transaction, has happened. Because when asked critical questions, have you met Gbajabiamila? He said no. Then there has to be a front. It has to be substantiated. So to me, Gbajabiamila is still innocent, but they owe it as a service to Nigerians to ensure that there is an open, uncompromised inquest, not just inquiry, into this issue.
And you remember that the police said there are two persons at large, one Femi and the other, and who are there? So when you're talking about a fraud, surely there are some other persons that were involved in the whole thing. And where is Femi? Where is that? If it is about where you are, who is Femi? What they get the idea of Femi? The police that investigated. If they got any Femi, then there should have been possibly a number or possibly an identity, something that could identify the Femi. And we know the kind of security system we have. When you blackmail or when you begin to talk about things against the government of the day, wherever, even if you are hiding under the ground, they will come there and get you out.
You know, Mr. Rez.
So Femi and whatever is called his second, the other name, two of them, where are they? Why have you not tried to find and get them arrested for them to say their own part of the story? Maybe they were part of the fronts you were talking about.
Yeah, I know, Mr. Rez, you are still, you know, I don't know which side of the bed you woke up from this morning. That's when you turn the other side, you just hit on the issue. You understand? You know, when we talk about this issue, sometimes we were scared if after speaking about issues around Nigeria, if we could get home, you know, without being picked up. Yes, but the issue is that when moments matter where truth should be uncovered, you know, there are delay tactics because government knows where you are. Let me just say one thing out of turn, and then you will discover that you will know my destination, maybe for the next 30 days or so. But the point remains that why I am saddened is that the people who should hold, you know, who are entrusted with the sacred trust are the one trying to mess up the very institution upon which the respect of this nation rests. And that's why I'm saddened. You know, when you look at a whole lot of issues here, people were becoming the butt of jokes of other nations. 48% of 27.3 billion naira asked of. Now you have another issue. The budget of 1.3 billion, we know how did he get into the budget? There is an interest somewhere. Yes, I listened to one of our programs, The Arena, in which one of our guests did speak to the fact that there is an agency, you know, though there is a tinkering perhaps in nomenclature, but there has been a budget line. So there are interests somewhere, and those interests needs to be uncovered. This should not be one of the issues that, you know, should be hidden under the rug in this very instance. And then there are pertinent questions that need answers, and Nigerians needs to be spoken to. Somebody needs to provide those answers. Who approved 300 staffs? And then speaking to the forensic audit, the 300 staffs, were they being paid? From which account? How was the transaction made? There are truths that will be uncovered. Then, who approved the secretariat, the mighty federal secretariat in Abuja? And then, you know, Adeyemi got an office space there. When I've been listening, and they want me to feel that Adeyemi is so powerful that he is another Nkemowo in his song, you know, that is able to sell the national airport, you know, to a white man without any compromise, sell the national stadium. Then Adeyemi has become, you know, so mighty and so mechanical that he operates solely and hoodwinks everybody and had an office space, then got a budgetary line, and beyond the budgetary line, he has gone out on some functions and letters of, you know, we are to represent Nigeria. The videos are making round. Come on, it's high time we tell ourselves the truth in this nation so that this nation can move on to other issues. But beyond the phantom agency, I would submit that there could be more phantom agencies that are yet uncovered.
Okay. Now we move over to the Daily Sun, where we have Nigerian Labour Congress pushes for new minimum wage. Nigerian Labour Congress pushes for new minimum wage. The Nigerian Labour Congress has renewed its call for a review of the national minimum wage, arguing that rising inflation and the increasing cost of living have significantly reduced workers' purchasing power. Labour leaders are urging the federal government, state government, and employers to begin discussions on a new wage structure that reflects current economic realities and improve workers' welfare across Nigeria. This is about the, minimum wage we're talking about, the financial and also the labor side of the nation, where, Ajero yesterday had to come out to make it obvious that what the workers in Nigeria, the advocacy for workers, what they are earning currently is not reflecting to the economic challenges that we're seeing. Of course, the increase in transportation, not just about Nigeria, really, because when we are talking about it, not just about the economy here in Nigeria, because the reason, and we could say the major issue that had to escalate this economic issue could be the tension in the Middle East. But then there are still some other issues that have, come from behind. While he is advocating, and he has been he has been saying this for weeks now, but right now it's becoming an obvious thing that there should be an improvement and a review of the Nigerian minimum wage, so that the labor side could also be compensated according to the economy. I don't know if that is going to really have a bordering on what we are seeing so far in our nation.
Well, you see, the economy of the country is bad. It's not even about the war in the Middle East. The economy has been degenerating for quite a long time. We've been deregulating our major revenue source, that is the oil. And immediately we started devaluation. And immediately that happened, inflation stepped in. We had inflation up to even 25%. Although they claim, that is Office of Statistics 16, it is still double-digit inflation. So when you have situations like this, you now begin to think about how do the people of the country, that is the citizens, how do they survive? When you are not thinking about how they'll survive, then it means you are not doing anything as a government. The policies, the numerous policies that have been put in place, they have not been able to change or stem the tide. You see, domestic or necessaries of various families in Nigeria, except for a minute number of about 30 million, I'm sure, yeah, it's about 30 million, that can survive the situation in Nigeria. About 170 million Nigerians are getting poorer. 170 million Nigerians are living below poverty line. That is the truth. That is the World Bank statistics. That is just it. So when you are talking about workers, Nigerian workers, in fact, I pity for every one of us. We are all workers in Nigeria, and we should be able to have pity on ourselves, because the center is no longer holding. Take a look at a minimum wage of 70,000, and then you go to market. We all go to market. You can just go to the market and spend about half the money in one day. The next maybe 3 days, the rest, it is gone. Then how do you begin to take care of your rent? How do you begin to take care of your children in school? They have to go to school. If you need to pay for buses, you pay for buses that will take them to school, or you ride yourself. How do you purchase fuel if you have a vehicle? How do you even, get those domestic, do a haircut? Excuse me, please.
Yeah, really. It's a lot, I would say.
You see, so there are a whole lot of things to do, and that minimum wage cannot do anything. Even the military, the people that, put their life on the line, that goes to the war front to do all this to protect our country from a whole lot of insecurity that has been very rampant in Nigeria. How do they do that?
All right, Mr. Rice, sorry to cut you in here. Just stay on it. We'll just take a moment and go on a short break. And when we return, the conversation continues. Stay with us, please.
Time, the silent witness to human courage, the keeper of memory, the archivist of greatness.
Across the vast landscapes of Africa, from the savannas to the bustling cities, voices once rose, ideas once bound, and visions once dared to challenge the limits of their age.
They were not merely individuals. They were epochs in human form.
In literature, minds such as Chinua Achebe, Wole Soyinka, and Ngugi wa Thiong'o reclaimed the African narrative.
Through ink and imagination, they dismantled distorted histories and restored the dignity of African identity. Their words were not just stories.
They were mirrors, reflecting a people long misunderstood, and windows opening the world to the...
Welcome back, still on Sunrise here on Aneke TV. We are still talking about the national minimum wage issue, and it's been making rounds all over the news. And Ms. Tuche was about to give an accession.
Yes, before I come into the conversation, you were saying something about the economy.
Yes, so it becomes very difficult for Nigerian workers to survive under the present situation. You see, the fuel scarcity or fuel subsidy removal, which we thought would have had a far-reaching effect on the economy, has not actually done anything, because we don't have any form of indices that portrays that Nigerian people are actually, seeing the benefits of the removal of the subsidy. The masses are all still suffering when the subsidy regime was there, and the subsidy regime is no longer there, or incidentally they may be paying subsidy behind anybody knowing, because we have seen a budget of 2.1 trillion in the office of the budget and planning, and you ask yourself, even if they are paying the whole Nigerians salary, why would the office, the Ministry of Budget and Planning, have 2.1 million as a wide expenditure? So, but they are tucking in money into this budget and signing away these monies, because if the monies are there, the people will have a feel of the action, and people, and even the workers of Nigeria, are not being paid. The military, I said earlier, just recently they elevated from 49,000 a soldier that takes out his neck for the purpose of securing a country, 49,000, which could be just eaten in one day, in one sit. If you have your friends and you decide to buy them just 1-2 bottles of drink and 1 plate of pepper soup, the money is gone. And that is what you say is the soldier's salary. And most recently you elevated it to 100,000. What is 100,000? What can 100,000 do? And what is the salary of a member of the House of Representatives? You ask yourself, but are we beginning to operate an animal farm here? The manure farm, then that became animal farm. And some people are now enjoying. At a point, some of the animals, when it became an animal farm, some of the animals were taking milk, taking other things, and the other animals now became relegated to the background. So you begin to ask yourself the question that Nigerian workers needs to have a living wage. A living wage, that is one that can give them reasonable comfort. We don't even have comfort at all, and we want at least a reasonable comfort for the Nigerian workers. So they agreed that review of the minimum wage will happen at least every 3 years. And since the last minimum wage is almost 3 years, so they should begin to review and see what could be done to give the wages that will be enough to accommodate the realities of the present economy.
All right.
Otherwise, Nigerian workers will, and of course, this time the leader of the workers is a very vibrant leader that can, of course, stiff out his neck to ensure that he does all that is necessary in negotiating a good wage for the workers.
Very well said. But Mr. Reyes, I find it difficult to, agree that the economy is not working. The economy works so well. Yes. How would you say that the Nigerian economy that we are told is consolidating is not working when the common man, even a beggar in Nigeria, doesn't feed from the dustbin again? Where there is no, lower class again. The lower class has gone up to become, elites in Nigeria. And you're saying the economy is not working.
How can the economy?
How can you say the economy is not
working?
How
can't I say the economy is
working? How would you not say the
economy
is working?
I have already told you a statistic of 170 million.
You are talking about an economy that Mr. President has traveled world over, and then we are told that the economy is consolidating.
If there's nothing like that, these are rhetorics. If people say it is, then tell me the indices that we now show that the economy is working. Are you telling me that the woman in the village has been able to come out with the substantial agricultural products and be able to now make sure it is pushed, be able to pay transport to take it to the cities? You cannot tell me that.
Let me tell you about what works. Let me tell you about what is working. What is working is that there are no longer beggars in Nigeria. Courtesy the adventure of this administration.
I disagree with that. I disagree with that.
Let me tell you.
I'll show you. Immediately after this program,
there are super highways that are being constructed for Nigerians so that you can travel on a better road. You don't need to drive on those roads. You should trek. In fact, the Nigerian economy has so consolidated that beggars in Nigeria can go to an eatery, and order any meal to their food. In fact, it has so consolidated that the naira is now outperforming the dollar in Nigeria.
How?
It's so performing that let me tell you.
Let me even tell you something.
What is working.
Do you know that the World Bank? Do you know that the World Bank borrowed about 250 million from Nigeria in the 70s? Do you know that the IMF borrowed about 200 million from Nigeria in the 70s? I'm talking about the financial institutions of the world borrowing from Nigeria.
I'm talking about what's not working. I'm telling you about what's working. That the Nigerian workers, their minimum wage can take them beyond the borders of this nation. That their minimum wage is not such that they can't get to their bus stop. Yes, the economy has so consolidated
you have not told
that things are working.
You have not told the truth.
Let me tell you my grounds.
And I disagree.
Let me tell you my grounds here. My grounds is, yes, despite the fact that the minimum wage should be reviewed as agreed in how many years? This president reviewed it, brought it from 5 years to 3 years. And it is this president in 2024 that signed, the bill that moved the Nigerian minimum wage from 30,000 to 70,000. So President Bola Ahmed Tinubu has tried. And when we talk about the economy not working, no, even the blind can see that this economy works so well that people, have food in abundance, yet they are so hungry. That the economy works so well that the prices of food in the market are so cheap that you can price them with your legs. And then, let me tell you what worries me, is that the Nigerian Labour Congress is now waking up. Why are they suddenly awake? Is it now that the issue that they realize that the Nigerian worker, the minimum wage of 70,000 is not enough to take them from their home to their workplace and from their workplace to the next bus stop before they get home? You know, when we talk about labor coming up to give us rhetoric,
it's about leadership.
Let me come,
Mr. You know, there's been
let
leadership
me come. No,
it's
let me
about
finish.
The leadership.
Joe now, what makes Joe wake up now? Because the 3-year cycle is completing. What made you not to agitate long ago and let the government, where the Nigerian workers, you know, are earning lower than the elected officials? We are talking about phantom agency just now, and we are talking about 1.3 billion that, with care is not taken, you know, has been swallowed by the pythons, you know, and baboons that we may not be able to know where it went into. Look at the amount that is being mentioned, 400, not 400,000 naira. These are millions. And then we are still talking about minimum wage for the Nigerian worker of 70,000 naira. When a bag of rice in Enugu is sold between how much?
80,000.
So, the Nigerian worker cannot afford 70,000 naira, and that we are arguing that the economy is working. No, Mr. Resi, don't understand me. The economy works so well that the Nigerian worker, you know, his salary can buy multiple bags of rice. So, why are we having this conversation now? You know, the only thing I love in the conversation that J.R. has reintroduced is talking about pension, you know, national minimum pension for our retirees. These are just a part of that conversation that interests me, because Nigerian workers, since the 2024, we talked about the minimum wage, you know, has been so shortchanged. There are states that pay more than the minimum wage, but there are states that can't even pay the minimum wage as we speak. So these things needs to be put into perspective. And hearing about it this morning makes me a lot angrier that the people you expected, even labor in Nigeria, you know, are now, you know, making some people to ask the question, do we still have labor? There were moments when labor would robustly engage government, and you will know that at the expiration of these 3 years, that this, what we are not talking about, is no longer starting the conversation to engage the government about a review. That conversation should have been long gone, and then waiting for the actual time where we will begin to do what? Review it and do something for the Nigerian worker. You know, let me tell you something, Mr. Ress. What is naira to dollar? What is the cost of petroleum in Nigeria? When an average worker in Nigeria cannot even buy fuel to even power the I pass my neighbor generator, how are they surviving? Go ask for the price of tomatoes in the market. Just a bowl of tomatoes sells above 1,500 naira and beyond.
No, a bowl of tomato.
That's a painter of tomatoes.
A painter of tomato is selling for 4,000.
So, and the basket of tomatoes is selling at how much? So, how are the Nigerian workers feeding? Is Joe Ajero just waking up? That the crisis in the Gulf will have a windfall. The Nigerian government had the budget benchmark of $60 to $64, and the crude sold for upward of $120 US, and you didn't engage the government to find a relief for the Nigerian worker. And then now you're beginning to give us rhetoric about wanting to begin to engage the government, and you want me to begin to talk about an economy that is not working. No, the economy is working very well. This should be the conversation. It's working so well that Joe Ajero has been so blinded for long, that Nigerian labor has been so blinded for long that they could not engage the government and find a meaningful solution.
How long has Joe Ajero actually led labor in Nigeria?
It doesn't matter how long he's been there. He's been there for over 2 years now.
That's exactly. There's an agreement already. Are you going to flout the agreement? Are you going to go outside the agreement to
there
reach?
should have been a conversation around finding a relief for the Nigerian worker. It was not envisaged that the crisis in the Gulf would come up.
No, we have a problem here. Look at, we have started another negotiation for another pay. And if we continue in this way, the media will orchestrate it, and there will begin to be inflation even before the workers are paid. So that is the whole thing. They will begin to now talk about the worker salaries is going to be, you know, increased and so on and so forth. And of course, the merchants, the traders, everybody, it will begin to have a skyrocketed effect on the goods and services in Nigeria. And then an inflation will be there. So it is about time they do not even begin to talk, and they should do these things in closed doors with the government, and then let the workers, you know, simply enjoy this thing, and it will not cause any form of inflation, because we know that by, you know, publicity given to workers or wages increases or brings about inflation. It is an obvious thing. It has happened over time.
You know, Mr. Rez, what I'm submitting is that beyond the issue of just wages, there has to be conversation around the welfare of the Nigerian worker. You know, as a student of history, I read about Nigerian labor that engage the government on every policy. We agree, and most Nigerians agree on, and I have heard on Arena, you know, when you talk about the subsidy removal, has been an anchor point of a lot of things that is not all going well with the economy. Did labor engage robustly with the government? When has labor come to engage with the government on policies? This is my angst against labor. We no longer have that robust, intellectually mobile labor that could engage the government on every front on policy matters. Now, my angst is not just about we have 3 years to renegotiate wages, but what about workers' welfare? You know, when you have a windfall, you had a budget benchmark of $64, and there is a windfall. Yes, we now got to $120. Why that? We're dealing with a deregulated market where Nigerians, you know, had to pay out of pocket for, you know, higher pump price of petroleum, and there was no conversation around better welfare for them. At least a subsidy of some sort to enable them navigate the challenges that they are facing with the skyrocketed, you know, transportation, the skyrocketed staple food prices in the market. These are the conversations beyond the salary. And I can submit, and you may want to write it down, that even when the Nigerian worker is given a minimum wage of 200,000 naira, you will discover that inflation will rear its head higher than it is today. I still submit.
All right, we take a short break. When we return, we'll bring you other updates. Do stay with us. Frontline Africa is Aneke TV's flagship current affairs program, where critical national and continental issues take center stage.
On Frontline Africa, we examine politics, the economy, security, business, health, and a wide range of other key sectors shaping society.
The program is insightful, engaging, and interactive, providing a platform for informed analysis and meaningful public discourse.
Here, issues are discussed raw, balanced, and expertly with depth, clarity, and a commitment to fact and accountability.
Join us every Saturday at 5 in the evening, only on Aneke TV.
You're welcome back. Now let's take a look at a headline in the Punch newspaper where we have Kwankwaso Obi signed one-term deal from the presidency. It says the presidency has alleged that Rabiu Musa Kwankwaso and peterobi agreed to a one-term power-sharing arrangement ahead of the 2027 presidential election. The claim has added a fresh twist to the evolving opposition politics, with the development expected to generate debates among political stakeholders as preparations for the elections gather momentum. This is about the NDC's peterobi and Rabiu Musa Kwankwaso's agreement. He said it's Senator Rabiu Musa Kwankwaso was on channels the other day where he confirmed that he had an agreement with Mr. peterobi to just take one term of his, his time in the if he's elected in the into the presidency. Now, seeing this, he has to agree totally and without doubt that Mr. peterobi will keep to his words. That after this southern zoning, it will come down to the north. So this is actually what he has said, and seeing this kind of faith in Mr. peterobi would also, trigger that resolution that there could be more Nigerians who believes that he has to, be in that position.
So you see, because of the convention of zoning the presidency between the north and south, everybody was believing that if peterobi wins, that he may not, if he wins, he may not do just one term so that the presidency will go back to the north after his leadership. And that was that skepticism that was borne by greater percentage of the northern population that wants to enjoy the presidency once more, once it is done by the south. And now somebody from the south is already on the saddle and has done, is going to finish one term on the 29th May next year. And now you have Obi running for the same presidency, if he wins. So even before they signed anything, Obi actually agreed that he's going to do a one term, since the presidency has to go back to the north. And then with that speech by Obi ab initio, trying to convince the northerners for their support, Kwankwaso, who is now his appendage, actually agreed with that, and Obi agreed with that, and they had to now put it in writing. That they had to state it expressly. To be expressly stated is to put it in writing and append signatures. So now it's obvious. It is obvious that if Obi wins, he will certainly leave the office after 4 years. So, and that gives most people from the north who want the presidency to come back to the north some kind of conviction that certainly the man is not coming to hijack power. So, and Obi is only interested in using the 4 years term to do his best for Nigeria, because certainly the 4 years might not be able to do whatever magic Nigerians would have expected, but he could set the ball rolling for probably other good presidents will score the goals for Nigerians. So that is the present situation. There's no feels about that. Nobody is now trying to make any noise. Nobody is raising that again. And now Kwankwaso has said it. It's just to reiterate the fact that they have agreed on a 4-year term.
All right, very well said. Looking at this whole situation, it has to deal with the integrity of the man himself, Peterobi, and good to him, his running mate, has come to state categorically that he trusts him to keep to his words, being that he has now seen and know the man from closer proximity than the past, speaking to 2023 election. And that, as it may, I am one of the people who advocate for a single-term presidency of this nation. But my vision of it is that it has to be either a single tenure of 5 years or 6 years, should be considered, instead of having these multiple elections every 4 years. But be that as it may, Obi, yes, in his own political sagacity, has come to promise the North or reassure them that he is willing to do one term and then, go back to Onitsha, into retirement. But there are a whole lot of issues here. In as much as that is a welcome development, and Kwankwaso has bought into it, which on the one side I feel that Kwankwaso is being smart as well, being a smart politician that we know him to be, because I was over time, wondering what was the icing on the cake for him to have shifted from his position in 2023, where he felt more eminently qualified than a Peterobi to be the presidency, now to now being a running mate to Peterobi himself. But be that as it may, that's an issue for another day. But the question is, the underlying story is here is, who is scared of Obi Kwankwaso? that people, those in government are beginning to talk about this issue of offering 4-year term. And, you know, as we go into 2027 election, that will be called into question, the ability to keep that promise. And I've heard a lot of people saying that perhaps when he goes there, like the case with Goodluck Jonathan, that even if he wants to leave, that his followers and Nigerians may want to urge him, you know, to seek a second term in office, depending on how well he performs in that office. But this, for me, should, you know, raise the conversation around a single tenure for the office of president and governor self in Nigeria. You know, moving forward, we should have that conversation, and I think it should be a profitable one, given that every 4 years, you know, go into an election cycle. After the election, you see matters of litigation. By the time the incumbents, you know, or so elected settles into office, they have virtually just about 2 years to, you know, do any meaningful thing, and then campaigning and electioneering starts again. It's a vicious circle that we need to, you know, call into question. And moving from there, for me, of more worrisome, Mr. Rice, I don't know if you've heard that conversation as raised by Mr. Bowler, you know, in giving the impression of a caged, you know, peterobi, and the rhetoric so far going into the next election has now begun to reek, you know, of violence. People are subtly making threats and violent statements, and for me, is even more worrisome than the pledge of doing a single term in office. I don't know your take on that as well.
Yeah, you see, the first question you asked, which tends to have every other question that came around it, is who is afraid of Peter Obi? You see, there's no politician in Nigeria who will not be afraid of Obi and Kwankwaso. These two politicians presently are the politicians we have in Nigeria that has the organic followership. When you say organic, people loving them, following them, believing in them, having confidence in them, that these people will do the needful for Nigerians. And that is who peterobi is, that is who Kwankwaso is. So, even those who have cross-carpeted to the ruling APC, who were governors brought in by, you know, under the umbrella of other various political parties, are even afraid. Even when they moved into APC, they have the ruling APC has 31 governors. Yet, they are still scared about Obi Kwankwaso presidency and vice president there. So, well, and in so many ways, there are threats coming in, there are intimidations, they are being cowed not to contest, there are things, litigations and all that. And all of them are geared towards stopping Obi and Kwankwaso. So, the Nigerian situation politically is not the normal politics that is being played in all other parts of the world. Nigeria has its own peculiarities. And the peculiar nature of our politics is such that sometimes the issue of the principle of Niccolo Machiavelli is brought into the fore, that eventually survival of the fittest, so that you work hard and they don't even care which way you come from. The important thing is that the end justifies the means.
The end justifies the means. You know, we're out of time though. I will have submitted that Kwankwaso is very smart, but I'll leave that for another day as well.
All right, we take a short break. When we return, we get into the sports arena. Stay with us.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news, you need clarity, you need speed, you need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world. Welcome back, and joining us is the most humble man on earth who brings us to the world of sports and to give us updates on what is happening across the world of football and athletics. Wisdom, you're welcome.
All right, thank you very much.
Sorry I called you Wisdom. You're actually worldwide.
My humble self.
Your humble self, worldwide and Wisdom. What's happening in the world of sports today?
Well, just like we all know, the World Cup has come to an end, but retrospectively, like we, the Nigerians that did not go to the World Cup, there are there are things that we should look into not going into the World Cup. That's something that we call like the disadvantages, the things that we could have achieved.
Yeah.
But despite the fact that we did not go, this is the time to look at these things and say, okay, 2030 is coming up. Yeah. We should be going to the World Cup 2030. Like, for example, the money that was given to the people that got into the group stages. Just living, even despite you left from the group stage, you have some money.
Yeah,
talking
true.
About $10 million. Imagine that when you convert it to Naira, what it could have brought $10 million in Naira. That's close to 14 billion Naira. So Nigeria has lost out on that money, not just going. Then imagine taking it further to the maybe round of 32 or round of 16. The money keeps increasing just like that. That aside, look at the business aspect.
Yeah.
The people that could have made money from this World Cup, just talking about the people in the selling industry, talking about selling jerseys, talking about the people in the hospitality industries where people could have gone see this match. The population of people that saw the World Cup from Nigeria would have been maybe probably 2 or 3 times bigger if the country, talking about Nigeria, was there. Talking about the ranking, just yesterday we saw FIFA ranking, coming out. Africa, we are number 4 right now. This is, country that used to be number 1 in the world. Just because we did not go, Egypt is now ahead of us. Then in the world ranking, we are 26. We maintained our position, but it's because we did not play so many matches. There are other, things that they used to judge this thing, but I don't want to go into that. Then talking about the players themselves, what have they missed out?
Yeah, the player side is really interesting.
Look at Moroccan side. They are more than half of their team are being signed, to talking about Bayern Munich coming for some, talking about Real Madrid. Now the Nigeria team, you cannot hear anybody that is being signed by any other club. So these are some few things that we have missed out on, not just going to the World Cup. So I hope maybe by 2030 we are taking lessons and we'll get there.
You hope by 2030. Do you realistically believe that by 2030 we could make it to the next World Cup, given the trajectory of football administration in Nigeria?
Well, the administration, I believe they have learned their lesson. They know what to do. NFF
they've learned their lesson and they keep missing out. And you believe that they've learned their lesson by missing out in this very World Cup?
We missed out 2022, we missed out 2026, but we are seeing changes. Now,
what are the changes we are seeing?
The coach we are having now, that's talking about Chile, he has been given a contract that we can say is in agreement with, there was a proposal where he brought out about 120 million euros that he wanted, but they had to come to a middle ground, and now he has accepted. He's our head coach, and we have seen what he has done with the team. Talking about AFCON that was just concluded, although we did not win the competition, but we did well. Then talking about the friendly matches that we have played, we did well. So this is a man with prospects that can take the country.
All right. Beyond the prospects, you see in the coach of the Super Eagles, there's been a call, from Mr. President to overhaul football administration in Nigeria. Do you believe that call is genuine and that the football administration, the football body, should be overhauled if Nigerian football would make progress?
No, I don't think it should be overhauled. Though I got the information about the budget that was allocated for Nigeria. We did not go to the World Cup, but we are having a budget. But I don't think everybody there. We will not say everybody is a bad egg in that that body, but there could be some changes. We know what is happening there. A bit of will I say corruption and all those, but the right people. I'm not saying everybody. There are still some good people there, but the organization, talking about NFF, has to improve, have to do something better.
All right, just one more question before we'll let you go. We are running out of time. What is one thing, as a football enthusiast and a football analyst, what's that one thing that you think is wrong with Nigerian football that is made it such a way that we don't make it to the major tournaments. You know, for me, you know, I no longer follow Nigerian football because I feel that the administration of football in Nigeria is such that it's not helping development of football in Nigeria.
You know, just like you have said, you have already pointed it out, the administration. We have good players. We cannot take it away from Nigeria. We have great players that can represent in the World Cup.
We have good players.
Great players, not just good players. If you look at our first 11, in fact, if I want to take, I will not want to list everybody, but Osimhen, you know, Iwobi, Calvin Bassey, these are professionally proven worldwide. They don't just play grassroots. So these are worldwide players that have proven themselves in Europe. So we are not going to say our player is the problem. It's just that administration, when they get it right, then of course we'll feature in the 2030 World Cup.
Of course, it's our administration. When they get it right, we'll see what happens in 2030. And this is where we're calling it a wrap on this edition of the newspaper review, and also where we are drawing the curtain close on this edition of Sunrise on Aneke TV. Thank you very much for watching and waking up with us. It's always a pleasure. I'm Good Hope Chukwuma.
Thank you, Woodward, for this sports analysis.
Thank you.
You know, just a few minutes, you've just touched a lot of things. Thank you so much. And to you, Mr. Resarum, thank you for these deep insights on news analysis.
Thank you for having me. For your viewer, watch Aneke TV always. We will continue to give you the best.
And Uche Osai, on behalf of all of us on Sunrise, we say thank you for watching and keep watching till we come your way same time tomorrow. Bye-bye.
Town hall meetings remain a central instrument of participatory governance, strengthening accountability and rebuilding trust between leaders and citizens. In democratic theory, particularly deliberative democracy, habemas, and participatory democracy, Bateman, governance legitimacy is sustained not only through elections, but through continuous public dialogue. Globally, town halls have improved policy legitimacy and reduced governance distance. In the United States, they are used to directly test legislative accountability. In Brazil, participatory budgeting in Porto Alegre reshaped public spending priorities through citizen input, while Rwanda's structured community dialogue systems strengthen performance monitoring at local levels. In Nigeria, the practice has gained visible but uneven traction, with notable examples at both state and federal levels. in Lagos State, under former Governor Babatunde Raji Fashola, structured public engagements around infrastructure projects such as transport reform and urban renewal helped improve policy acceptance, particularly during major reforms like BRT expansion and environmental sanitation enforcement. Similarly, Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu of Lagos State has institutionalized town hall-style engagements through community stakeholder meetings and sector-specific dialogues, especially around transportation, security, and urban development projects. These platforms have helped manage public expectations around large-scale infrastructure disruptions while improving feedback loops on service delivery. In Enugu State, under Governor Petermbah, town hall engagement has been embedded into a broader governance communication strategy tied to ongoing structural reforms. Public interaction sessions linked to transport modernization, smart school implementation, and healthcare expansion have helped reinforce citizen awareness of policy direction and state priorities. However, analysts argue that these engagements must move beyond presentation formats into structured accountability forums where citizens can directly interrogate performance indicators and budget outcomes. From a theoretical standpoint, town halls align strongly with social contract theory, Locke and Rosal, which holds that government authority is valid only when continuously justified before the governed. They also reflect accountability theory in public administration, which emphasizes transparency, responsiveness, and feedback-driven governance. For Nigeria, the need is urgent. Rising public distrust, economic hardship, and insecurity demand deepen civic engagement beyond election cycles. Town halls provide a practical mechanism to reduce misinformation, address grievances early, and improve policy ownership. Experts stress that Nigerian leaders must institutionalize town halls as a governance requirement, not political events, ensuring they are regular, structured, documented, and tied to measurable policy outcomes. Ultimately, sustained town hall governance is no longer optional. It is a democratic necessity for rebuilding trust, improving service delivery, and strengthening the fragile bond between the Nigerian state and its citizens.
Morning headlines before you step out. Midday updates while you walk. Evening analysis when the day winds down. Wherever life takes you, Aneke TV keeps you informed, connected, and ahead. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Many thanks for joining us on The Insight. Remember, The Insight is the program where we bring to you habits of issues, politics, power, personalities shaping our nation. And today on The Insight, we confront one of the most sensitive questions in our democracy. Is the judiciary truly the guardian of justice? Or has it become the gatekeepers of political power? From election petitions to constitutional battles, the courts have remained central to the struggle over who wins, who loses, and who governs at a time when public confidence in institutions is under strain. This conversation is more urgent than ever. Are the courts restoring faith in democracy, or are they being dragged too deep into the political trenches? And when the final whistle blows in the courtroom, does the judgment reflect the will of the people, or only the power of those who can litigate best? Joining us to unpack these critical issues is Barrister Nadume Ofokansi, a legal expert and human rights activist, one who prides himself as a farmer. He will help us examine the fine line between the judicial independence and judicial interference, and what all of this means for the future of Nigerian democracy. Also, it's a pleasure to have you here.
Thank you for having me this morning. It has always been a pleasure me being here on Aneke TV.
Yeah, it's a pleasure to have you to on that short notice. But also, we are entering into your territory. You are a prince, of the Nigerian judiciary. At the Temple of Justice, you are a prince. And this is your turf, this is your terrain. And we are asking the question, should the judiciary remain the last hope of democracy, or is Nigerians asking too much of the courts?
Well, which I say, the judiciary still remain the last bastion of hope for the common man. I use the word common man. It also still remains the last bastion of hope for the middle class. But when we now talk about the hope of the bourgeoisie, the elitist class, the class of the Oga on top, I still doubt whether the judiciary is the last hope for them. Over the years, especially when some of us joined this profession, we saw a profession that is prided as one area where, after God Almighty, you now look upon the judiciary for assistance, because of all the professions on earth, beginning from medicine, architecture, name it, engineering, it is only the legal profession that has a divine semblance to the powers of God Almighty. I will break it down. You see, when God created the earth from the biblical analysis, he said, let the land come out of water. Land came out of water. Just by mere said it. Let there be light. There was light. Let there be an interchange between light and darkness. There was interchange of light and darkness. So God never said, I'm going to a brickman shop to mold the world. He never said, I'll go to the astrologer's laboratory to move the sun to exist. Whatever he says comes to reality. It is only the legal profession that has similar stuff. If, for instance, I take up an axe and start hacking everybody here down, people start running, scampering for safety, and they call law enforcement, they will get me grabbed and then drag me to court. And at the end of the trial, they cut my decide and say, for taking up acts to hack defenseless human being who did nothing to you, you are not worthy to exist in a decent society. Therefore, you shall die by hanging a rope on your neck until you are dead. May God have mercy on your soul. He has just said it. Remember, I didn't go to any workshop to get dagger that he will give to the hangman to hang you in prison. So once the judge says that, they can get down from the bench go and attend their wedding, and will be dancing there, not even knowing that somebody has. So in other words, the judiciary has the power of life and death. That's where I'm going. And it's only God Almighty that has some power. If you're an engineer and you build a house and the house collapses, you go to court and we'll send you to jail. If you're a medical doctor and carelessly you kill someone in the course of administering treatment on the person, you are dragged to court and court to send you to jail. But you know, a legal practice, it is a contest between two parties, plaintiff and defendant, complainant and accused in civil matters, in criminal matters. If the plaintiff loses his case after putting on his best diligence in the prosecution of that matter, you know, you don't charge him to court for losing the case. If he wins the case, celebrate with him. If he loses the case, it is what we are looking for is justice of the matter. That's the difference. But like I said, if an engineer builds a house and the house collapses, and it was out of his use of substandard material and the investigation carried out, and it's found to be true. Now, back to your question. Why I gave this analysis is that when we joined, a lot of people had this hope that with the judiciary, with you being a lawyer, you pride yourself wherever you go. You announce yourself as barrister this, barrister that. But as time went on, you see, any human being, Nigerian politicians cannot corrupt and destroy. That human being may be existing in Jupiter, not on Earth. So as time went on, things began to change. You see, Nigeria was ruled from after independence. Civilians ruled us from 1960 to around 1966, when there was the first military coup led by Nzogwa and his colleagues. After that coup, it has never been military regime until 1979, when we had Shagari, from 1979 to 1983, when there was another military coup again led by Buhari. And the army continued again till 1999. The other one was 79. This one is now 1999. So if you check the number of years the military has ruled Nigeria, they are more in number than the ones civilians have ruled Nigeria. But even within the era of that military regime, the judges like Justice Oputa, Showemimo, even Nikitobi of yesterday, they stood out. If Babangida shouts out a decree and says he's going to add what you call ouster clause, that is, you don't challenge this thing in any court of law, and you take that to strike it down and remove the ouster clause. Never mind that the president did it. But today, the story is different. Today, the story is completely different. Judiciary that fought the military, giving orders, even when they said, I think there was this decree, whether it's decree 17 or decree what, I remember the decree number, with which they wanted to gag journalists. It was still the Supreme Court that struck it down. You say, it cannot suppress free press, cannot suppress public opinion, it cannot suppress the view that the other man must be heard. That's what military regime I'm talking about. Now, in 1999, the civilians came on board, gave Obasanjo the basket of power. Obasanjo could be equated half and half, because I still recall when the Supreme Court said he has no power to seize the monetary allocations of Lagos State, because that monetary allocation is not for Ahmed Tinubu. It is for the people. And the people of Lagos did not do anything. The government can churn out any policy. If you don't agree with the policy of the creation of local government, which Tinubu did that time, you go to court and strike it down, and not to be used as if to say you are a marketplace or that you are running a family affair. You now seize the allocation. But even when the court ordered him to release those allocations, Obasanjo just still faulted. And they were telling people, you cannot teach me the constitution. So you find out that that was civilian regime. Now, after Obasanjo came Yaradua, the respect for the judiciary returned, at least within the short period he lived. Yaradua still is going to be remembered as one of the best presidents Nigeria has ever had. It is not how long, but how well. Recall that Obasanjo, that time, when the people of Odi, I think a soldier died or something, he unleashed military on the community and reduced it to rubble. And then that also happened in Zakibiam. These things are executive rascality. Obasanjo exhibited it so much, and people were telling the world not to blame him much because he has not just known the difference between the agbada he's wearing and the khaki he wore before. Just remember, he was a president with khaki, just like Buhari. Now, when this man came, even with the Niger Delta restiveness, he introduced amnesty. From the amnesty, he said to many of them overseas and confessed that the election that he even producing was flawed.
That's Yaradua.
Yaradua. And went about creating electoral reform, including the kind of leader who Jonathan later inherited. The man set up an electoral reform committee, and the reforms were being carried out before sickness now said, well, God wants him more than we want him, and took the man away. Otherwise, if the man has been allowed to complete 4 calendar years as a president of Nigeria, we could have seen much more reforms than Jonathan continued after him. But when Jonathan came, well, Jonathan continued at least with the respect for the judiciary and the common man. So if the judiciary makes a pronouncement, Jonathan tries to obey. At least I don't have a record of where Jonathan flatly, like Obasanjo did, disobeyed a court order. But then when Jonathan exited in 2015, we now, the young ones who say we entered one chance. We now entered one chance with APC government. First was Buhari. What did he do? He first wanted to suppress judges. That's why the fact that judiciary is an independent arm of government. He invaded judges, got judges arrested, and brought judges to, what do you call it, court of conduct tribunal. When there are internal mechanisms for disciplining judges with the agency. But the man invaded with DSS, hooded police officers, invaded judges and got judges arrested, and embarrassed judges. But at a time, there was a time, the first one he did, we then, who were in the leadership of various bar branches, we said we were going to shun the court for at least 1 week to express our displeasure as lawyers. So judges who were sitting, but I was in charge of Ogweria, so I have to walk into one of the courts, the judge was sitting. I have to cut off the lawyer who was talking. I told the judge, my lord, it's not like we are picketing courts, but we are telling judges, please, we are in protest in alliance with the embarrassment being given by judges, by the executive. They don't have such powers to invade judges' residence. The judge agreed with me and rose. She never sat that day. Very many judges also complied. That was where our own way of registering our protest as lawyers. Like you said, we are all officers in the Temple of Justice. Whether I call it prince in the Temple of Justice, whether I call it officers in the same thing. Now, the humiliation of the judiciary continued. Now, Nigeria has a system where if you cannot beat them, you join them. So when the humiliation of the judiciary continued unabated, including the illegal removal of Justice Onegan, the Chief Justice of Nigeria, by the same Buhari administration, who dragged him to a court of conduct to try a Chief Justice of a country. And the Code of Conduct chairman had the temerity to suspend the man from office. Man, rascality became the order of the day. We never even know that Buhari's own was just a tip of the iceberg. Now came Tinubu in 2023. The first thing that happened was we now saw the pocketing of the judiciary. It's no more the harassment. So, because the judiciary could not beat them, they now joined them. Tinubu now pocketed the judiciary, just like he pocketed all institutions of state. He pocketed the inec, pocketed the police, pocketed the army, pocketed everything that is an institution in Nigeria, got into his pocket. We thought it was a joke. But other things started unfolding during the election petition of 2023 election. We got to the Supreme Court, from the Court of Appeal first, where judgments were read by the judge who was chewing the reading. Because like you are anchoring this program, if you write the episode for this program, I don't think it will be required for you to read it. Because you have been the intro you read, you are reading it as if you are reading from your hand or your head. But if you had watched Samani read that judgment of the Court of Appeal, you saw he was chewing it. And people started questioning. I was sure that this man wrote this judgment. Why is he chewing the judgment as if you go back, read the fourth and go back?
Chewing the judgment.
Yeah, he was chewing it. He wasn't reading it. Now, we felt no problem. The younger generation now says, all eyes on the judiciary. We are at the Supreme Court. Went to the Supreme Court. Supreme Court now played one of the most busy judgments any lawyer could dream of. I just give one or two instances. They never looked at the election from whether the votes were mad as it was mad in Rivers State. They never looked at the election as whether the votes were mad as it was mad in Benue and some part of Nasarawa and even Dankogiye. They were looking at it from whether the beavers was a production, was a creation of law or a creation of the rules of inec, and whether it is compulsory to even use the beavers. They also now was looking at the constitutional provision that the person who must have to become president, which is Drasman Road, has to win some, and the Federal Capital Territory, and it's conjunctive. I read English language if I want to read law. So they now said no, that the Federal Capital Territory cannot be a special place. It's just like any of the states, whether you win it or whether you don't win it. Because Tinubu never won Federal Capital Territory. Whether you win it or whether you don't really win it, it doesn't matter. In other words, they amended the Constitution when their role was to interpret it. So they amended the Constitution indirectly. So all this is, are there not technicalities? They were not looking at the vote that were destroyed. They're not looking at somebody who wrote A and then pronounced B. They were now looking at the document that I said beavers, since it is the rule of inec, rule of engagement of inec, that created beavers. That beavers is not compulsory. That you can get election results from anywhere besides the beavers.
From anywhere.
Of course, that's what it means. Because once they say the beavers will teach you scan the result and send to the RF is no more relevant. That means wherever you get the result from, call it, it is the result. That's what it means. The primary source of results could come from anywhere, provided it is written in from EC8A. Now, these things were on purely on technical basis. That was how they defeated the hope of the Nigerian masses.
Some Nigerian masses?
No, we don't need to count how many people defeated their hope. What you need to count is that we know that the majority of Nigerians cast their vote for a different candidate as opposed to what INEC gave them. And that was when they went to court to tell the court, this is what these people did to us, we are not happy about it. And the court now aligned itself with...
All right, that's still on the author of perception. You know, some people still voted for Atiku Abubakar in this instance, that's not our...
In politics, what you check is the majority. Majority will always have their say. Minorities have their say, but majority have their way. Let us not even go to that. Is posthumous analysis. Yes. Let's leave that one. Now, I still come back to the judiciary. Don't forget, you told me you are coming to my turf. So don't say I'm taking a very long marathon speech.
No,
Fine. Now, we also get back, even within the days when I told you that the appeal courts stood up to the military, there were still some irredentist judges who often aligned themselves with the leaders as to oppress the people. I get back again to 1979, like the 1/3 of 12 states. Then it was 12 states of Nigeria, 2/3 of 12 states. That was Awolowo and Shagari. Well, the Supreme Court justified it by saying when they get what they call social justice, because they said the army has never been there, and the army should be defending the country rather than participating in politics. So whether it is 2/3 of 19 states, sorry, not 12 states, whether it is 2/3 of 19 or 2/3 of whatever it is, that Shagari won the election. But you should not cite us as precedents in this matter. Lawyers kept citing them until they reversed themselves. You can see the court aligned with the oppressors. Fast track it again to the election of Abiola in 1993. Abiola won the election. Because sometimes when I tell you peterobi won election, you tell me, no, you don't have proof. The inec declared. No, after all, in 1993, inec was declared, in fact, it remained about 2 states. I think it's Kebbi or that's how it was so, before Humphrey was finished announcing the results. Yet, another identity judge, like keep on saying, not all, there are 1,000,001 decent judges in Nigerian judiciary. There are very many, very decent ones. But they don't know how politicians identify these ones that they use. And it is like a game. They identified Justice Ibeme of the Federal High Court, who under a candlelight by 9 p.m. in the night, annulled the June 12, 1999 election, 1993 election. That is judiciary again at work. Now, move it fast forward a little bit to the time of this Buhari, who later became president, and Obasanjo. I think that was, Obasanjo came in again in 1999, had the first election in 2023, second one in 2027. So I think 2003 election, sorry, 2003 election. It was only one judge at the Supreme Court that had a dissenting voice. If you read the judgment, you see the reasoning in that judge's idea. That judge, you see the judge, the Supreme Court judge, retired Supreme Court judge, whom Buhari made an ambassador when he came into power. And the man was above 80. He was just virtually nothing. But then, Buhari wanted to show him little gratitude for at least standing up to him then. Now, you now come forward. I've analyzed 2023 extensively. I don't need to go back to it. So you find out that, like you said, whether judiciary is, they say the last hope, or just gatekeeper for the leaders who refused to allow the common man to breathe. So you can see from all this, my long analysis, that while you can give kudos to judiciary of yesteryears, at least up to 80%, the judiciary of today is completely radically different from what we saw in the years gone by. Today, governors buy cars for judges, give judges land and build houses for them at the state level. At the federal level, you saw what wike did to our appellate judges the other day, handing them over keys to mansions of well-built and furnished apartments. And tomorrow, you will tell you are taking your case to them, maybe against that wike, like we see what wike said in the Amak election. Just go and cast your vote and leave the rest to me. Well, people went and cast their vote. You can see how the votes were being counted at police stations. Was what was counted what was reflected? No. And what happened to wike? Because nobody went to court. Because the hope on the judiciary by the common has been lost. That was why the Amak election, you didn't see anybody fight in action. It is also going to happen in 2027. And that's why I said people must be, especially political players, they must be extremely careful. Extremely, I use the word extremely. Because when something gets to the extreme, that's the last dig it. Why do I advise them to be extremely careful? If you watch a lot of videos that are trending online from the use of Nigeria, they have been capitalizing on the speech of peterobi that this election must be counted at the polling booth, transmitted at the polling booth, and recorded. That they will have their own database where they will be announcing results as they come in. That if they don't want to count the result, you count the person. Good. So nobody said that they'll be saying, if you are dreaming of going to court, forget it. In Naples, it happened in Naples. It's happened in a lot of countries. The people's power remains greater than the people in power. So wike can build 10,000 mansions for judges because it is only the judiciary in conjunction with the umpire, that is what the one we call inec, that can give these people judgment and make them win election they didn't win. Otherwise, even for the people, they will keep on losing elections.
All right. Also, you know, you've cited this trajectory quite well. I don't know anybody who have chronicled it better, but the point remains that why you cited, you know, courageous judges like Nikitobi, Oputa, Karibi White, Kaedo Show, and the likes. The question now remains, at what point
Just they getting wrong.
did things begin to change?
Yes, it is not change at a point when judges, if you want to appoint judges, you tell governors to send names of judges from their state to agency. That was when we started getting it wrong. If you hire a piper, you will dictate the tune. Excuse me. The governors who are appointing these judges are not appointing them on merit. They are appointing them on political experience. In those days of Oputa I'm talking about, those days of Karibi White I'm talking about, those days of Show, there were not very many lawyers, fine. But they still, if you are a lawyer and you're appearing in court before any judge, just like you identify judges who are unscrupulous and corrupt, the same way judges see lawyers who are performing very well in practice. Both people are Minister of Justice, because they come to court too. They'll keep on looking at all of us. So when they have their judges conference, they will now say, one of them say, well, there's this young man, Uchosai, he practiced well. At least he's decent. He has appeared before me since and so time. Other judge from the state will concur. Other judges, they will put down their name. They will call you. Uche, come and take form. You will cross over to the other side. That's the side of the bench. It will appear on merit. But the very moment it began by politicians bringing judges, man, even when they bring these people to be made judges, they will still carry out a ceremony saying they're sending it to MBA for either ratification or approval. They'll send us names of people they have already appointed. And even if you make any inputs as to otherwise of the names, it goes to the issue. They'll stay appointed.
Barrister, sorry to cut in. Just hold on the thoughts. We'll go on a short break. And when we return, the conversation continues. Stay with us, please. The Insight with Uche Osai.
Having the political will to confront whatever is the challenges.
Igbo man wrestles
with the tortoise that had a lot of ingenuity, a lot of ideas, and the tireless.
It will take the broad mind of government in power to say, let there be electoral reform, no matter whose ox is God.
I was there. We did everything. All of us came and supported him with our last blood.
In-depth analysis, expert views, real voices, uncover the stories shaping Nigeria today. Deep dive, honest, unfiltered, only on the Insight with Uche Osai on Aneke TV. Join us. Many thanks for staying with us, and you're still watching The Insight, and with us is Barrister Nadume Ofokansi, a legal expert and human rights activist, one who prides himself as a farmer. He has corrected me many times that he's actually a farmer.
I'm a farmer. I don't just pride myself as that. Until I start breaking my products here.
That's a pleasure speaking with you so far.
Very much.
You know, we are dealing with a very delicate and serious issue here. You know, speaking to, you know, guardians or gatekeepers, the judiciary and Nigerian democracy. And before we went on break, you were talking about where we got it bad.
Yes.
Yes.
I said where we got it bad was when politicians started appointing judges. They don't even give practicing judges time to make input again. I'll give just one little incident that happened. When the current chief judge of Enugu State was being sworn in at the government house, some younger judges who are relatively young in the bench, it was in the government house, the governors, I was still a bar chairman then. Well, Your Excellency, Your Excellency, you remember he promised me land, he promised me this. So I called one of the old judges. My Lord, what is going on? He said, oh, I see miss you. He went to the judge and said, gentlemen, please leave the governor alone. Let's get back to the High Court. They ignored the man and was still falling over the governor for what the governor will give or what the governor will not give. Now, if the governor allocates land to any of those judges, which I know he has done, and there is a litigation, forget even government litigation. The governor may not even be treated, maybe you get judgment fine, if you don't get fine. And there is even a litigation involving the governor's relation. And the governor calls the judge on phone and tells, yeah, my lord, that is my brother standing trial before you. And you still think the judge will be unbiased in his judgment or his hearing. But even while those ones were clustering around the ground, there were still others who doesn't want to do that. That shows, like I said, not all of them are the same. There were judges that day. It was before my eyes. I'm not talking about what someone told me. It's what I witnessed. There were judges who were, in fact, it was from those who were not getting close to the governor that I met one of the old ones. I told him, can't you talk to your colleagues? This young one who are falling over the governor for one piece of land or the other in enugu. Now, that one, like I said, is the tip of the iceberg, falling over the governor over a piece of land. Look at what wike did in Abuja for our Court of Appeal judges and Supreme Court judges. Well-developed mansion in a good terrace, then well-furnished. This one is no more giving your land. It's now building for you. And why do you might also ask yourself, why are politicians so interested in corrupting the judges? Why are they so? Because if they can build such mansions for justice of the appellate courts in less than 6 months, what stops them building at least one hospital that is well equipped with facilities and medical personnel in 6 of the 6 geopolitical zones of Nigeria? If they can build all those beautiful houses, furnish them with all the modern gadgets you can think of in less than 6 months. The reason is this: our education system is dying. Your politicians are not interested in that. Reason, their children are overseas, attending school. You saw the child of Rotimi Amechi the other day. You saw the child of Wike the other day. You saw, just name them. They are all overseas. None of them is struggling with me and you in the University of Nigeria, where they don't take care of their easements. Now, you also ask yourself, why have they abandoned our hospitals to the vagaries of nature? Go to any of the public hospitals around. Because if they are sick, they go for medical trip overseas and collect your money and my money for it. Not their salary. They will be medical tourism. It will be approved for them. They will go overseas and take that. The only thing they cannot take overseas is justice. That's why they are bribing the judges.
Bribing the judges.
They are bribing the judges. The politicians are bribing the judges. It is not that. Why should I hide it? You saw the interview of Femi Falana the other day. He says he's going to drag those judges to court.
You know, and that drives me to the next question I mean to ask you. Does it mean that the NJC is losing its essence?
It is. It is. Some vibrant lawyers will drag some of these judges because it breached their code of conduct.
Where are they taking them to? Court?
Yes, take them to court. Let them now.
With their
no, let all everyone dance naked in the marketplace. It's better. Let everyone dance naked in the market. Let us all dance naked in the market. If they can brazenly and openly, under the glimmering light of televisions and the media houses, accept keys to mansions.
Who will litigate these matters? Nigerian judges?
See, Gani Faweyimi did it once. Because I'm also a student on history. Gani took one time all the Supreme Court judges, took them to court. He sued all of them that they are not qualified. Because many of them went over those old ones who are even better than the ones who are so-called qualified. They took them to court that they are not qualified because many of them went to London, did the 2-year crash program, went to Inns of Temple, did the 1-year attachment, and they sent them back to Africa, go and become judges. And none of them went to conventional law classes. But that matter was later settled out of court. Because like washing your dirty linens in public. And that was when there was humility in the job.
And you expect the one, if Femi Falana, keeps
if Falana, if
it's maybe thrown out of the
if Falana goes to court against these judges who openly, like the one I was talking about in Enugu State, it is say undercover. But if like this one that is under the click of the whole world saw it, if Falana goes to court because he breaks their code of conduct, and I'm privileged to be around, I will only tell him to add my name in the people appearing with you, for that matter. Because Uche, we can't continue like this. If we have no judiciary, it is going to a Hubeian state where the rule of might becomes the order of the day. That's what we're heading to. When people no more having trust and confidence in the judicial system, it then becomes everybody unto ourselves, God for us all. And that's what I don't want to happen in Nigeria. So if the people who are at that bench, those of them who refuse to get controlled, you recall that there was a time PDP wrote a petition to the Chief Justice of the Federal High Court that they should not give their cases to Amotosho, Abdul Malik, who is the other one again, about 3 judges. Why the same politician who spoiled them, why should they single those judges out? It's in the public domain, not because of what I'm saying on Aneke TV. So don't give our cases to these people, because these people are weak as stokes. Whatever case you file against them involving PDP, the wike faction, just go home because you lose. It is the petition that it was on public. Social media has made everything public. Nothing is hidden anymore.
So is this situation, is this why political battles are ending up in court instead of being resolved among political
That is
members?
what I also said the other time, that lawyers has no business declaring anybody winner. Judges have no business declaring anybody winner in any election, because the judges has only one vote. If the people, the vote they cast, they have quarrel over it, and they discover there was discrepancy in whatever result was gotten, order them back to the electorate. Let them go and cast the vote again.
Does the Constitution agree with that?
Yeah. You don't talk about rerun. You have been hearing rerun now. Go and have a rerun. And they go there and mess it up, come back, order rerun again until they learn their lesson. It's not for you to sit on the bench, 7 judges who have 7 votes only, and they declare the votes of 150 million people void, maybe because there's one technical glitch on the other. No, you don't do it. There's no business of judges declaring anybody winner. If you contravene the electoral rules, judges will order you to be put into the dock and try you for the criminal offense you have committed. If the election did not go well due to the facing of votes, like Wike did in Rivers State, order them to go back until they do the right thing and bring the right result. Not to say that maybe that it could not satisfy the court that the mutilations beyond reasonable doubt we are criminal in nature. No. You don't say that kind of thing. You saw the mutilations. People are seeing it. That you are sitting down there as a judge is just a little advantage you have over any other person to preside, because somebody must preside over it. Just like this TV here. Everybody can come here and be an anchorman. There must be an anchorman, there must be a guest. And that's what makes the thing look oddly. If everybody here becomes anchorman, nobody will, there will be no cameraman again. So there must be a judge, and there must be litigants, there must be lawyers. But you as a judge, you don't assume the role of a voter. If you have voted, you voted only once. So you can't console the vote of how many million people that voted for a given candidate. No. Like you can recall what happened in Enugu that time when the elections were in dispute. They said there are 30,000 votes from Kano East. How many people in Kano East registered even to vote? Then inec, in their wisdom, said, okay, divided the 30,000 votes into 2. Carry 15,000, give it to PDP. Carry the other one, throw it into the dustbin. So the one you threw into the dustbin, who cast that one? What the court could have done is order them back for a rerun. That is a very good example of why when court should order a rerun. Somebody had 30,000 votes, and somebody is contesting it, that even those who registered in that local government was up to 30,000. Court will simply tell them, get me the list of the voters registered. They will get it. We have seen in Kano East about 25,000 people registered. Plus or minus those who are dead and those who may not come to vote, go back and do a rerun. INEC will go back and do a rerun. Not so because I divided the vote into a cat throw on into the bush. And now those 15,000 they threw, assuming without considering the fact that people cast that vote. What have you done to them? Haven't you disenfranchised those people? It is the court that now disenfranchised them. Because court now gave guidance to what INEC did. So these are the areas I'm going.
So, Barrister, has this gotten to a point where we'll see it as judicial interference?
No. It is judicial co-participation. It's not more than interference. They're not participating in election. Yeah, co-participants in election. The judiciary is now co-participants. They are no more. It's not interfering.
So what should be the way forward?
If
the judiciary at this point, depending on where you stand, are either the guardians, you cited the classes, if you're a common man, they could be the guardians, and they've become gatekeepers for the, for the elites or the politicians.
Yeah, for the bourgeoisie.
So what's the way forward?
No, the way forward is, like I said, is that courts should limit themselves to their own jurisdictions.
Courts
should limit themselves to their jurisdiction, especially in election matters.
How do we achieve that?
I'm coming. Limiting yourself is, that man sitting down there as a judge is a human. And he knows that election has a procedure. And the procedure is first register as a voter. Get accredited. Cast your vote. Votes are counted. Votes are transmitted. These are the process. And that's why people often say, when the process is defective, the end point certainly will be defective. So the judiciary is to check whether those processes were diligently followed. If they were not followed, send them back. Let them go and follow it. Don't just sit down there. You see, before you come to any state, they'll tell the chief judge of the state, appoint judges who will come to tribunal, election petition tribunal. They will appoint Keko for go to tribunal. But today, what they now do is that, just to try to curb that excess, if you want to go to tribunal, go and get a form as a judge, fill it, declare your interest, want to go to tribunal. And if you are appointed, you go. It is now you who made that choice. It's no more CG appointing you. And if you go there and meet any wahala, you face it squarely because voluntary non-fit injury. You choose to be an election petition judge. So CJ never forced you to go there. There were some judges that could have even been lynched during the process of election of 2023. To our divine grace, we don't want to start calling names here. There were judges that were secured and saved by security agencies because of the kind of judgments they churned out. There were people who were contesting elections and was told, somebody said you should bring this and bring that before you can get. And now let us look at the House of Assembly election in Ezeago. May God have allowed the soul of the man to rest in peace. The young man who won the election. He came to the tribunal here. The tribunal declared him the winner because he won the election. On a platter of gold. He won the election. He went on appeal. Because House of Assembly stops at the Court of Appeal. I'm talking of the one I'm a participant. The Ezeago House of Assembly winner. One Udefuna. Now, when they got to the appellate court, halfway into the place, they said there are certain demands they are placing on the man. I say he doesn't have. They then gave judgment against him, that he cannot read and write. That was what they wrote when they were reading their judgment. Which we applied for the CTC of that judgment. From that period till now, it has not got it also. Until many of us left Labour Party. Went to ADC, from ADC to NDC. So that is why I said, the judiciary has become so compromised in election matters that you will be so surprised in 2027, people will not go to court if they lose the election.
People will not go to court.
Yeah.
Where will they go to?
If you lose the election, people will not go. But let us wait and see where they will go to. But the call has never been, take back your country. That has been the call.
Take back your country?
Yes.
Can you be able to take back your country without the judiciary?
The use of Nepal, did they take back their country? Or was it the judiciary that gave them back their country when their president was taken away from roof of a building?
No, but that may be, speaking to the extreme.
No. Uche, see, when you are fighting anybody and they are pushing to the wall, at a time he will match his leg on the wall and fight back. Everybody knows that what you are doing in Nigeria is no more democratic. In fact, some people are even saying, let the army come back.
Let the army come back.
Some people are calling the army to come back. But which army is coming back? Is it the army that the present government has pocketed? Because they can see what is also happening to the army. 3-star, 4-star generals who go to fight insurgency, they will be killed there and nothing happens. In a same country.
It's unfortunate.
In a same country, star generals will go and fight ragtag soldiers and they will be killed, messed up. And when you want to fight those so-called ragtag bandits, they will tell you it was also the same government that armed us. Why are they now attacking us? But they are decimating our soldiers. What do you know what it takes to train a general? What it takes to produce a general in the army? Let us assume the person came in as a cadet. He started from second lieutenant. Do you know how many stages he has to pass through before he becomes even a major general? Now, ragtag soldiers will waylay his team. He will be ambushed and slaughtered. And the government, business goes on as usual, as if nothing happened.
It's unfortunate.
So, my brother, you see, if you are telling me how can you take back your country without the judiciary, let us watch and see whether the judiciary will tell us in their judgment in 2027, take back our country, or whether they will allow us to take back our country.
All right, but Barrister, as time is winding down, let me ask, the Nigerians' problem, is it really the judiciary or the broken political process that keeps sending every dispute to the court?
The judiciary even joined the problem of late. The problem has never been there. Judiciary just joined yesterday. Judiciary became part of the problem just yesterday. Okay, the judiciary, I told you, remember if you have followed my analysis, I told you there was a time, if you hear this is just judgment of Justice Oputa, everybody will be rushing to get a CTC. There is a case of Tinubu against COP. It is a criminal matter decided by Justice Oputa when he was a magistrate in Onitsha. I'm not talking about when he was a Supreme Court judge or justice. He was still a magistrate. But after giving judgment in Tinubu and COP as to conditions that could warrant release of anybody on capital offense, he stated conditions. So when Supreme Court was looking for authorities they can rely on that are local, because they are foreign authorities, but they wanted local ones. Lo and behold, they discovered that one. A lawyer cited it and said it is even a magistrate court matter. Remember, every court looks up to the judgment of the Supreme Court. Supreme Court doesn't look down on the judgment of any other court. So when the thing was present before the Supreme Court saw the wisdom in that judgment and adopted it at the Supreme Court. Magistrate court judgment too. When we put it there, I think Oputa was in the High Court as a judge. Supreme Court now adopted his judgment he gave as a magistrate in Onitsha. It now became Supreme Court judgment. That's in the and COP. If not, they were not delivered by the Supreme Court. It was an adopted magistrate court judgment. That was when you have judges who are committed to the job, who look beyond money. Which is, so that's why I said the judiciary just joined yesterday when the crave for riches became the order of the day in Nigeria. Yeah. That's when judiciary joined. Everyone now wants to drive a limousine.
Quickly, they are being enabled by lawyers like yourself.
No. I said when I talk about, I don't talk about judiciary in isolation to lawyers. I talk about judiciary in conjunction with the lawyers. So when I say judiciary joined yesterday, just know that judiciary lawyers joined yesterday. Because I know the political class have been destroying the country before.
But your lawyers have refused to take them to account, like Femi Falana is raising those things.
No. People are trying. But Uche, see, when you are the lone voice in the wilderness, it will always get drowned in the midst of noise. The noise, the cacophony is so high. The noise around corruption in Nigeria is so high that it needs not only lawyers, but you pressmen, lawyers, the people in the street, artisans, trade unionists to tackle it.
Where are you drawing your courage to speak out?
What?
Where are you drawing the courage to speak on this issue? Because you are a prince in the temple of justice.
No. Because I'm a participant. I saw what is going on. I have seen it.
You're not scared?
Scared of what? Scared of dying or scared of being arrested, scared of going to court. See, even if you drag me to court, you drag me, maybe you say I defamed you. defamation, truth is a defense. But I have where I can tell you this and this and this and this.
You know, I've spoken to a lot of lawyers who, refrain from speaking on issues of this nature. That's why I'm asking that question.
No. See, Buche, see, we die once, we don't die twice.
We die once,
yes.
We don't die twice.
We don't die twice.
On that
note, I have no fear of anything.
That's your way of doing the cutting of this edition
Thank
of
you.
the Insight. To you, our wonderful viewers, let us know what you think about this conversation. Reach us with the hashtag The Insight, all on our social handles at Aneke TV. And we are grateful to Barrister Nnadume of Okansi, a legal expert and human rights activist, one whom I always say prides himself for being a farmer. He's always telling me he's actually a farmer.
I'm a farmer.
It's a pleasure having you on the program.
Thank you for having me too.
Till we'll come your way same time tomorrow, I remain your host, Uche Osai, saying bye-bye.
Chinua Achebe taught the world that African stories matter. Through Things Fall Apart, gave voice to the colonized and challenged stereotypes. His legacy is proof that the pen can shape perception and preserve identity. Chinua Achebe taught the world that African stories matter. Through Things Fall Apart, gave voice to the colonized and challenged stereotypes. His legacy is proof that the pen can shape perception and preserve identity.
Depression is more than sadness. It is a medical condition that affects thoughts, emotion, and daily functioning. Many people struggle silently, masking their pains with smiles or business. This silence often makes the battle harder. Recognizing symptoms like fatigue, isolation, and loss of interest is an important first step. Depression is not a sign of weakness. It is a health challenge that requires care and understanding. Just like any illness, it deserves proper attention. Help exists through therapy, medication support groups, and open conversations. When society treats mental health seriously, more people find the courage to seek help. No one should suffer alone. Compassion can save lives.
Chinua Achebe taught the world that African stories matter. Through Things Fall Apart, gave voice to the colonized and challenged stereotypes. His legacy is proof that the pen can shape perception and preserve identity.
flooding claimed 4 lives in Sokoto State. Jigawa State Governor condemns absenteeism after surprise inspection of State Secretariat. Enugu State Government expands health insurance scheme to provide affordable health care for market traders. Federal High Court affirms NCC as sole telecommunications licensing authority limits FCCPC regulatory powers. Details of the news. The National Emergency Management Agency NEMA has commenced an emergency damage assessment following a devastating windstorm and flooding that claimed lives in Kwari local government area of Sokoto State. The disaster affected several communities including Malamawa, Maimushe and Sabongari, leaving many residents injured and hundreds of households displaced. Preliminary findings indicate that torrential rainfall accompanied by strong winds destroyed homes and damaged critical public infrastructure, including a primary school and a healthcare facility. Emergency officials are conducting a comprehensive evaluation to determine the full extent of the destruction and identify the immediate needs of affected communities. NEMA said information gathered from the assessment will guide the distribution of relief materials and support coordinated interventions by the federal and Sokoto State governments. The agency is working with the Sokoto State Emergency Management Agency and other humanitarian partners to provide assistance. Meanwhile, displaced residents have appealed for urgent shelter, food, medical supplies and other humanitarian support as authorities intensify efforts to respond to the disaster and prevent further hardship. The Borno State government has appealed to parents and guardians not to withdraw their children from school because of prevailing security challenges. The appeal was made during the State Education Summit focused on strengthening safe and inclusive learning environments across the state. Commissioner for Education, Science, Technology and Innovation, Professor Abba Wakilbe, said government remains committed to protecting schools through improved security measures, teacher development, curriculum reforms and infrastructure upgrades. He warned that attacks on educational institutions could reverse progress made in expanding access to education. Participants at the summit called for the deployment of early warning systems, closer collaboration with security agencies, and greater community participation in safeguarding schools. They also stressed the need to strengthen existing measures to prevent attacks and improve emergency response. Jigawa State Governor Umaru Namadi has expressed dissatisfaction over widespread absenteeism among senior government officials following an unannounced inspection of the State Secretariat in ndlea. During the inspection, the governor visited several ministries, departments and agencies where he found numerous offices locked and many senior officials absent while in official working hours. He personally examined attendance records and questioned staff over the absence of key government functionaries. Governor Namadi described the situation as unacceptable, stressing that commissioners, permanent secretaries and other senior public officers must demonstrate discipline and leadership by reporting to work on time. He warned that lateness, negligence and poor commitment to duty would no longer be tolerated in the state public service. The governor directed that appropriate disciplinary measures be initiated against defaulting officials, reaffirming his administration's commitment to accountability, improved productivity, and efficient service delivery across government institutions. Operatives of the Niger State Police Command have arrested 2 suspected child traffickers and rescued 9 young girls during separate operation in Suleja in Mina. Police Public Relations Officer Mr. Wasiu Abiodun said officers intercepted Dauda Ayuba along the Madala Suleja Road while allegedly transporting 6 girls aged between 7 and 13 to Edo State under the false pretense of enrolling them in school. Investigators believe the children were being recruited for domestic labor and other forms of exploitation. In a separate operation, police arrested Mary Anthony, aged 37, in Mina while traveling with 3 girls from Kaduna State. According to the police, the suspect allegedly deceived the parents into believing the children were taken to an orphanage in Suleja. The rescued children are being reunited with their families, while both suspects remain in police custody pending prosecution. Authorities say efforts are ongoing to apprehend other members of the trafficking network who remain at large. Gunmen have killed 2 farmers and critically injured another in separate attacks on farmlands in Takas community, Pangshin local government area of Plateau State. Residents said the victims were attacked while working on their farms on Sunday and Monday, heightening fears among farming communities at the peak of the planting season. The latest incident has disrupted farming activities and raised fresh security concerns in the area. Member representing Pangshin North in the Plateau State House of Assembly, Honorable Dewan Gabriel, condemned the attacks, describing the killings as barbaric and unacceptable. He confirmed that the victims' bodies had been deposited in health facilities while the injured farmer was receiving medical treatment. The lawmaker called on security agencies to identify and arrest those responsible, urging residents to remain calm and cooperate with law enforcement authorities as efforts continue to restore peace and strengthen security across affected communities. You're watching Aneke TV news across the country. Remember, you can follow us on Facebook and YouTube at Aneke TV. Now a quick reminder of major developments in the news. NEMA begins emergency assessment after windstorm and flooding killed 4, displaced hundreds in Sokoto State. Jigawa State Governor Omaru Namadi orders action against absentees officials after surprise secretariat inspection. Coming up shortly, Enugu State government extends health insurance coverage to market traders. Federal High Court affirms NCC as sole telecommunications licensing authority. Rules FCCPC cannot issue telecom licenses. We will be right back shortly. Stay with us.
Frontline Africa.
Thank you so much, sir.
Is Aneke TV's flagship current affairs program where critical national and continental issues take center stage.
On Frontline Africa, we examine politics, the economy, security, business, health, and a wide range of other key sectors shaping society.
The program is insightful, engaging, and interactive, providing a platform for informed analysis and meaningful public discourse.
Here, issues are discussed raw, balanced, and expertly with depth, clarity, and a commitment to fact and accountability.
Join us every Saturday at 5 in the evening, only on Aneke TV.
Welcome back. The Enugu State Agency for Universal Health Coverage has expanded its health insurance program to include market traders through a memorandum of understanding signed with the National Union of Market Traders Employers of Nigeria. The initiative is aimed at improving access to affordable and quality health care for traders across the state. Executive Secretary and Chief Executive Officer of the agency, Dr. Edith Okolo, said each registered trader will pay an annual premium of 12,000 naira, which will be collected through the union and remitted to the agency. She explained that beneficiaries will receive identity cards giving them access to accredited healthcare facilities without making expensive out-of-pocket payments for medical treatment. Dr. Okolo described the agreement as a significant step towards achieving universal health coverage in Enugu State, adding that the agency has established a 24-hour control room and a toll-free line to address complaints. She also announced that accredited healthcare providers undergo regular training to maintain quality service, while enrollees are free to choose any approved health facility. Chairman of Traders in Enugu State, Comrade Ezoha Ene, welcomed the partnership, describing it as a major intervention for low-income traders. He assured that the union would sensitize members across markets to embrace the program, while Treasurer Comrade Cyprian Okoloye urged the agency to sustain transparency and prompt response to beneficiaries to strengthen public confidence in the scheme. Minister of Women Affairs and Social Development Hajia Imam Suleiman Ibrahim has congratulated Senior Advocate of Nigeria Mrs. Oyinka Sola Badejo Okunsonya on her election as president of the Nigerian Bar Association, describing the outcome as a landmark achievement for the legal profession and democratic leadership. In a statement, the minister said Badejo Okunshayan's emergency reflects the growing recognition of competence, professionalism, and inclusive leadership within Nigeria's justice sector. She noted that the election demonstrates increasing opportunities for women to occupy strategic leadership positions based on merit. Suleiman Ibrahim said the development aligns with the federal government's renewed hope agenda, which seeks to expand women's participation in governance, decision-making, and national development. She added that the legal profession continues to record notable progress, with more women assuming key judicial and professional leadership roles. The minister expressed confidence that the new NBA president would strengthen the rule of law, uphold professional ethics, and protect the rights of Nigerians. She also encouraged young women and girls across the country to draw inspiration from their achievement and pursue leadership with excellence and integrity. The Association of Licensed Telecommunications Operators of Nigeria has called for a clear regulatory framework between the Nigerian Communications Commission (NCC) and the Federal Competition and Consumer Protection Commission (FCCPC), following a Federal High Court judgment clarifying their oversight responsibilities in telecommunications sector. The operator's chairman, Mr. Benga Adebayo, said the court's decision provides important legal clarity by affirming that consumer protection and technical telecommunications regulation should complement one another rather than create overlapping enforcement actions. He urged both agencies to strengthen collaboration in the interest of consumers and industry stability. Adebayo also called for structured consultations with telecommunications operators and other stakeholders before introducing regulatory measures that could affect service delivery. He warned that abrupt policy actions could disrupt critical services relied upon by millions of subscribers across the country. According to the body, more than 40 million Nigerians currently depend on airtime and data credit services. The association therefore appealed to both regulators to establish a harmonized operational framework supported by regulatory impact assessments to ensure consumer protection, regulatory certainty, and sustainable growth within Nigeria's telecommunications industry. Motorists across Lagos, Abuja, and several other parts of Nigeria continue to face prolonged waiting times at compressed natural gas (CNG) filling stations as demand for the alternative fuel continues to arise. Many commercial and private vehicle owners now spend several hours in queues as more Nigerians convert their vehicles from petrol to CNG. Officials of the Presidential Initiative on Compressed Natural Gas and Electric Vehicles say the situation is driven by increasing public adoption of CNG rather than a shortage of gas. They attribute the delays largely to inadequate dispensing infrastructure and operational pressure at existing stations, assuring motorists that additional refueling outlets are being commissioned nationwide. Energy experts have warned that investment in CNG infrastructure must keep pace with the federal government's clean energy transition program. Professor Wumi Iledare, energy lawyer Dr. Ayodele Oni, and former Independent Petroleum Marketers Association of Nigeria National Secretary Mike Osatuyi said the number of operational CNG stations remain insufficient to meet growing demand. Chief Operating Officer of the Presidential Initiative on CNG and Electric Vehicles, Mr. Tozin Koka, reiterated that the long queues reflect increasing public confidence in the program. He said that the new refueling stations are being commissioned regularly to improve nationwide access and reduce waiting time for motorists. Hundreds of thousands of jubilant supporters lined the streets of Madrid as Spain's national football team celebrated its historic victory at the 2026 FIFA World Cup with an open top bus parade through the Spanish capital. Led by head coach Luis de la Fuente, the victorious squad received a hero's welcome after defeating Argentina in the World Cup final. The players were received by King Felipe XIV before traveling through the city to the iconic Plaza de Celebes, where thousands of fans gathered to celebrate the country's latest football achievement. The victory makes Spain the first nation to hold both the men's and women's FIFA World Cup titles simultaneously, marking another milestone in the country's football history. Celebrations continued across several cities as supporters waved national flags, sang patriotic songs, and honored the champions. However, the nationwide celebrations were overshadowed by tragedy in Salamanca, where local authorities confirmed the death of a 13-year-old boy after a fountain structure collapsed during public festivities. Spanish officials extended condolences to the bereaved family as celebrations continued under heightened safety measures. A federal high court sitting in Lagos has ruled the Consumer Protection does not possess the statutory authority to issue telecommunications license, affirming Nigerian Communication as the country's sole telecommunications regulator. Nigeria's fixed income market is recording renewed investor confidence as federal government bonds and treasury bills now offer returns above the country's inflation rate. The development follows the decline in headline inflation to 15.91% in June, enabling investors to earn positive real returns on government securities. Market activity has strengthened significantly, with institutional investors increasing participation in treasury bills and federal government bond auctions to lock in higher yields. Recent bond auctions recorded yield above 18%, placing returns comfortably ahead of the prevailing inflation rate. Financial analysts say the improved performance reflects the impact of tighter monetary policy and favorable market conditions. However, they cautioned that the trend could come under pressure if global energy prices, exchange rate volatility, or geopolitical developments trigger renewed inflationary pressures in the months ahead. Despite the positive outlook, experts advise investors to maintain diversified portfolios and closely monitor monetary policy decisions by the Central Bank of Nigeria. They note that short-term treasury bills continue to provide an attractive combination of competitive yields, liquidity, and protection against inflation. Nollywood actress and former Big Brother Naija housemate Eriata Ese has responded to criticism on social media after a follower questioned her choice of outfit in a video shared on her YouTube platform. The actress dismissed the comment, describing it as an unnecessary intrusion into her personal choices. She urged social media users to refrain from making unsolicited remarks about other people's appearance and encourage online users to ignore content they do not appreciate rather than engage in abusive comments. The exchange has generated widespread reactions across social media, with users expressing different opinions on celebrity culture, personal freedom, and responsible online engagement. Many commentators have also called for greater civility and respect in digital conversations. Eriata has previously spoken publicly on a range of social issues, including relationships, family values, and societal expectations. Her latest response has again reignited in discussions about cyberbullying, online etiquette, and the increasing scrutiny faced by public figures and other social media platforms. And now to end news across the country. Here are the main points again. The National Emergency Management Agency, NEMA, has commenced an emergency assessment in Kwara local government area of Sokoto State following a devastating windstorm and flooding that claimed 4 lives, injured several residents, and displaced hundreds of households. The agency says the exercise will guide the immediate delivery of humanitarian assistance and long-term recovery efforts for the affected communities. Jigawa State Governor Malam Umaru Namadi has ordered disciplinary action against absentee government officials after an unannounced inspection of the Jigawa State Secretariat in Dutse revealed several offices locked and key public servants absent during official working hours. The governor reaffirmed his administration's commitment to accountability, discipline, and efficient public service delivery. The Enugu State government, through the Enugu State Agency for Universal Health Coverage, SIUHC, has expanded its health insurance program to cover market traders following the signing of a memorandum of understanding with the National Union of Market Traders Employers of Nigeria, NUM10. Executive Secretary and Chief Executive Officer of SIUHC, Dr. Edith Okolo, said the initiative is designed to provide affordable and quality health care to traders across the state. A federal high court in Lagos, presided over by Justice Ambrose Lewis Aloga, has ruled that the Federal Competition Consumer Protection Commission, FCCPC, lacks the legal authority to issue telecommunications licenses, affirming the Nigerian Communications Commission, NCC, as the country's sole telecommunications licensing regulator. The judgment is expected to provide greater regulatory clarity for Nigeria's telecommunications industry while strengthening consumer protection through clearly defined institutional responsibilities. That's the news across the country at noon. For breaking news and eyewitness reports, call 070-3043-7110 or follow us on Facebook and YouTube at Aneke TV. On behalf of the producer Chidi Masogwa and the entire news team, I'm Good Hope Chukuma. Thanking you for watching. Enjoy the rest of your day.
Depression is more than sadness. It is a medical condition that affects thoughts, emotion, and daily functioning. Many people struggle silently, masking their pains with smiles or business. This silence often makes the battle harder. Recognizing symptoms like fatigue, isolation, and loss of interest is an important first step. Depression is not a sign of weakness. It is a health challenge that requires care and understanding. Just like any illness, it deserves proper attention. Help exists through therapy, medication support groups, and open conversations. When society treats mental health seriously, more people find the courage to seek help. No one should suffer alone. Compassion can save lives.
Good day, viewers, and welcome to Aneke TV, where we bring you real voices from the streets. Today, we are focusing on the current situation in Nigeria, looking at how it affects everyday life, from economy and cost of living to security, transportation, and basic needs. We went out to hear directly from Nigerians about their experiences and opinions about the present state of the country. Let's hear what they have to say.
The situation currently in Nigeria is very demeaning and appalling, in the sense that as youths of this country, we sometimes wish that we are not born in this country. And me, as a person, a young graduating from school, now trying to start up life and facing the situation so hard, thinking of how to, cope along with the high cost of living, things in the stuffs in the market, high cost of transportation, a little distance from your place to another, you'll be paying a huge amount of money because of hike in fuel price and all of that. So it's actually draining us as youths, especially when we are unemployed, having nothing to do, and we are the little you're able to get from one menial job or the other, you are spending it as if like you are plugging the money from tree every day. So, but we thank God that at least we are surviving it. People who have been before us survived it, and we believe that Nigeria will soon become a better place to live. But at the same time, we as youths, we won't relent. We keep pushing and try to make things out of the little things we are doing to make things better in the country. So it's when you have something doing, you can actually, think of better things to, offer to the society. Because the situation in the country can actually frustrate you to do things which at the end of the day, the government will say, okay, the youth are not doing the right thing, you understand? But as much as we still have people thinking positively for the country, which I believe I myself am included, my goal for this country is that if I'm able to get my hands on things that I can, use and empower myself and empower others, I believe this country would be a better place for we, the youth, and every other person to, bank on at the end of the day.
The current state in Nigeria now is very difficult economically, and anyone with one wonders where they are, because anyone who has the plight of the fellow human beings who is very vivid and visible. It's no more something someone can say is hidden. Now, coming to me personally, because of my own revolutionary orientation of things, I see this thing as a positive, because I feel like for a long time Nigeria has been bedeviled by complacency and apathy. So I feel like as things begin to tighten up in the country, is beginning to increase the consciousness of the people to get to the threshold it needs to get to for us to be able to take matters into our hands as the people and move to the next level. I feel like the future of Nigeria is very, very bright. I feel that because I know that normally as in Igbo parlance, they say chukujeku, which basically means dialectically, there are contradictions. Everything that you see is progressive and is moving us towards where we need to be going. Even the hardship that you have are for a reason. So I feel like in Nigeria right now, no matter how hard things are, is a step forward, because dialectics is not always a straight path. Sometimes it goes up, it goes down. So I feel like even though things are hard, is moving us forward to the threshold we need to get to before we can change our condition.
The current situation in Nigeria now is very, very bad. It's very, very bad. Like for instance now, for transport, like from here to Ababa, before is 200, but now it's 500. Do you see the difference? So for instance, like I'm into printing, the cost of the material that we are buying before is not what we are getting it now. So the whole thing is changed, everything changed, and everything is very, very bad. And when it comes to electricity, before light used to, but now there is no light. The way I'm seeing this country now, I don't think there is hope. Do you understand? I don't think there is hope. The whole thing now is kind of, the thing is like, kind of, we are just getting it as if it's our culture. So it's mastering us. So that's it.
Everything is hard. Like, that's the main point. In every aspect, monetary, lights, like everything. From my house to my workplace, the transport fare, feeding, Jesus Christ. My salary doesn't last up to 2 weeks.
Honestly, it's a terrible situation. I don't even know where to start, because the thing affected the entire economy. I don't know. For instance, now, for the past 3 to 4 days, we've not gotten light. And you know, light is the major thing that helps in, a business, So as anything stands still, fuel also is on the high increase. So the thing is affected, and once something like this started happening, it's affecting the entire economy. It's only God that can tell, because from the way I'm seeing it, I think it's like the thing is getting worse on a daily basis. It's getting worse. I'm not seeing unless by the intervention of God Almighty. For now, I don't think there's any hope for us now.
From the responses gathered, it is clear that Nigerians are facing a range of challenges in their daily lives, especially in areas of economy, transportation, and access to basic necessities. Despite these difficulties, many still express hope for improvement and a better future for the country. I am Sharon Uchi, Aneke TV.
In a world where safety matters and vigilance saves lives,
Information is power. Awareness is protection.
from our streets to our homes, from local communities to national security, Security Watch brings you timely reports, expert analysis, and trusted updates on security issues that matter to you.
Stay alert, stay informed, stay safe.
Security Watch, every week only on Aneke TV.
Connected to your nation, to the continent, to the world.
From breaking news to powerful stories, from business and politics to culture, lifestyle and entertainment, we inform, we inspire, we keep you ahead.
This is more than television. This is your window to everywhere that matters.
Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Good afternoon, Nigeria. Good afternoon, Enugu. How you guys doing? I say, what's up, my people? Welcome back to the best of best entertainment show. I go by the name Gift Obudo, publicly called social lawyer, aka all kinds of spicy pepper. I came to give you guys hot gist and groove for the Tuesday afternoon, where I bring the entertainment world closer to you guys, tell you what is going on with the celebrities and their lives and everything that is going on. I came with backloads of gist for you, and then going on my number one top of my gist. You know, I just like to drop. It's not like I want to gossip, but I just want to drop some hints. You know, the popular super ego star and goalkeeper Madoka was seen with Cardi B on different dining setup, and I don't understand our Nigerian brother. I don't know what he's planning, but actually Cardi B was spotted dining with the super ego goalkeeper Madoka Okoye in Venice weeks after their meeting in Paris. Can someone shout power? Oh my, I don't know, but this is actually digging. He's digging the dig. So catch the real deal, you know. But so many comments have just been circulating on X. People say Cardi B will reach everybody, so everybody should calm down and wait for their turn. Hey, my Nigerian brothers, it has gotten to our turn. Nigeria, Kweno. At this point, Madoka has just, you know, giving us the best shot, like telling us that you know, I don't know, it might be just be business deal, business dates. It mustn't be something romantic, but you know, Nigeria has to cook something. There has to be something cooked for the media, and this is just what I just have to say. There have to be something that the media must know and cook. So they actually cooked that this is a spark up of relationship, but I'm going to move to my second. This is about Pella and Jarvis. Pella said that he wants to marry Jarvis. So really, you know, verily, because he said his two parents did not get married officially, so he's planning to break that curse and speak about his upcoming wedding to Jarvis in August 1st. Can someone shout power couple? So this is just the media group, you know. Last week they have been sharing their Ashobi, you know, package to top celebrities. You know, I've gotten my own. I don't know about you, but I've gotten my own package. So I'm waiting for August 1st. I'm going to do a quick outfit check. And I know you guys are anticipating my outfit check because I have a load more for you. And then moving over to my next, you know, gist is about our almighty Kate Henshaw. She celebrated her 55th birthday, and this lady I'm talking about is looking dashing. Like, she doesn't look 50 in her 50s at all. She looks like someone that is in her early 30s. Her slim body, her giving outfits, you know what I mean? Catch them old. I don't know if I should catch them old young, because the lady is looking it like she's super. You don't know that. I think looking at her attention, you will not actually know her, you know, true age and her, you know, just know that she's just looking like a young girl. When I mean young girl, she doesn't look 50 at all. And then let's go over to the next one. I'm gonna dive a little bit dive into the sports world. Yamel, who happens to be part of the Spain football team who won the last World Cup that was concluded on Sunday, was seen with his younger brother taking a shot with the World Cup trophy and the football, and he's just telling him, do fast, grow up fast, and join me in the team. This picture is a whole lot. One supporting one, one becoming two, and two becoming one. These two are giving the brotherly look, like we got each other's back. My G, I got your back. This is just something that we just have to see from Yamel. And then moving over to my next one, I'm talking about Rosie. Rosie happens to be Church's second. No. I don't mean second wife. I mean third wife. And then there has been speculations that that she has taken off Church's surname from her name. So this marriage don't scatter. So, but previously, we saw Church come online to give the speculation that they were not legally married. So there's nothing like divorce. So she taking off his name from her official page. Since we're not legally married, so let's just do everything. Let's just scatter the whole table. But the lady is doing all good. She looks so unbothered, and she looks so good, like enjoying her, life to the fullest, and knowing that, baby girl, I got myself. So I think, this past week, I've been seeing some comments. Some people. You lost Rosie, so you are left with nothing. I mean, he's left with nothing actually, yeah, because there is no first wife, second wife, the third one has just left. So man alone. When I mean man alone. So I have a question, and it's just about I just want to have an honest opinion from you guys, and that is, when you walk into the house or your house of your friend and everything seems to be very, very, very cold, what would be your reaction? Like, when you walk into your friend's house and you are being treated, at what point are you being treated like a stranger in your friend's house? I think I have experienced this once when I went to visit a friend, and then she was like, okay, let me get you something. She was just acting so weird. So I was like, baby girl, what's happening? What's popping? And she was just acting so cool, like she doesn't know me. But at some point, when I understood that, babe, you need to leave this place. You just need to leave this place now. The time is not your time. Just leave the place. It's when someone just walked past me and just say hi, and I just knew that church has dismissed. And it was time for me to actually go home. At that point, I knew that I've overstayed my welcome, and at this point, I need to leave. And let's move over to my next gist. It's about Destiny Tiku. She said, I would never try it again. Destiny Tiku laments over losing 5 million naira on sporty bets. I don't know if people still play sporty this time around, but for me, it's something that I have never imagined. I don't even want to. People say I tear my ticket. I don't want to tear any ticket, because I know myself, losing 5 million naira in this kind of economy is going to hurt me so badly. I mean, very badly. So I just don't want even to go there. I just want to leave it. Let's leave it like this. Let's just mean business. But I think she laments over losing 5 million naira. But all these big celebrities, 5 million naira is really a big, much of lamenting bitterly. I don't know, women also play bet too, because I was thinking it's a man something, but this time around, women actually play bet, because this is evident that women actually play bets. And then to our almighty Asho Speed, we see that he was telling Sheyi Tinubu's children that they should tell the governor to give him Nigeria passport. They should give him Nigerian passport that he wants to come over. But anyway, before I delve in for my next gist, I'm gonna go in the short break. We'll be right back. Stay tuned, don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Bye.
Morning headlines before you step out. Midday updates while you walk. Evening analysis when the day winds down. Wherever life takes you, Aneke TV keeps you informed, connected, and ahead. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Welcome back to the best of the best entertainment show around the world. And still on what I was saying about, Aisha Speed talking to Sheyi Tinubu's children, telling them that they should tell their grandfather to give him a Nigerian passport. And then actually, when I saw this gist and when I watched the clip, I was amazed. Yeah, Aisha Speed actually wants to come to Nigeria. Maybe he enjoyed our warm welcome, everything for our women, everything was splendid. The last tour he had with streaming live over all the African country, Aisha Speed, I think he enjoyed himself. So I think it will be a warm pleasure and a good thing if we have the likes of Aisha Speed having our passport and giving us a world tour stream around the country. It's going to be something of a great system where people will get to see Nigerian culture, different states, and what Nigeria actually represents, our lifestyle and things around us. But actually moving to my next gist is still about our Odogu Parara. And I'm talking about no other person than Yule Doche. He came out to say that he would no longer go on podcast to talk about his ex-wife. Yeah. Yule Doche has been very serious. When I mean very serious about this issue of going to the podcast, not to talk about his late wife. I think after the last podcast where he talked a little about his late wife, he got bashed. I think he has learned his lesson and he will do better this time around. Hopefully, if he will maintain his words, and there is no need of going to the podcast to talk about his late wife, his ex-wife, sorry. And then moving over to my next gist is about the Super Eagles and goalkeeper Maduka Okoye, and there has been this online banter from the online in-laws, trying to say that Okoye, the baby mama, is coming out to accuse him of cheating on her with both male and female. You know what I mean? Both male and female. That he's actually trying to say that Maduka Okoye allegedly is a bisexual. So this thing has just throw me off. Like I'm like, whoa, what's going on here? So she said, Jelika, who happens to be Maduka's Okoye's ex-wife, said, "You cheated on me with men and women." The Super Ego star Maduka Okoye, baby mama, she actually accused him of being a deadbeat father and a bisexual. Wahala no dey finish. Wahala no dey finish. But anyway, who am I to talk? I'm not good, but I'll just say what I have to say, Then moving over to the next one, there has been a video circulating about Two-Face and his ex-wife, Annie Macaulay, circulating that at back we were spotted in a club. I know. And Annie Macaulay has come online to the Buckda News to say that she is single and she's not going back anywhere. She shut down the reconciliation rumors with Two Baba. Actually, it's actually good that she came online to speak about it, and she just to show the fans who has been speculating that she's back and she can't do and live without the legend Two-Face Idibia. And she has just come to, you know, clear all doubts. I'm going nowhere and I am just where I'm supposed to be. And then let's talk about the popular BB Naija winner and star, and a celebrity who we know. We talked about Nscdc, who came out to say that she has been dating someone for 4 years, no ring right now, that she's ready for a baby and have been trying naturally. BB Naija star Nscdc opens up, and most of these celebrities are now, you know, stopping to the fact that they want to be a single mother. They don't care if they find mom. Now I'm asking, to be a celebrity, does it come with this kind of ink, or does it come with this kind of stress? You know, because looking at Nscdc, she has money, she has the shape, she has the business, and still she is not able to find a man to put that ring down to her fingers. That is something that we should be worried about. That's something that we should not overlook. That's something that we should just, you know, keep ourselves going and look forward for the best. And we are just, you know, anticipating that maybe somehow she might find the right man to put that in and she will get her desired wish. And I'm moving over to my next gist. It's about Jure, who happens also to be a BB Naija star. She came out to say something that women are spending too much time healing after relationship. She made this pointing at Cardi B, who actually moved on, you know, soon after her second failed relationship. She didn't even waste time. She just actually moved on, and this is something that she is telling that women should just, you know, learn how to heal very fast and move on, and not dwell in the issue that they are not able to find someone. And then moving over to the next one, and there's a funny clip of the rapper Starboy Check. He actually saying that you don't need to insult someone calling them Olodo uprising or anything. Most especially, you don't need to insult anyone because they are uprising artists or anybody, because you don't look down or don't put people down that, you know, that they are doing nothing. That if you're actually doing that, you happen to be a bitter person. But I think I quite align with this, because why will you actually be putting others down? Because you don't know if they are able to take those things. You might just be putting someone down and putting that person in a depressing state. The person might not be able to handle those tacky words coming from you, because it's very hurtful. Because how will you look at someone, your fellow human being, and just say that this within them, you're just killing them emotionally, and it's something that nobody should do to another person. Because me myself, I actually quite agree, because you don't need to call someone Olodo, you call someone because he has not made the wide fame, and you just feel like he doesn't watch your time, he doesn't watch your, you know, precious effort and this. But anyway, BB Naija star Eris you know, claims a follower who criticized her outfit for an interview. Yeah, we have seen this celebrities, you know, some people said she came out naked, she came out without dressing properly, that she speaks low of herself, women don't know how to cover themselves, women don't have shame again, blah, 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 blah. But a lot of things I've been saying, everybody, she's trying to say she has her right to dress the way she wants. It's her dressing, it's her body. Nobody fits her, she fits herself. So if she decides to appear naked, you people should leave her alone. That was a dragging moment on X between her and some fans who claimed that she just wasted their precious data online. But for me, you know, somebody must see something. Yeah, you have to see now. We have to see. And then talking about White Money, who happens to be BB Naija, you know, winner of a particular stage, he says celebrities are not created for normal people. White Money advises those planning to date or marry a celebrity. If they're not created for normal people, I beg, who are they created for? Abnormal people. Me. internet is not smiling. Oh no, the internet is not smiling. It's a place where, but I actually understand these celebrities. Most times they pass through a lot. When I mean a lot to give in. So one, the time, the effort. If you are going to marry or date them, you have to be on toll. Like you have to do this, do that. You just have to be somebody that's very, very visible, and you have to just get yourself do like some certain things to fit in, because one, you have to get jealous. A lot of people would like to get closer to them. You just have to endure a lot of things. And so if you actually want to marry a celebrity, you just have to know that you are in for a big deal. What I mean, you are very in for a very, very hot tea. So if you want to marry a celebrity, just go and write, like go and just keep yourself, just know that you are working on yourself, you're not working on anybody. So but anyway, let's talk about the footballer Vinicius Jr., who's debuted a new look after reported that he went under knife to change his look, especially his chin, his face chin. Some people has come with a lot of controversial opinion that he looks some people say he looks more like an alien. Some people say also men also go under the knife to just look good, to change their look and everything, but actually he went for a cosmetic procedure which he knows what suits him best. But for me, he's actually looking good. I don't know what people's opinion, but for me, people's opinion does not matter for me. What matters is, am I actually happy? Am I actually satisfied? But I think we are moving over to football gist. I'm going to talk about my next football gist, and it's still Australia on Victor Boniface, who responded to some controversial opinion about who compared him to Ronaldo. So, but at this point, people are just been comparing. I think we'll compare him to Ronaldo. My hands are clear, because some people are going to look at me and be like, "Hey, Gift, talk as you want to talk now. I hope you will come back, please." I did not say anything. I did not say anything. But lastly, for my last gist for today, I'm going to talk about a picture that has just been trending online about two couples who actually met themselves during their service time in the NYC camp. Which they said that the least expectation is that they did not know that 4 years after that they will see and find themselves as couples. I mean, myself, I was shocked. They are before and after, but nothing is impossible. They look amazing. So I don't know. During my NYC, I don't know. I think I go play for my own NYC because I know find love. Oh God, who did this to me? Who actually did this to me? I didn't find love. Why? But anyway, love is everywhere. So you go find your own. They actually look amazing. So I think NYC, grace that opportunity where you can actually intermingle, meet so many people, and just be part of you and be the best of best. And that's all I have for you today's entertainment show, which happens to be one of the best that you will see and listen to. I go by the name Gift Obodo. We'll do this tomorrow, same time, same station. Stay tuned and be blessed. Have a nice day. Bye.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news, you need clarity, you need speed, you need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Humility. Humility is not thinking less of yourself. It is thinking of yourself less. It is the quiet dignity of those who serve when no one claps, and rise when no one cheers. In a world shouting for attention, humility whispers truth. It chooses peace over pride and silence over show. It knows that value isn't in volume and honor isn't always visible. The humble carry unseen power. They lift others without needing a pedestal. And in doing so, they rise higher than ego ever could.
ndị Igbo si na onye amara ebe mmiri bidoro maba ya ama ama ebe ọ kwụsịrị. And that actually provides the background for the respect I have for the great work that Center for Memories is doing, Center for Memories. And I wish we would take the work this center is doing a lot more seriously, because we have a rich history. We have a rich history as far from way back, but we also have a rich contemporary history as in Igbo. Interrogating the state of human rights in our Igbo. When we talk about interrogate, we are talking about asking serious questions, asking questions aggressively about the state of human rights in our Igbo. But before that question of the state of human rights in our Igbo, there's a very interesting statement, a very interesting philosophical statement in Dummiri Nduazu. So that statement speaks to the fact that without the understanding of Ndummiri Nduazu, you may not even fully appreciate what we are going to be talking about. Ndummiri Nduazu speaks about the fact that there is no way you can make progress in a society if you do not recognize interdependence. Mmiri actually accommodates the azu, the water accommodates the fish. Without the water, the fish will not survive. But guess what? Without the fish, the water will lose part of its relevance. As a matter of fact, in several riverine areas, what takes people to the water is the fish. So if you remove the fish from the water, people may not even know the water is there. Besides being a means of moving from one point to another, one major reason people go to the water is to get fish. So there is this interdependence between Mmiri and Azu, between the water and the fish. While the water looks like it's more important because it accommodates the fish, if you remove the fish, the water loses a large part of its relevance. And that is what we are looking at today, Ndummiri Nduazu, which speaks to different aspects of Igbo philosophy. Ewe bere, ugo bere, okata na akpa dipe, madi biaru no kono nogo, diri kam diri. All of these expressions speak to one fact, that we have to learn how to coexist peacefully to the benefit of all of us. So when you get that background, it lays a foundation for the conversation about the state of human rights in our Igbo. And since we are going to look at it from the point of view of interrogating the state of human rights in our Igbo, I want to actually just ask a few questions and answer them, because I don't have all the time in the world. So the first question is, what is human rights? Human rights are basically the rights we have because we are human. There are other more elaborate and fancy definitions. But why I love defining human rights as the rights we have because we are human is that a lot of people associate human rights with the caliber or state of the person who is seeking to enjoy the human rights. So very often when I speak about human rights, for instance, when I talk about the right to liberty, the right to bail, people ask me questions like, so if the person actually committed the crime, should the person also get bail? And my answer is simple. The law says the person should get bail. The law assumes the person is guilty until proven innocent. The law does not look at the person through the lens of being guilty, because the law assumes the person is innocent. But you as a layman, you're saying, I saw him steal. He is not entitled to bail. But then the last time I checked, bail is not supposed to be go home and sin no more. Bail is supposed to be go home so that you will enjoy your freedom and be productive. Perchance you didn't actually commit the crime. So what if after all of the detention, the person actually didn't commit the crime? So the point is, human rights should be enjoyed by people because they are human, not because they are nice people, not because they are innocent, not because they are wealthy, not because they are educated, not because they are politically connected, but just because they are human. When we understand this definition, our communities will begin to change dramatically and drastically. For instance, I've noticed that when you come to a village setting and you are discussing issues around human rights, you notice that people who had a bad reputation will actually not get their rights respected, because most people will be judging them based on their past. I don't know if you can connect what I'm saying. That is, if something gets lost in a certain environment, everybody will be looking in the direction of the thief. Even if it's not the thief that stole it. In fact, some people actually go to steal something knowing that there is a person who has the reputation for stealing who is likely to take the blame. So they will quickly steal knowing that everybody will suspect the thief, we all know. It happens also that sometimes when we are discussing human rights, people say, not for this one. The things that, see, we shouldn't be discussing human rights. But the first thing I want to establish is what is human rights. These are rights we enjoy because we are human. It's that simple. And does it mean that if a person commits a crime repeatedly, the person should be entitled to the rights repeatedly? The unfortunate answer is yes. Is it my opinion? No. So why am I so adamant about it? Because that's what the law says. You cannot exist in a democracy without the rule of law. But let me also surprise us. We forget that human rights did not start with 1999 Constitution. Before the white man came, Igbos had the rule of law. That is why in those days, if the son of a king committed alo, the son of the king will vanish. You see that thematic focus in several home movies in Nigeria, where there's this struggle between power and dominana. There was the rule of law even in Igbo land. Igbo to Igbo such, you had to run beyond an evil forest or big body of water if you kill someone, even if it was manslaughter. The status of your father will not save you. So did we have the rule of law in Igbo land? Yes. Did we have respect for rights? Yes. How do I know? We do not even remember that even women had rights. We always think about the fact, oh, that your grandpa used to flog his wife in this all about, so we don't have rights. No, it doesn't work that way. Most of us do not know that there are rights that women enjoyed in the southeast, in Igbo, even before the white man came. I'll give you one example that will surprise some of you. Do you know that it was the right of a woman to have a place to cultivate? It wasn't negotiable, it was a right. Why? I'm not guessing. It's something I researched long ago because at some point I asked myself, these human rights were discussed, is it so alien? I not only talked to elders, I spoke to a professor of family law. The man shocked me when he started listing the retinue of rights enjoyed by women in traditional Africa. If a woman, for whatever reason, maybe she didn't have a boy child or she was divorced from the husband, was sent back to her family. The family had a duty to allocate her a portion of land to cultivate her ede. It was a right, it wasn't negotiable, whether known or not. I was surprised when I got a list of rights. So what does it tell us? We are not that distant from human rights as we have been made to believe by the white man, that everything good came with the white man. No, we had order also. In fact, our society was so well ordered, we so well respected the rule of law and the rule of tradition that you didn't have to use doors in your house. There was no door in traditional architecture of the Igbo man. We had almost a point of entrance. We had no door. There was no need to lock it. If you went to the market in the good old days, there was no need to actually protect your yam. You had to take some other products home if you finished your business. But you left the yam in the market because the yam was the king of crops. You don't steal yam. You don't steal the king of crops. So we had rules of engagement. So we are not strangers to the rule of law. The fact that the rule of law has been documented now doesn't mean that it has never been there. As a matter of fact, the rule of law was more functional in the traditional Igbo society than it is today in Nigeria, because today the politicians are above the law. In those days, almost everybody was subject to the law. If you refuse to be subject to the law, Anna will take care of you. Because today, our courts may decide to even say, on your mandate we stand. But in those days, the goddess of Anna will not permit you to desecrate the land. And as long as you cannot live in the air, that's why in those days, you wanted to say something important. You removed your shoes and stood on and said, as you stand on this soil. So we need to begin to ask ourselves, are these things really new? The answer is no. I wanted to lay this foundation before we start talking about issues around interrogating human rights in these modern times. We have not always been the way we are now. We had reasonable respect for the rule of law. That is why, if you notice, people are going back to traditional religious practice in Igbo land. Have you noticed the trend? Have you noticed the trend? Do you know why? Because the system we claim to be operating these days is not protecting us. So somebody decides to sit on your rights. You go to the law. The law is playing games and dying about giving you your rights. So the poor man says what? I don't know if you have been hearing that recently. Because the poor man believes that since I don't have money to fight with you, since I don't want to fight with you in a court that may be biased, let me go to a place where I will get justice. And that begins to tell you that we need to reinvent our present approach to human rights to align with who we were in the past. To respect people's rights without looking at status. Having said that, I'll also ask the next question. What are the different rights we have as a people? There are three major classes of rights. We call them social rights, economic rights, and civic rights. That is economic, social, and cultural rights. Economic rights, social rights, cultural rights, all of these rights have implications. But one of the things we don't think about is that people have cultural rights. I chose to talk about it a little because it speaks to the state of human rights in Igbo. And if we want to ask questions, we should ask hard questions. Why is it that in your village, Christmas is around the corner, people will organize village revival? Am I correct? If not, you may come to your village next to pull down strongholds, and sometimes you burn people's shrines. Let me tell you the truth. When you burn a shrine, just burn a cathedral that pre-exists the churches you built in the city. Every shrine is somebody's cathedral. So if you go and burn a shrine because you are pursuing an evil spirit, you're actually stepping on somebody's cultural rights. That's what I'm saying. So human rights is not about going to police station or going to retrieve somebody from the cell. No, there are several implications. We have the freedom of thought, conscience, and religion. I'm asking hard questions today. Why should you go and burn somebody's place of worship without the person's consent? On the assumption that it's the person who stopped you from progressing in your village. And that is purely an assumption. You have refused to work hard. You have refused to study hard. And then when you fail exams repeatedly, your father will go and burn somebody's shrine and say the person is tying you. While some people may practice malevolent spiritual practices, there are also several persons who engage in benevolent spiritual practices. But we lump all of them together, and we condemn them without realizing that they have a right to choose who to worship, when and where. Or to choose not to worship anybody at all, or anything at all. So these are tough questions, economic, social, and cultural rights. I will tell you a shocking story that I encountered as a person. I received a report, and we investigated the report, and it was true that a young woman was stripped naked from head to toe and paraded in her hometown, not elsewhere. What was her offense? That she brought Ndlea to their village. Her village was predominantly following one of the conservative Orthodox churches. A priest participated in this show of shame. So an undergraduate who was in UNN at that time brought a fellowship, and they bought land and wanted to establish Okakorakan in their village. The village conspired, thought she was mental, that we are introducing something alien. She didn't even bring Omenana. She brought another church, another denomination. In the course of teaching her a lesson, they stripped her naked and took her all over the town. Naked. By the time we got involved in that matter, there was pandemonium. We complained that the Muslims in the north apparently make it difficult for Christians to hold crusades and operate freely. And then we come here, we also don't allow some people to operate freely. So how does that speak to the state of human rights in Ali? How can you be pointing one finger at some other persons for persecuting you, and then you are persecuting other persons right in your space? Because we don't understand human rights. So there are different types of rights we have, classes of rights. It's not just about, I just wanted to choose cultural rights to make us understand that this human rights thing is deep. And when you don't allow people to flourish, when you oppress people, you don't get the best out of them. A person who is oppressed cannot be creative. If you doubt what I'm saying, go and check the history of the entertainment industry in Nigeria. Anytime the military takes over in Nigeria, the entertainment industry practically dies, it shuts down. Go and check. Chris Okotie and his colleagues reigned under Shehu Shagare. Go and check the records. The records are there. Once the military took over, all the superstars in music, the career stopped. Because you cannot come to a military administration and be shouting Nigeria, scatter, scatter, Nigeria. You won't sing again. Once certain persons take over power, fear rules the space. Once there is fear, creativity takes back page. Creativity flows freely, doesn't like to be encumbered. So in any place where people are oppressed, you're actually oppressing creativity and productivity. So the question that we need to discuss next is, what are the rights we should have? Modern day rights. I've mentioned some of them. We have a right to decide how we want to worship, who we want to worship, where, when. But I must also point out that some of the rights that we are going to discuss are not for minors. If you are less than 18 years, there are some rights you shouldn't enjoy because your parents will make those choices for you. So I'm saying it so you will understand. But when you become an adult, you are supposed to be mature enough to make choices for yourself. We have so many rights entrenched in the Constitution. We have the right to life. Nobody's life should be taken without recourse to due process. We have the right to liberty. Nobody should be detained. It's common in Nigeria now, for whatever reason, to detain a human being, sometimes for 6 months, 1 year, and say it for security reasons. No, the laws are clear, very clear about those things. But we choose not to respect the laws because it's politically expedient not to do so. And it's worse in the southeast. So when you go to Imo State, there is this operation, something that is very notorious for detaining people indefinitely. When you go to Ebonyi State, recently we released a young man who was detained in a military camp for 3 months. And when we investigated, we found out he didn't really do anything. We presented the real story to the commander. He was released the next day. So he wasted 3 months of his life. Just wasted it. And nobody said, I'm sorry. If it's abroad, he will pay heavy compensation. Not in Nigeria. He will go and do Thanksgiving because he has been released. He will not be talking about compensation. So, we also have the right to be treated like human beings. The right to the dignity of the human person. This is one of the few countries in the world where, on a regular, we see people sitting on the back of trucks. That is, the policemen will arrest us, tell us to sit down on the back of their pickup truck. You come to the police station, they ask you to sit on the floor. Meanwhile, there are empty chairs all over the place, but they'll tell you to sit on the floor. Sometimes I even wonder about my sanity and their own sanity. How can you have chairs that are not occupied and you ask a human being to sit on the floor? So what are the chairs doing there? And the last time I checked, most of those chairs were actually procured by ordinary Nigerians supporting the police. They call them PPR, Police Public Relations Committee, right? And then other well-meaning Nigerians. So we buy chairs and donate to them so we'll be comfortable. Then we come there and they say sit on the floor. So sometimes actually go and check whether there are spirits sitting on those chairs. And you find out that they're just empty chairs. But somebody has found the habit of oppressing you to the extent that you submit. That is, the person dehumanizes you. So even when somebody walks into that police station and looks at you, you look like a criminal. He doesn't have to work hard to convince your family that you're a criminal because you are so dehumanized and so you are so in such a bad shape that people will be asking you, that's the first question most of your friends will ask you. They have not asked you what happened and they assume you are guilty. Because of the way you look like a criminal. They do it intentionally. But as when you come in a suit and you're sitting down in a defiant manner and you cross your leg, like that our sister there, and somebody comes in to look at you, and the person will assume that this is a gentleman. What is he doing here? So they don't want you to look like a gentleman. But the law says you should treat us with respect to the dignity of our person. It's not only about the police and the institutions. We have women and men who have empty rooms in their homes, and their house girls and house boys sleep in the kitchen with rats and rodents. That is an abuse of the right to dignity of that house girl. I was raised in a family where my dad forbade calling anybody house girl or house boy. In my home, when you arrange the order, if the house boy or house girl was placed as if like this is your senior, this, you give the person the respect that was due to him. My dad would punish you more for disrespecting a family member than that house. So he taught us to just respect people for being human, not because of the state of their family, economy, state of bad. No, those things came with the package for me. I didn't have to struggle to learn how to respect. I respect everybody. I respect young people. I respect old people. I respect people who are poor. I sometimes I don't know if I respect people who are rich well because sometimes they don't even deserve the respect. But you just respect them anyhow because they're human. I actually find it easier to respect ordinary people, to make them understand that they are human. They are not any less human because they are not billionaires. Ndị Igbo si n'ugwu gịnị nkwanye ịkwanyere ome gịnị kwanyere gị. But we have lost all that. So we have a plethora of rights, so many rights. Tenants have rights with their landlords. Landlords also have rights. Employees have rights. You don't just wake up and tell an employee you are fired. If you have the guts to say you are fired, you should also have the guts to pay 1 month in lieu of notice. If you have a tenant and the tenant is not quick to vacate the house and not quick to pay you rent, you should be patient. Go to the law. Don't tell me that the law is slow. My dad taught me some lessons. There was a time I had a furniture company that used to complain too much. All these carpenters, that this, that. My dad said, look, sit down, young man. I sat down. He said, look, if they are smart as you, they will not be in your employment. They will have their own businesses. So your job is to raise them to be who you want them to be, not to complain about them. My dad doesn't talk too much. He will say one thing like the Bible, you can't begin to interpret it for yourself. He says, stop complaining about them, raise them. If they are smart as you, they won't be working for you. I learned that lesson. I started training my workers every Saturday. I bought a car and I started complaining about mechanics. My dad said, you have two options. He said, either you sell your car and start using buses, or you will go and find good mechanics and relate with them. And he said also, I know one day you complain about tenants. He said, either you don't build a house, or you build a house and tenants will go here and you manage them. These things come with a package. So if you have a car, you deal with our mechanics. If you have a house, you deal with the tenants. So you don't tell me, no, the tenants are obnoxious. If you have a house, you have to be patient about evicting your tenants. So there are so many rights, I cannot go through all of them, but what I'm saying essentially is that we must get to that point where we understand that these rights are for human beings. They are not for spirits, and we should ensure that these rights are respected. So the big question for me, the elephant in the room, is what are the worst abuses we are currently dealing with in the Southeast? I would have probably spent less time laying the foundation, because for me this is the big question. And when I have these conversations, I'm not talking as Onyibo, just talking. I talk authoritatively as a person who has probably received the highest number of complaints of anybody in the Southeast. I have received and managed thousands, literally speaking, of complaints from across Alibo. Alibo transcends the Southeast. So we have a unit of HRBC, for instance, in Asaba. I've received thousands of real reports, real time, from people who suffer abuse. So when people argue with me about human rights abuse, I ask them, what do you really know about abuse? Do you have documented cases? How many do you have? I mean, we are talking about how many years? 17 years of sifting through thousands of complaints. So I've been able to find out how the mind of the Igbo man works when it comes to human rights. I've been able to see the worst of abuses. I've been able to see people who do things that are obnoxious. I've seen a man quarrel with a brother. You won't get this. Quarrel with a brother, the same father, the same mother. And because he felt the brother was giving him trouble because he was educated. This person, educated lecturer, speaks a lot of English. This one, businessman, plenty of money. The businessman got angry, went and loaded a trailer with scrap. You know what scrap is? Scrap metal. Then went to the gate of his brother, because issues concerning land, packed the scrap trailer, used it to block the gate, and removed the head of the trailer. I don't know if you understand this story. That is, he used the trailer truck filled with scrap metal to block the entrance of his brother's gate. So the only way the brother could remove that was to go and get the head of a trailer, come and hook it to that stock, and drag it out of. And then he also left thugs to look after the trailer, but to ensure that nobody even hooked it to drag it out. To his brother. I've seen all sorts. So the money God gave him was for the purpose of oppressing, to show his brother, okay, I'm going to put you in your place by using my words to block your gates. That's how cruel people can be sometimes. So what are the worst abuses? The worst abuses we have by far, unfortunately, were the police, and security agencies. The cases are difficult to manage. And the cases are legion. The first one is monetization of services. Most people don't know it's abuse. So you go to a police station, you want to go and report a case, and they charge you money for reporting the case. You want to go and arrest the suspect, they charge you money for arresting the suspect. And you suggest, okay, I don't want to pay money for you to bring your vehicle. They'll say, bring money for fuel. You say, okay, I have a car, let's go with my car. I say, no, we can't go with your car. You have to, okay, let me put fuel in your car. I say, okay, you are difficult. That's not how we do it. Bring money for it. So you now decide, okay, I want to bring the money. Make we know whatever for this matter. So you now ask the person, how much will it cost you to buy fuel from, say, first CID annex? I'm now using a real case example, to MNN, and the person says 100,000. So you're wanting, instead of having a V12 vehicle that flies in the air or something, that's the person looks in your face and says 100,000. In fact, there was a case we got involved in, and they asked 3 persons to pay 100,000 each for them to go and inspect the site of a dispute, which wasn't a police case, it was a land matter. But somebody took it to the police, I'll get to that. And they collected 300,000 from 3 persons who didn't know their rights to drive from Abani Road to Amen. Of course, our volunteer refused to pay, and they couldn't do anything about it. He said he won't pay. I have a car. If you want to join me, you join me. If you don't want to join me. And when they realized that he wasn't going to budge, they left him and said, no, they are handing so we just leave him. But God has paid, knowing fully well that one of them didn't pay. So that speaks to the state of the mind of the Onyibo. We still have that assumption, so you submit to anything that they throw at you. There's the tendency of the police to do what is not their job, like debt recovery. Many of you here know stories of policemen being used to recover debt in business transactions. That is absolutely wrong and untenable. Anytime I say this in public space, people ask me questions like, so, what am I supposed to do? Going to court takes forever. So I said, no. See, my dad taught me some lessons. I'll share some of the lessons. If you do business, people will owe you. So you have to factor that into one of the things you have to deal with and follow due process. If you don't follow due process, you will pay. I'll quickly tell all of you who may be looking at me as if I'm from the moon that sometimes the oppressor can actually become the oppressed. The hunter can become the hunted. I'll quickly tell you the story of a policewoman who gave a loan to a church member. Church member couldn't pay the money. The money came with 1 million naira interest rate, I think, for 3 months. There was a transaction the woman was doing. The transaction didn't just go through. So she had to pay 2 million capital and 1 million interest. She neither had the capital nor the interest. And what happened? The policewoman arrested her and detained her without evidence of detention. You didn't get that. That is when you take a person to a police station, you document that you arrested Larry Obego and this is the offense he committed. They put her in a cell and there was no documentation. That's abduction. So when the family members go to the station and say, I'm looking for this person, they'll say there's no such person here because the person doesn't even appear in the records. And what was their position? They told the family members after some days, like 5 days, that if you bring the money, we'll release her. That was a simple instruction. Bring 3 million, we'll release her. If you don't bring 3 million, she doesn't go home. The brother came to our office, reported the matter to us. I didn't believe the story. But when we investigated, I asked one simple question. Was this transaction documented? Listen carefully. Because we learn a lesson from this story. In fact, many lessons. The brother said yes, that my sister said it was documented. Can I have a copy of the document? Yes. And when they brought the copy of the document, it was written clearly that a police officer gave a loan with interest to a friend and a church member. And because the friend couldn't pay, she was detained. I didn't talk about the loan. I didn't talk about the interest. I spoke about 2 things when we wrote our petition. One was abduction. It wasn't arrest because the family didn't even know. It was not officially recorded that she was arrested. But do you know the second case that was interesting? A police officer is not permitted to be a loan shark. She was a loan shark. When we followed up on the second petition, that same woman came back to appeal to the person she held for more than 2 weeks. Of course, they released her. The Deputy Commissioner of Police ordered her release immediately. He received the petition, and the woman said, yes, I gave her a loan. But when you showed the woman the second petition that spoke to the fact that we are going to escalate the matter to Police Service Commission, because we are not supposed to be a loan shark. You are giving people loans without being registered for the purpose. You're a police officer, the only business you can do is agriculture. We put our cases in black and white against her. And that woman came to settle the matter. Sorry, but for the purpose of this issue of people understanding that we need to be careful about how we treat people we think are less important or vulnerable. This woman reported the matter to her pastor. That is when she was being harassed. The woman who was owing money. Because she was on the run and reported to the pastor. Pastor is that the policewoman arrested her. I verified that from the pastor. How did I meet the pastor? The pastor. What went around just came around. Pastor called for him, insisted she should forfeit both loan and capital. She detained somebody for 2 weeks. Now some of you may be looking at it as a very wicked person. But you see, I explained my rationale. I don't do things arbitrarily. My rationale was simple. I told her you have the option of our submitting the petition, following it up, and going to court against you for abduction and illegal detention. The court may award more than the money we are discussing. You may lose your job. The option is that you forget the money, both principal and interest. She forgot the money. Why did she choose to forget the money? She decided to pursue the money the way most of us will pursue it, without any concern for the rights of this other woman, because she was in a position of power. And then because of that approach, she lost the entire money. Do I look like I'm wicked? No. My job was to try to use her as a lesson to other persons in that station who felt that their uniform gave them license to maltreat the rest of us. So there are so many things we can talk about when it comes to security agents, but we're not going to dwell on that. In fact, as we speak, the most frequent reports we get in our office is about police cases and then a few other security agencies. And then you'll be surprised that the next highest number of cases has to do with domestic issues, domestic violence, violence against women, maltreating of children, abuse of children, that's sexual abuse and all sorts of things. Family-related cases. It's actually shocking. It's so bad that the spinsters and bachelors who work in our office are afraid of getting married because sometimes I ask a very funny question. Oh, you are dancing with this person on the wedding day. I ask this question to all the couples that come quarreling. So what happened? What changed? You know, the way they look at me, it's like, this man is mischievous. But I asked this, so you people did. So did you love him before? They say, oh, God, stop asking me that. I said, no, I have to ask you. So what really changed? But the point I'm making is, when we fight these battles, we fight without rules. You see, a man insists that the wife will not see the child she carried for 9 months because they just are not married anymore, without considering that the issues of custody and visitation rights is not about only the couple, it's also about the child. The child's mental development will be affected if she doesn't get to relate with either of the parents. So I take time to explain these things. That it's not just about you. When you two were loving one another, you didn't discuss with this child. She was somewhere enjoying in the spirit realm. You people making the law of Gapote here, and now you are inflicting this injury on the child. Are you guys okay? Meeting with the child before all these things started. No. Sometimes they become sober. I explain to them, no. Whatever issues you have should not be visited on the child. Family matters. I wish I brought it here, but you know, my time was obviously limited. So I decided not to bring some things, but I wanted to bring some tools. A man wrote a constitution for her wife. Actually wrote it and gave the wife. When the woman gave it, he had the courage to give the wife a copy. I had the copy. When the woman submitted, I said it's not true. The woman said it's true. Ask him. I asked the man, a lecturer at Federal Polytechnic. The man said I wrote it. What did he write there? You cannot have visitors from your family. That they won't not turn to sleep. They won't visit. Your friends cannot come. There were 12 commandments, 12 obnoxious and wicked commandments. None of them made sense. The man actually wrote it and gave. I told the man, do you know that I can actually put you in jail with this? Because VAP law has been criminalized. But people don't know. The man wrote something that put him in jail and gave the wife and said, this is the constitution of this house. An educated man who actually read law in the Open University. I told him, what kind of lawyer are you going to be? So these are the challenges we are dealing with now. Of course, one of the things we have to talk about is government agencies and institutions that deal with us without recourse. In fact, my pain is that they don't even deal with us with the intention to reform us or to help us maintain order. When MOT is looking for somebody to arrest, they are not looking at sanitizing traffic, they are looking at revenue. So they wait for you like a hunter waits for a prey. In fact, I think they even manipulate the traffic light. So you are just driving at normal speed, you just move from green to red, bam. You don't know whether to jump on your brake and somebody hits you from it. You don't know what to do. The moment you pass, that the hunter is waiting. The next you see the hunters pursuing, and they pursue, overtake, and they recover all. Most of the time. And that is wicked. The job of the Ministry of Transport is to make sure the roads are clear. You go to main market, you cannot pass. You go to different places. Their job is to make the roads clear so that we can enjoy the road, not to pursue us. I told them clearly that Ministry of Transport is not a revenue generating agency. If anybody tells you that person is a liar, there are institutions that do not generate revenue for government. They provide a enabling environment for investors to come, for other revenue generating institutions to now have a lot of business that will now make up for the revenue they are not generating. If you don't want to think about it like that, what is the Human Rights Commission going to do? So what revenue are they going to generate? There are institutions that don't generate revenue. So how much revenue do you expect the cost to generate? Do you know how much they pay judges? They give them vehicles. They pay the registrars. So how is the court going to generate revenue for government? There are institutions that create sanity and the environment for things to work. And those institutions must be respected as such institutions. If you convert them to revenue generating agencies, they are destroying the way the natural order of things work. Unfortunately, that is what we see in the Southeast. These things may be happening in other places, but it appears to be worse in the Southeast. And for me, I will also ask myself one other question that is important. I have to do the rest in the next few minutes because that's what I've been told. So the next question that is important is, what is driving abuse in Ali? What are the causes? What are the things that are driving abuse? The causes are very clear and straightforward. First of all, people lack knowledge. Some of the things I say here sound earlier, that even an armed robbery suspect is supposed to be assumed to be guilty until proven innocent, rather, until proven guilty. You don't, even when you saw the person commit the crime, that doesn't justify the assumption of guilt. And I'm not joking. I don't have time to explain it, but I have a classical explanation that when in the villages, in Anambra State and other people ask me questions like, Nane Nonya and Yosuoshi, say yes. It may not be Oshi, sorry, but I'll use this, sorry. I'll just see how God will help me, but I have to tell this story. I don't know how God inspired that story, but I asked this question, or one day I was put on the spot, as in, how do you explain this? I saw somebody do something. I said, okay, let us imagine that you have a neighbor. You know your neighbor very well. You know all the people who live in that house. And one day they all went to work. And then you saw somebody breaking the door from behind. The person was actually determined to break the door. Then when that person broke the door and went inside, he came out with TV and gave the TV. He went inside again, came out to fridge and gave the fridge. Let's be honest, what will run through your mind? Onyoshi, if you are used to legislative, what do? You bounce on him, put a tire on there. You know, before he explains, somebody will hit him with a rod from behind. He will pass out. But what if you give him time to explain and you are like, what are you doing? And he says the house is burning. Can't you smell the smoke? See the smoke. I'm trying to help bring out the body. What will you do at that time? Huh? You verify, isn't it? After that, what do? You join him in breaking up. Am I correct? So what changed? You interrogated the situation. On the surface, he looked like he was a thief. But when you looked deeper, you found out that he was not a thief. So there are scenarios that look like it's an open and closed case. When you interrogate it, that's why you have courts, that's why you have prosecutor, that's why you have defense counsel. That's why the law says you must have a lawyer if you're going to try in a criminal case, so that the whole story will come to the surface. And it has to be proven beyond reasonable doubt. So we lack knowledge. And then we have a culture of abuse that has lasted for some time, driven by impunity. They're feeling that nothing will happen. That I will do it and nothing will happen. Police will tell you to your face, I'll waste you and nothing will happen. Landlord will tell you, nobody Diego. Not Diego. These are things people will tell you. That statement is driven by impunity. They're feeling that nothing will happen to me if I do something wrong. That's one of the biggest problems in Nigeria. Beside the so-called corruption. In fact, impunity drives corruption because some Nigerians are corrupt, knowing fully well there will be consequences for the corruption. So impunity is very dangerous. And then we lack courage. When we are abused, even when we know institutions that can help us, people have come to our office and say, let us fight. They'll say, say happy. If you know how many times I've felt, and I tell them things like, I should leave it because you feel insecure. What of me that's going to fight the battle? They know my office, they probably know where. So don't you think they should be more angry with me? Why are you a coward? Say, okay, you won't understand. Now, Pastor may be not happier for God. You see, the problem of living in for God is that the person may also repent and God will forgive him. He forgives all our iniquities, including human rights abuses. So sometimes I'll tell you, see, take it to the law. Even God expects us to obey civil authority. When people do what is wrong, report them. It's not unforgiveness. We are sanitizing the society. You have a duty to do that. But our spirituality means that, that we can take all sorts. And then, unfortunately, not only that we lack courage, there is institutional support for human rights abuse. We have governments and governors that act outside the law openly. And when they do that, politicians and political players get this impression that they are also immune, so they can act with impunity. Then their friends and family members and associates borrow the same behavior. So before you know what is happening, the whole society is actually emulating bad example, and then what happens is that we are living in a jungle. But one of the worst challenges we have in our Igbo with this issue that money can fix all things, I want to address that just for 2 minutes. The Igbo man has this belief system that money can actually solve every problem. So he can actually kill someone. So will ego make sure that if he spends enough money, the matter will be closed. That is why they are demolishing your houses all over Nigeria. It's not because they are targeting Igbos. An Igbo man is the only person that you tell you cannot buy that land. It's on a floodplain. The Igbo man will say, don't worry. No, tell me the truth. And he will start with you that gave him the advice. He will close your mouth with money. He will sell the land to him. Do the documentation. Knowing fully well you shouldn't go there. Then when a pharaoh that doesn't know Joseph comes and demolishes the building, because we are the people who believe that money can do everything. If they have 100 houses there, we own 70. So it looks like we are profiled. But the truth is that we are the people who invest in property, and we are the people who must invest, so we buy anywhere. Abuja, same story. Lagos, same story. You have a sense of impunity that if you have enough money, you will tell you, see, one day, he said, when we get to that bridge, we'll cross it. Don't worry, when we get there, we'll solve it. Then when the bulldozers come, he will start looking for media houses to shout, so why are we not going to follow the rules of the game? If you build in the proper place and have your documentation, if they demolish your house, they will pay you compensation. They won't even demolish it. So that issue of impunity, driven by the thinking that money can fix all problems, is very dangerous. So what solutions do we prefer? Because we're interrogating the situation. We must have knowledge. We must make sure the knowledge of human rights covers the entire space. Every place people gather, they should be discussing human rights. It is sad that we are going to have elections in Anambra State tomorrow, and no governor no candidate is raising human rights as a campaign issue, and the electorate are not talking about it. It's a big shame. As long as people do not make it the most important conversation, we'll continue to suffer as a nation. Why? Because human rights affects and covers every aspect of your life, and I'm not joking. The right to good governance is there. Every other thing, in fact, the right of inclusion. Let me also explain this carefully. Now, when you have a proper government, when you have a proper leader, one of the things you use to assess quality of leadership is their capacity to include persons who are vulnerable. But we live in a country where the last people will consider are the pensioners. Governors award contracts of hundreds of billions of naira, pay the contractors, and tell you they don't have money to pay pensioners who served the state for 35 years. We don't talk about persons with disability. We spoke to a commissioner in Enugu State some time ago about putting ramps for bus stops, and he asked us how many. Somebody who studied architecture with all his knowledge, he doesn't understand that the distance between you, all of you seated here, and crutches and wheelchair, God forbid, is one accident. We are all potentially persons with disability, but for the grace of God. When people have this type of knowledge, they will be more charitable. The fact that you're running around today with 2 legs doesn't mean that you may not lose 2 of them tomorrow. Bah! You don't know what happened. And then you wake up at orthopedic, no 2 legs. You have joined the other side. Then you suddenly become more compassionate, suddenly become more. But you don't have to wait until it happens to you. These are all human rights issues. We don't think there's no inclusion. Once you are vulnerable, once you don't have resources, once you don't have power, you are not part of the conversation. Nobody remembers, nobody talks about you. But the last time I checked, in those other nations that we want to run to, that we want to be like, if you have these challenges, you are treated like a hero. I know a Nigerian, I'm rounding up now, who left the United States. Listen carefully. I know a Nigerian. I was touched by that story. A couple, out of patriotic zeal, left the United States, either late 70s or 80s. The man renounced his citizenship. He said he didn't want to be tempted to go back to the US. So he gave up. He did it officially. He burnt his bridge. The wife retained her own. You know, women are more, in some cases, oh, this smart Hannah. I hold my own. No. They came to Nigeria. 3 of the families took this decision. They came back to Nigeria. I met one of them. He told me the story. And when the heat was on, 2 of them fled back to US. The one who couldn't travel was because he gave up his citizenship. So he had to start processing again, so he didn't travel back. So he stayed here. Listen to this story. Much later, for medical reasons, the wife went back to the US because all she had to do was to show her social security number. They processed her papers. She went to the US, and she got treatment for free. As they just saw the money, they were like, "Wow, madam, where have you been all along?" But the part that brought tears to my eyes was that she told me that they not only treated her free of charge, they told her benefits that she had from the job she did before she traveled that she didn't know she had. So they gave her a house free of charge in an estate developed for retired persons. An apartment, a 2-bedroom apartment, free. But the one that shocked her was that they paid her a small fortune. Benefits from the work the husband who renounced American citizenship did. That is how a nation functions. And in Nigeria, we say that Larry deserves no say Larry why no catalytic America. Can you pass out the darkness? The man rejected us. We should reject him. Then they will share that money. No, for them the law is sacrosanct. The law says this is your entitlement because you did this work. The man didn't process it. The man left. The wife didn't know. They saw the number, everything popped up on the system. They gave the woman her own and gave her, oh, your husband is late. They gave her what belonged to her husband. That is why you're running there. But then, when we learn to respect our rights, when we begin to teach our children knowledge, teach ourselves knowledge, build courage, and then take action to stop institutionalization of human rights abuse. We have institutionalized human rights abuse. We have accepted it to be normal. Families gang up against that daughter-in-law. They say no, against Sobu. But when it's their own sister, they suddenly gang up to fight the in-law. I don't know if I'm making sense. So the same thing you want to do to another person's daughter, I don't want to happen to your daughter and to your sister. Are you okay? When we get to that point where we learn to take action and stop institutionalization of abuse, then we can be said to yourself, into us, bere, biri, kambiri, ukata na abadibia, kama dibia no kono. You see, we don't take advice until it becomes too late. I'm challenging us because I see that a lot of us here are elites. We qualify, we're on the side that are these people, some of us. And I'll remind you that if you want to understand how the Igbo man thinks, go and read things all about. Okonkwo was a typical Igbo man. Okonkwo was a rich man. He was an influential man. He was a strong man also. He had a reputation for courage. Obierika was a wise man. He didn't have all the things Okonkwo had, but he was a wise Igbo man. He told Okonkwo in one sentence, do not have a hand in the death of that boy. Okonkwo woke up one day, because he wanted to maintain his reputation as Okonkwo, he disregarded the advice of Obierika, the wise one. He had a hand in that boy's death, and all of the work he did ended up into the evil forest. My prayer for you is that you will not end up like Okonkwo. Respect the rights of ordinary people. I've seen a magistrate remanded in prison in Enugu because of a house girl. I've seen a couple remanded in prison in Anambra State because of a house girl. I've seen people who assume that they are Okonkwo, that they are impenetrable, that they are the standard of measure of fame and strength, that they are untouchable, and they go and do something that they assume that this house girl doesn't have anybody. And your turn may be the day the law will wake up. Suddenly, what everybody had escaped with will pursue you and catch you. That is not my prayer for you. I pray that, unlike Okonkwo, you will understand that God gave you power and resources, so that after a day like this, that you invest in spreading this news. Igbo land cannot fulfill its potential for economic dominance. Igbo land cannot fulfill its potential for political participation. Igbo land cannot maximize any potential until we firmly address the hairy monster of human rights abuse. Never end up like Okonkwo. Use your strength to be a blessing to the vulnerable. Thank you.
In functional democracies and competitive economies, meritocracy is not a slogan, it is a system. A system where competence determines opportunity, performance drives advancement, and leadership is earned, not inherited or imposed. In Nigeria, however, the persistent triumph of mediocrity over merit continues to shape recruitment processes, elective positions, and leadership outcomes across critical sectors of national life. From public service employment to political office, from academia to corporate governance, troubling pattern has emerged. Access often trumps ability, loyalty outweighs competence, and short-term political calculations override long-term national interests. In the public sector, recruitment exercises are officially designed to be competitive, involving written examinations, interviews, and eligibility screening. Yet, multiple surveys and independent audits have consistently shown that informal influence, patronage networks, and bribery remain significant determinants of who gets hired. This reality has produced ministries, departments, and agencies burdened with underqualified personnel, struggling to deliver on complex policy mandates in a rapidly evolving global environment. The consequences are not abstract. They manifest in delayed project execution, weak policy implementation, inefficient service delivery, and ballooning recurrent expenditure with minimal value creation. When institutions are staffed without regard for skill or capacity, governance becomes reactive rather than strategic. The problem is not limited to recruitment alone. Nigeria's elective political system reflects the same crisis of merit. In many cases, candidates emerge not through rigorous debate, policy clarity, or intellectual depth, but through financial muscle, political godfathers, or ethnic calculations. Electoral outcomes frequently reward popularity, patronage of vote buying over competence and vision. The result is a leadership deficit that cuts across local government councils, state assemblies, governorships, and even the national legislature, institutions constitutionally tasked with lawmaking, oversight, and representation, yet often lacking the technical depths required to interrogate budgets, scrutinize policies, or design forward-looking legislation. Other sectors tell a similar story. In education, the erosion of merit in academic appointment has weakened research quality and global competitiveness. In some tertiary institutions, promotions and leadership roles are influenced more by internal politics than scholarly output. In the corporate space, family ties and informal networks sometimes override professional management principles, limiting innovation and sustainability. Ironically, Nigeria continues to produce world-class professionals who excel in merit-driven systems abroad, from medicine and engineering to technology, finance, and academia. Their success outside the country reinforces a painful truth. The problem is not Nigerian capacity, but Nigerian systems. Countries that have achieved rapid development offer contrasting examples. Singapore, Rwanda, and South Korea institutionalize meritocracy through transparent recruitment, performance-based promotion, and zero tolerance for patronage. Leadership selection in these systems prioritize competence, integrity, and accountability, even when politically inconvenient. Back home, the cost of failing to do the same is increasingly evident. Brain drain has accelerated as skilled Nigerians seek environments where effort is rewarded fairly. Public trust in institutions has declined, and citizens grow more cynical about processes they perceive as rigged or predetermined. Yet, experts argue that the tide can be turned. Strengthening meritocracy requires deliberate reform, not rhetoric. Transparent digital recruitment platforms, independently supervised examinations, enforceable sanctions for recruitment breaches, and clear performance metrics are critical starting points. In the political space, electoral reforms that reduce the influence of money, strengthen internal party democracy, and encourage issue-based campaigns are essential to improving leadership quality. Civil society, the media,
Aneke TV's flagship current affairs program, where critical national and continental issues take center stage.
On Frontline Africa, we examine politics, the economy, security, business, health, and a wide range of other key sectors shaping society.
The program is insightful, engaging, and interactive, providing a platform for informed analysis and meaningful public discourse.
Here, issues are discussed raw, balanced, and expertly with depth, clarity, and a commitment to fact and accountability.
Join us every Saturday at 5 in the evening, only on Aneke TV.
Welcome to Frontline Africa, coming to you live on Aneke TV. Today we'll take you behind the headlines, cutting through the noise, bring you the sharpest analysis and unbiased perspectives and critical insight into the stories shaping our nation and our continent. From politics to the economy, our panel of seasoned analysts are always ready to unpack the biggest issues of the day. This is Frontline Africa, and I'm Uche Osai. And joining us today is Emeka Odom, who is a development communication expert and a seasoned public affairs analyst. Mr. Emeka, it's a pleasure to have you one more time.
Thank you so much for having me, and good day to our listeners, to our viewers wherever they are, and I'm delighted to be here.
All right, Mr. Emeka, there's no fanfare about these things. You know, the more we X-ray analyze these issues, more issues keep coming up, or some, persist and refuse to, get to the back burner of issues. But let's get started immediately. So starting with the issue around securities in Nigeria, where American House of Representatives has taken a decision and votes on Nigeria. Mr. Emeka, let's get your perspective on this very issue.
Yes, sometime this week, the American House of Representatives, the Congress, had a landmark, made a landmark decision at its sitting. You know that they've been trying to amend one of American laws that deals with aid to foreign countries, of which Nigeria falls within. And as part of that amendment, a very strong case was made, and the motion was sponsored by, I think, Riley Moore, the vocal honorable member who for some time now has been following up on Nigerian issues. And so it's recommended that there should be a stoppage of, aids, American aids to countries that probably pay little or no attention to issues of protection of human rights and human lives along the line of, religious crisis. So to them, as part of that content of that, motion, Nigeria has really not done enough to offer protection to, persecuted Christians, particularly in the northern part of the country. Kogi, I know Kogi featured, Kogi and Benue and some other parts of the north featured prominently. And so because of that, they made that the House of Reps, passed that particular, act or that bill. So the implication of that is that, if that bill eventually sails through, because it still has some hurdles to go, going by Americans' lawmaking and law amendment processes. If it goes through, what it simply means is that, certain aids that comes from America to Nigeria will come to a halt until at the time where the Secretary of State will have to brief the House or report back to the House that Nigeria has taken some certain steps to improve on its record or correct some anomalies. But pending when that is done, that those aids should stop. So that's exactly what that bill was all about. And, I think that bill is also in line with the earlier stand that the House of Reps had taken some time ago, about...
Aneke TV's flagship current affairs program, where critical national and continental
countries, of which Nigeria falls within. And as part of that amendment, a very strong case was made, and the motion was sponsored by, I think, Riley Moore, the vocal honorable member who for some time now has been on, following up on Nigerian issues. And so it's recommended that there should be a stoppage of, aids, American aids to countries that probably pay little or no attention to issues of protection of human rights and human lives along the line of, religious crisis. So to them, as part of that content of that, motion, Nigeria has really not done enough to offer protection to, persecuted Christians, in particularly in the northern part of the country. Kogi, I know Kogi featured, Kogi and Benue and some other parts of the north featured prominently, and so because of that, they made that the House of Reps, passed that particular act or that bill. So the implication of that is that if that bill eventually sails through, because it still has some hurdles to go, going by Americans' lawmaking and law amendment processes. If it goes through, what it simply means that certain aids that comes from America to Nigeria will come to a halt until at the time where the Secretary of State will have to brief the House or report back to the House that Nigeria has taken some certain steps to improve on its record or correct some anomalies. But pending when that is done, that those aids should stop. So that's exactly what that bill was all about. And, I think that bill is also in line with the earlier stand that the House of Reps had taken some time ago, about issues of religious persecution and religious, persecution and some kind of protection of lives and properties. That this government, this American government, is so much concerned about putting to a halt issues of religious persecution and into some communities across African states, of which Nigeria is one of. Excuse me. So these are the issues, and that was the essence of that particular report. But you see, what makes this very imperative here is that I think some of the issues that came up, were also issues that border on how the country has responded to cases of religious intolerance, religious persecution in some parts of the country over a period of time. Of course, the federal government has its own defense and its own side of the matter. They've responded, and they've responded that most of the killings that have been reported over time were probably not religiously motivated killings, but killings that are that probably were backed by, that were carried out by insurgents, bandits, terrorists, and perhaps politically inclined, violence and killings, not necessarily religious. And so it might be incorrect to say all of these killings are religiously motivated. So we have seen a lot of governments, personnel come on air, at different forums to make that defense. But, I guess Nigerians matter is one that some of these things have been in the public domain for quite some time. So I don't know for how far some certain defense that are offered, can go to change the narrative.
All right, Mr. Meka, that's quite insightful. However, despite how the country has handled issues around insecurity in Nigeria, I'm speaking to the Nigerian state now, do you believe that the insecurity that we witness presently has to be given some sort of a religious correlation, in this very regard, taking into account the position of the United States House of Reps?
Well, I think, in my own estimation, that it is a case of a mixture of different situations and circumstances. While it might be a bit disingenuous to accept totally or to ascribe totally that all the killings that we have seen were religiously motivated killings. It would also not be factual enough for anybody to stay anywhere to say that, look, there has not been religious killings. If we do that, we do a great disservice to ourselves. If you have been following events in Nigeria, you will know that we have had cases of disturbances, crises, and all kinds of violence that you can trace their roots to religious differences. I mean, these cases are very clear. I remember sometime in 2015 or thereabouts, but maybe not 2015, but sometime around 2015, during the reign of President Muhammad Buhari, the case of the woman, some say she belonged to the redeemed folk, who was murdered somewhere in Kubwa, who was on early morning cry. So that case is there. That's clearly a religious, apart from that,
yes,
we have had cases of, remember was it the ATB about you, or University of Sokoto, the student that was killed because they said there were arguments.
She blasphemed.
Yes, blasphemed on the WhatsApp platform. That aside, we have also seen, the church, Catholic Church, St. Mary's Church in our massacre, the Suleja issue. So there are obvious cases of, there have been religious killings. But like I said, why we acknowledge those things are factual, they are records. Nobody, if you deny them, that is left for you, but it doesn't mean that the records are no longer there. But obviously, there have also been other crises that have nothing to do with it.
But Mr. Meka, is there enough ground to deny a nation, a supposed an ally, the opportunity to have access to aids?
No, I guess the issue here is not about denying the nation. You see, remember that when you come to a nation, you have the people, you have the land, you have the government, and that's the leadership, and so. But who do you hold responsible when things are not going well? Obviously, the leadership. So if you are listening to the debate, I mean, we got snippets of that debate in the House of American House of Representatives. Yeah. One particular honorable member was emphasizing on, that there was no need. I may not be able to quote him now, but if I have to paraphrase and interpret what he said, he said the American money, American resources cannot be spent to support a corrupt regime that is incapable of taking responsibility and offering protection to vulnerable groups and people. So that there's no way the American money can support such a. So for me, that was a very strong statement, So what does it tell you? That what they are actually trying to drive at is letting, or rather, pressurizing the government to take stronger steps, to fish out these people behind these criminal acts each time they occur, and not to allow them. And we must also accept the fact that whether we like it or not, see, it's us now, so we need to tell ourselves the truth. Part of the reason why, I'm happy that the Owo massacre, not long ago, we were told that some of the apprehended culprits have been sentenced. Yes, that justice has taken its course. That is good. We probably want things like that to happen more. It will serve as a deterrent. But I think it's a great disservice also, and the serious injustice to the victims of these attacks and the people that the bereaved, family members and friends that they left behind. If many of them just pass away with time without the perpetrators being fished out and justice taking its course. And for me, I think that is what that position is trying to emphasize. Not that they want to deny the people of Nigeria, remember, this is their aids. They are not legitimate, rights. Their aids is just an assistance a country wants to offer to you, and so it purely at their discretion.
But on moral grounds, many people would argue that you shouldn't deny, such aids to, the downtrodden of the society based on the, inadequacies or shortcomings of their government. But be that as it may, Mr. Emeka, the conversation here is that at some point the government did argue that the position of the United States House of Rep members are, such that is engineered by the opposition in Nigeria, who are painting a gloomy picture of situation in the country.
Yeah, and now I'll come to that, but let me say something about it might not be good to deny people based on
shortcomings of their isolated cases and shortcomings of their government.
Of the government. Now, like I said, if you also if you also follow that argument, one of the contributors to the debate, which I alluded to earlier on, talked about that the government that the American resources cannot be used to support a corrupt and irresponsible. These are some of. So if you talk about a corrupt government now, why would corruption come into the system? Remember also that that's also a partial way to allude the fact that perhaps the aids that have been flying in before now probably have not been used in the right perspective. For me, that's where probably the use of the word corrupt comes into fray. So they could be using one stone to kill two birds. Maybe before now, issues of corruption have also come to their own attention, and they probably have been looking for a way to to stop this. That's number one. Now, coming to the issue you talked about, there was a second issue you raised. The second issue you raised.
Yes.
About let me remember now.
No, we're talking about, you've addressed the issue
of
around
the corruption.
The corruption there, and then the denying of aids,
yes,
to the people. So do we use?
Okay, Sam. Now I understand you. You talked about the government saying that the position of the American House of Reps is motivated by or orchestrated by
some oppositions.
Yes, narratives from oppositions.
Yeah.
Yes, this can be the submission or the standpoint of the government of the day. That nothing should be surprising to anybody, because naturally this is what they will say. I mean, this is what they will say. We live in a country where governments probably don't take responsibility for some of the action, and when these things their attention is called to these things, they simply dismiss it as these are the opposition crying foul. In fact, we have even heard in Nigeria today, one of the former governments will tell you they are wailing wailers. When people legitimately point out shortcomings of government or things that can be done right. I mean, which ordinarily should have, the government can simply go and address such issues and put things right without anything. Instead of them to do that, they simply tell you that, oh, these are cries from wailing wailers. So for me, that is not good enough. So the government can come up with that kind of story because it is not new. This is the same thing we've seen over and over and again. But remember that we are talking of an American House of Rep. America is a country that they don't even need narratives from opposition members here. I can tell you that sometimes they even have more information than even the opposition members themselves. This is a government that maintains clear presence in almost in every part of the world. So they know what is happening. Apart from the fact that they have their intelligence, intel services everywhere, they also have channels through which they know what happens in practically every country. So how can anybody come to say that these are cries from opposition members? Are they not seeing some of these things? Some time ago, they conducted a town hall on this particular subject. which was followed by most. It was that town hall was followed by most Nigerians, because the proceedings were transmitted live by some Nigerian media houses, and people followed. All the people that spoke in that place, are they all politicians? Are they opposition politicians? Some people who have experienced this violence and crisis on a first-hand level came there to talk. Are they politicians? So for me, these are part of the reasons why these challenges are never confronted, because when you begin to deny them, that's the first step in allowing them to continue.
All right. Before we bury this very issue, a name consistently, surfaces on this very issue, especially when the American interest is concerned. House of Honorable Raleigh Moore, House of Rep member, he's been at the forefront, championing the discourse, insisting that the American government stop some aid to Nigeria to motivate the government to take action. Now, from his own part, what do you think should be the motivation here, if he's not really the opposition or lobbyist, using him as a front?
No, but like I said, the current American president is seems to have piqued interest in protecting vulnerable societies, particularly along the line of religious persecution. It's not only in Nigeria he's doing that. And if you look at other parts of the world, he's very, very outspoken, against it. And so it's very difficult for anyone to say that he's dancing to the tune of the opposition. In his first tenure, his first tenure as president of America, that wasn't during the tenure of this administration. And so his character didn't change. And so for me, what the country should do most is to look inwards and ask itself, are we having cases of religious persecution in Nigeria? If they search themselves very, clearly, and the answer is in the negative, well, fine. But if there are, it's an opportunity to put things right.
It's an opportunity to put things right.
Exactly.
On that note, we'll take a short break. When we return, these issues continues to be a thread on Frontline Africa. Stay with us, please.
In a world that never stands still, where stories break in seconds and moments shape history, one station keeps you connected to your nation, to the continent, to the world.
From breaking news to powerful stories, from business and politics to culture, lifestyle and entertainment, we inform, we inspire, we keep you ahead.
This is more than television. This is your window to everywhere that matters.
Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news. You need clarity. You need speed. You need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
You're still watching Frontline Africa, and Emeka Odom, a development communication expert and a seasoned public affairs analyst, has been helping us to unravel hidden issues behind the curtains and above and beyond the headlines on these news issues. Mr. Emeka, it's been a pleasure so far.
Thank you so much.
All right, still on the international scene. Let's revisit. I know you've spoken eloquently about these issues in the past, but I bear the fact that it continues to, see escalation. We've seen the resurgence of hostilities between the American government and the Iranian counterpart. The diplomatic talks seem not to be holding water any longer. there's been a resurgence of hostilities?
Yes, you know, it's a protracted issue. You recall that sometime in February or thereabouts, America and Israel, you know, together took up arms, you know, against Iran. The simple reason that's very obvious to everyone, which they've been dragging for quite some time now. Iran's decision to acquire nuclear weapon, and of course, America and Israel are the Western world generally, you know, is vehemently, and most countries are vehemently against that. But being championed by countries like America and Israel for some strategic reasons, which, if you also look at it from the other perspective, it may be difficult to dismiss. And so, they believe that America, I mean, in the process of, you know, acquiring the nuclear weapon, that Iran has, you know, had its uranium enriched to a certain percentage that they could now, you know, manufacture nuclear warheads. And so because of that, they had to embark on the goal to destroy whatever they had, you know, achieved over time. So that happened. That war, you know, took off sometime around February this year. It went on for quite some time. So in the process, Iran on itself had to play its joker, because the truth is that it might be difficult for Iran to, you know, face Israel and America squarely, considering the military might of these two nations. Not that Iran wasn't, you know, they weren't doing anything. They were doing something in their own way too, firing missiles from their country to Israel and some of the neighboring nations that are allied to America. So, but the biggest joker that they played, you know, which got the attention of the world, was to completely shut down the maritime, you know, waterways,
Strait of Hormuz,
which they principally control, along with, you know, Oman, because that waterway is bordering the coastal line of Iran and Oman. So they had to lock down that route, knowing very well that that will have an immediate impact on the economy of the world, the energy economy of the world, because a lot of countries in Europe and Asia, you know, use that route for, you know, the maritime business, yes, including transportation of oil and, you know, related. So when they did that, that automatically spiked up the price of, you know, crude oil at the international market. There is a second route. You have the Suez Canal, Egypt, Sudan, and perhaps Ethiopia. That's more of African countries, yes, use that route. So the oil prices went up, but the war continued to rage on. So that happened to, while that was going on, some good-spirited countries came to intervene. And when they intervened in that, particularly Pakistan, to try to broker a ceasefire, you know, at a point in time, it looked as if there was a headway. And in fact, actually, a ceasefire did come into effect. A 60-day ceasefire did come into effect. That ceasefire was meant to allow for a proper, you know, negotiation to take place. Negotiation that would enable Iran, along with these other parties, to completely and, you know, contextualize the peace process and agree on the way forward. Well, we heard that they were making progress in that, but some issues came up, and these issues, one is that, you know, Iran, one of the accusations that Iran has had to face is that they sponsor terrorist organizations, foreign terrorist organizations, you know, one of which is Hamas in Gaza, the Hutu rebels in Yemen, and the Hezbollah in Lebanon. These are people who, according to them, are pleading the cause of the Palestinians. So they are fighting against Israel. Now, according to, you know, narratives, they are the ones sponsoring these FTOs, the foreign terrorist organizations, too. So in other words, they are fighting a proxy war against Israel. And so now, while this was going on, Hezbollah began to intensify its fight against Israel. Israel on itself was also responding to them in a manner that was quite devastating. So while the hostilities in Iran was going down, while they were seeing a ceasefire in Iran, the one in Lebanon, occasioned by the Hezbollah activities, was being intensified because Israel was returning, of course, Israel, they were returning fire 10 times more than what Hezbollah was doing. And so Iran said that as long as Israel is still destroying Lebanon on account of what Hezbollah was doing, that the peace process will not see the light of the day. America said, no, you can't speak for Lebanon. If Lebanon has any issue, they should bring it up. In any case, they were trying to broker a deal, which the Lebanese government was part of, But, Hezbollah, acting under the influence of Iran, wasn't giving into that. And Iran insisted that Israel must halt its activities completely before the ceasefire could take place. And Israel said, no. What you're doing, the peace deal you're negotiating with America has nothing to do with what is happening in Lebanon. And so that was where they were until things began to break down again. And, a few ceasefire they had achieved, broke down because the Strait of Hormuz was opened, for quite some time. Yes. After America imposed an economic blockade, it's called naval blockade. Stopping even the sales of Iranian oil and other economic activities. So, but when it eventually broke down, the President of the United States gave America a deadline to say, look, if you have to come up with a deal. And the deal, but it's also very instructive to say that part of the challenge, part of the problem is there are certain characters and individuals in Iran who probably didn't want any peace deal with America under any guise at all. Remember that part of Iran has its own politics. Those who probably are not following the country may not understand. You have what we call the revolutionary propagandists, right? Those who are ardent, disciples of the revolution, which since 1979 that the revolution came into effect, they are disciples of the revolution, and these are the highliners who want to advance the creeds and principles of the revolutionary government. And those creeds and the principles, they are quite conservative, and they are hardline principles. They wouldn't even waver. Then you have people you may call maybe the I don't want to use the word now, the diplomatic. They're a bit less conservative. They are more liberal. And that is why if you come to America, if you come to Iran, you find out that sometimes there seems to be some kind of disagreement between the elected leaders and the revolutionists. Now, when Ayatollah was alive, he was the leader of the spiritual leader of the country. So he stood as a bridge. Because of his own influence, he was able to hold the country together. But now that he's no longer there, there's this internal bickering between the elected leaders who are far more liberal in their approach to this crisis, and we have the revolutionary, the disciples represented by the Revolutionary Guards Brigade, right? These are people who want to continue to fight, who want continuous war. I mean, at all costs. So that crisis, to the extent we even began to hear that some leaders have been put under house arrest, some people have been shot out of the negotiation, while some people believe that others are a sellout. So even when they agree on a way forward, back to the country, some people will say, no way, we can't allow this to happen. So that contributed in derailing the peace process. And President Trump wouldn't have none of such. As long as he was concerned, the country must, take a firm stand. And so when they were not forthcoming, he simply made it clear that America was not going to wait for them, and that it's either they do this or they face more strikes, and
We're
since
seeing,
we're not able
we're
to,
seeing escalation.
that is the escalation that we
we're
are
having.
now.
You know, what I would have wanted us to see if this operation, by America is a failed one at this point. But before we talk about that, what's the implication of this crisis in the Gulf, for Nigeria?
Okay, first, if you talk about the implication for Nigeria, it's very clear. Now, well, Nigeria, not first and foremost, look at it from militarily. Nigeria is a member of the non-allied movement, so it takes no side in issues of that. As a matter of fact, our state's policy on this issue, it takes no side. Nigeria maintains a very good relationship with Iran, and at the same time maintains a very good relationship with. That is what our non-allied position affords us. But economically, the impact is being felt because the moment the Strait of Hormuz is shut down, it impacts on the world economy, the world energy economy. And so the direct effect of that is that the price of energy at the international market goes up. And apart from the Dangote refinery, which is a local local in the sense that is located in Nigeria here, principally Nigeria, the crude oil that we use, I mean the petroleum products that we use here across the board, whether it is kerosene, diesel, PMS, aviation fuel, that's jet A1, whatever thing we use there, these things are, except the one that's gotten from Dangote refinery, the rest are imported. And so once the price goes up in the international market, it will impact on the price of the finished products. And ordinarily, one could also say yes, Nigeria is getting some form of profit here because Nigeria sells crude oil. Now that is where probably the government needs to probably also give us one or two other explanations, because one would have thought that the extra money we are making, because if the budget is predicated on so amount, and as a result of this crisis, you are not selling at so amount, which is on the high side. So the difference, you can also use this difference to caution the effect of what the various inflation that would arise as a result of the increments in the price of finished products. But I don't think we are seeing that happening, and so that hardship continues, and that is where Nigerians come in direct contact with the effect of the crisis in the Gulf. But beyond that, I don't want to say the war is a failed war. Is it because, number one, the first question to ask is what is the crisis? I mean, what is the whole goal of this war? And for me, if I understand very correctly, the goal is to stop Iran from going ahead with their plan to get a nuclear weapon. And those who are persecuting the war, you heard them say several times that they have taken the country back several years. If they were going to achieve their aim of nuclear weapon in the next 5 years, that they've taken them back. I'm just giving an example. Yeah. They've taken them back to about 10-15 years. So to them that's a mission accomplished. So I will not sit down here to say it has a failed war, because those people, no matter how much they spend on the mission, I don't think to them, that is the issue. The issue is that are they able to achieve their aim? And from what we are seeing, several times we see, follow on the international news, Iran is rebuilding. What are they rebuilding? They are rebuilding destroyed facilities, and so that's also some kind of setback. And I think that for them, if they're able to achieve these setbacks, which they say they have achieved, it's some kind of success on their own side. So it may not be correct for anybody to sit down here to say it's a failed war, because they know what they want to achieve, and if they say they are achieving it, who are we to?
All right, Mr. Baker, before I let you, rest on this very one, is it possible, beside the issue of making sure that Iran doesn't get nuclear weapon, is it possible that part of the operation is to, orchestrate or engineer a regime change?
Yes, as a matter of fact, there's a school of thought, that as a way forward in this whole crisis, some school of while others are pursuing a diplomatic, way of trying to get the Iranian regime to come to a round table with the American regime, because dialogue dialogue is ultimate. While some people are trying to get the parties to come to a dialogue table to iron things out, there are also other people that believe that, look, as long as this regime is there now, we can never have any meaningful peace deal with them. So the only option is to enforce a regime change. Until there's a regime change, you will not be able to answer. That is why, if you've been following events, you also hear some snippets of news telling you that, well, the Kurdish rebels from Iraq, are trying to be positioned for ground assaults, for ground, action against the regime as a way to, help to dislodge. And I just was it yesterday, I was reading one of the international news that some government officials in Iran, are saying that if any ground forces anywhere is sponsored to launch attack, because everyone understands the implication. See, all of these aerial bombardments you're seeing is to weaken the forces on ground, so that by the time the ground forces come to probably march on, countermeasures will no longer be possible.
They will see a weakened.
Exactly. So that is the whole idea. So the government officials were saying that if any ground forces anywhere is empowered to, or to come and launch any attack on them, that they will also launch attack on the interests of the American allies. And so that's where they are. But the bigger implication is that things could get out of hand, because Iran is saying that they will continue to attack, because what Iran has principally been doing is, they have not been attacking US directly in terms of launching either missiles or other strikes within the American territory. Maybe because of the capacity is not there, given the distance between America and but what they are doing is to attack other interests, countries that they believe are offering assistance in terms of America hosting their air base there. So they believe that this country should be attacked as well. And they have come out to say that, look, they will continue to attack these countries that are offering assistance to America. They've been attacking, you have Bahrain, Qatar, Saudi Arabia, Jordan. They've been attacking these countries because these are other countries within the region. So, but they have not attacked Israel because and Israel is on. Israel says that they're on standby. So if what they're doing, that attack, as much as gets to Israel, of course, because America on itself, we are told that is carefully trying to leave Israel out of this, because Israel seems to be far more ready to destroy more things than
America is.
So I guess Iran on its own is also a bit more careful not to involve Israel, because the moment if they send any missile to Israel like they are doing to all these other, I can tell you that Israel may not wait for America to say, okay, please, let's go about it. They were on their own, and the consequence. And of course, Netanyahu said the other day that all along they've been trying to avoid, some certain facilities and go after military targets. That if Iran tries anything this time around, it might not be as they'll discover that what happened the other time is just a child's play. So I guess that but we pray it doesn't escalate to that point.
All right. Let's just come back home a bit before let's come back home, yes, before we call it a day on the program. But Mr. Meka, critically, we've seen the appeal court's decision on INEC election timetable, and we've seen the opposition and every political interest in Nigeria seem a little bit rattled. Can you walk us through this decision and its implication for the polity?
Yes, the appeal courts, the Abuja, division of the appeal courts, I think precisely on the 16th of July, overturned the decision of the High Court, to record that the YPP, is it the YPP or so? No, the Youth Party.
The Youth Party.
Yeah, the Youth Party had challenged INEC on the timetable that they released concerning the 2027 general elections. They said the INEC, some of that the timetable in some way, contravened the Electoral Act, and so they had challenged that in courts, and it was the Federal High Court that took that decision, nullifying that timetable that INEC had acted in a manner that contravenes the electoral timetable. So INEC appealed the case, which informed the decision of the the appeal court, the Abuja Division Appeal Court on the 16th. So they set aside, they will overturn that decision of the Federal High Court. So what it simply means now is that the timetable as arranged by INEC, as announced by INEC, still stands, except if the Youth Party now decides to go to the Supreme Court. So that is what it means. And I remember we discussed this issue here in one of our discussions. We talked about the various court cases that is facing INEC, if that is not going to be a major impediment to the elections. And we said, yes, it could, that tendency is there, it could, but that ultimately it is good for our jurisprudence. Because, you see, when you have a matter challenged in court, if a major stakeholder in the electoral process takes a step, and the people begin to complain and cry over that step, some say it's not good, some say it's good. If nothing is done over it, either it stays or it doesn't stay. It hasn't helped our smooth democratic process. What will happen is that we do not know whether that is the right step or is the wrong step. So the tendency is there that next time that can still be a repeat. So it's like we are recycling, So, but if that decision, such a decision is challenged in court and there's a court pronouncement on it and it is pursued to a logical conclusion, then we will know that either the body will not try, whoever came up with that, whoever took that step will now know that, look, this is the wrong step, we won't try it again because there's already a court decision on it. Then if it is good, you know that yes, you can follow this route because people challenge it and the court says you're right. So next time you'll be very confident enough to follow the route. And so this is what develops a society. Let people, when you have issues that you feel, instead of grumbling and instead of making statements, incendiary statements that can heat up the system, go to courts. Let the court make pronunciations on these things. And once the court makes a pronunciation, it becomes a law itself. So that is why for me, and why people, the Youth Party that went to court, they have at liberty to, if they feel that they can stop here and accept this decision at the ENEC timetable, please let them do. It saves a lot of issues. But if they feel that no, we think that the appeal court erred in upholding, in upturning the decision of the Federal High Court, please let them approach the Supreme Court, so that at the end of the day, this thing will be put. It will be put to its final rest, and they will know. So that next time also, INEC will now know when they are drawing timetable, they will be a bit more cautious to know. Look, if you go out of our line, we are likely to be sued and things like that. So that's for me. That's the right. That's the way it goes.
All right. Finally, just before we go, do you think this will impact on the preparedness of political parties in Nigeria going into 2027 election?
It may, because in the very first place, for me, if you even ask me, we are running very late because the amendment came a bit late. Remember that for me, I was one of the people who had said, you see, the last general election held in February 2023. And let's say the government was sworn in, this particular government now, I mean, I'm looking at the government, the executive and the judiciary and the legislatures. They were sworn in on May 29, 2003. They knew 2023, May 29, 2023, they were sworn in. Everybody knew that another election will come up in 2027. So if you want to do an amendment to the Electoral Act, which they have, the National Assembly has a right to. If you think there's any aspect that is not good enough, you want to strengthen it, right? Maybe you have tested one or two things there, and they need to be ironed out to make the next election better. Start on time. So this is the whole idea of waiting until less than 1 year, less than 9 months, less than 7 months to the election before the amended Electoral Act comes out. It gives room for so many things. Things can no longer be well scrutinized. You put the electoral body on an edge. You drive political parties, and many of them may not have the resources and the clout to be able to accomplish these things overnight. So it creates, first and foremost, a point of disadvantage for them, allowing only the bigger parties that have the resources and the coverage, to muster, strength overnight and so that is why let us do things at the right time. For me, it's a very big lesson. But thank God that the country is still going. So whatever shortcomings that may be experienced now, by God's grace, before 2031, let these things be. Let's start in good time.
All right. And unfortunately, this year we may be drawing the curtains on this edition of the program. Mr. Emeka Odom, thank you very much for your insightful analysis on these issues.
Thanks for having me.
All right. So Mr. Emeka Odom is a development communication expert and a seasoned public affairs analyst. As always, the conversation continues beyond the studio. Stay informed, stay engaged, and keep your eyes on unfolding stories. I am Uche Osai. Thank you for watching Frontline Africa on Aneke TV.
Frontline Africa is Aneke TV's flagship current affairs program, where critical national and continental issues take center stage.
On Frontline Africa, we examine politics, the economy, security, business, health, and a wide range of other key sectors shaping society.
The program is insightful, engaging, and interactive, providing a platform for informed analysis and meaningful public discourse.
Here, issues are discussed raw, balanced, and expertly with depth, clarity, and a commitment to fact and accountability.
Join us every Saturday at 5 in the evening, only on Aneke TV.
I want to gently recommend this to you. Please do not be nice. Be kind, because kindness is a measure of our humanity, but do not be nice. Nice means wanting always to be liked, and this is a particular affliction of female socialization. Nice means silencing inconvenient truths. Nice means choosing always to be comfortable. Nice means letting go of courage. Nice means talking about peace, but not about justice. Nice will not remake the world, and there is so much about our world that needs remaking. There is no such thing as a perfect human being. The longing for perfection will hold you back. It doesn't help any cause to start with perfection as yardstick. We do not need to be perfect before we are able to do what is right. I wish you everything you wish for yourself that causes no harm to others.
Nigeria finds itself at a pivotal moment. A nation of nearly 220 million people, rich in human potential, natural resources, and cultural diversity. Nigeria is simultaneously confronted with an array of security challenges that have deep historical roots and contemporary.
Good afternoon and welcome to News at 3 on Aneke TV. I am Good Hope Chukuma. Here are the headlines. INEC opens recruitment portal for entry-level and professional positions nationwide. Plateau State Governor apologizes to Igbo community over Civil War legacy. Federal government returns 13 oil blocks to licensing pool after unsuccessful bidding exercise. Now the news in details. 2 persons have died in a road traffic crash involving a Lexus car and a TVS motorcycle along the Abeokuta-Ibadan Expressway at Leme in Ogun State. The Federal Road Safety Corps (FRSC) said 6 adult males were involved in the Monday evening accident, with 2 confirmed dead at the scene. The Ogun State Sector Commander of the FRSC said rescue teams arrived within minutes of receiving a distress call, cleared the obstruction to restore the free flow of traffic, and evacuated the victims. The bodies of the deceased were deposited at the State Hospital mortuary in Ijaye, while recovered personal belongings, including an identity card and a mobile phone, were secured. Sector Commander of the FRSC in Ogun State, Mr. Oludare Ogunjobi, contributed the crash to excessive speed, describing it as another avoidable tragedy caused by reckless driving. He stressed that speeding significantly reduces motorist reaction time and increases the severity of crashes. Mr. Ogunjobi extended condolences to the families of the deceased and urged motorists and commercial motorcycles to obey traffic regulations, maintain safe speeds, and exercise greater caution on the nation's highway to reduce preventable road fatalities. The Independent National Electoral Commission (INEC) has commenced its 2026 recruitment exercise, inviting qualified Nigerians to apply for entry-level and professional positions across various departments of the Commission. Applications opened on July 28th and will close on July 27th. INEC said the exercise is aimed at strengthening its institutional capacity in electoral administration, voter registration, logistics, information management, and other critical operational areas. Available positions include Executive Officer on grade level 7, Administrative Officer on grade level 8, and Professional Officers on grade level 9, 10, and 12. According to the Commission, applicants must be Nigerian citizens below 35 years of age, possess the required educational qualifications and professional certifications where applicable, the medically fit, and present valid means of identification. Candidates are required to complete their applications through the Commission's online recruitment portal using the National Identification Number. INEC emphasized that the recruitment process is entirely free of charge and warned applicants against submitting forged documents or dealing with fraudsters. The Commission added that anyone found presenting false information would be disqualified and prosecuted in accordance with the law.
Governor Caleb Mutfwang of Plateau State has apologized to the Igbo community for the state's role during the Nigerian Civil War, describing the conflict as a painful chapter in the nation's history. He made the remarks during an interactive meeting with Igbo leaders in Jos. Governor Mutfwang said many Plateau people were misled into participating in the conflict and expressed regret over the suffering experienced during the war. He called for forgiveness, reconciliation, and stronger national unity, stressing that lasting peace can only be achieved through mutual understanding. The governor commended the Igbo community for its significant contributions to the economic growth and development of Plateau State. He encouraged Igbo entrepreneurs to continue investing in the state and mentoring young people while assuring them of his administration's commitment to maintaining a peaceful, business-friendly environment. Responding on behalf of the community, the President General of the Igbo community in Plateau State, Chief Chidi Ona, welcomed the governor's reconciliation initiative and praised the inclusive style of governance. He also commended the administration's effort to resolve long-standing property-related issues affecting members of the community. Troops of Operation Hardin K have neutralized a Boko Haram insurgent and foiled an attempt by terrorists to extort illegal levies from residents in Yobe State. The operation followed credible intelligence on the movement of suspected terrorists along the Paya-Kafia axis. Military authorities said troops intercepted a convoy of vehicles and motorcycles believed to be headed to nearby communities to collect illegal taxes from residents. A gun battle ensued, during which one terrorist was killed while several others sustained injuries and fled into surrounding bushes. Security forces recovered ammunition, loaded magazines, vehicle components, and medical supplies believed to have been used to support terrorist operations. Follow-up operations are continuing to track down the fleeing suspect and deny insurgents freedom of moving within the area. The Joint Task Force said disrupting the terrorist financing remains a critical component of ongoing counter-insurgency operations across the Northeast. Military authorities reaffirmed their commitment to intelligence-led operations aimed at restoring lasting peace and security in the region. Governor petermbah of Enugu State has honored 13-year-old Chimdwebube Omubiko Victor following his outstanding performance at the 2026 International STEM Olympiad held in Rome, Italy. The student won a gold medal in mathematics and a silver medal in science after competing against students from several countries. Receiving the young scholar at the government house in Enugu, Governor Mbah described the achievement as a proud moment for Enugu State and Nigeria. He commended the students' discipline, determination, and academic excellence, saying the feat reflects the enormous potential of young Nigerians when provided with quality education. The governor also praised the students' mathematics teacher, Mr. Chisom Unachuku, and the management of Evergreen Schools for their commitment to academic excellence and talent development. He noted that the accomplishment demonstrates the capacity of Enugu students to compete successfully on the global stage. Governor Mbah reaffirmed his administration's commitment to transforming education through the Smart Green Schools initiative, stating that the program is designed to provide school children across the state with world-class learning opportunities capable of preparing them for global competitiveness. The Enugu State Waste Management Authority, ESWAMA, has fixed Saturday, July 25th for the monthly environmental sanitation exercise across the state. The exercise will take place between 7 a.m. and 10 a.m. ESWAMA said movement of persons and vehicles would be restricted during the exercise, except for security personnel, emergency responders, and other essential service providers with valid official identification. Residents have been directed to clean their homes, business premises, and drainage channels. The authority also announced the suspension of commercial activities, sporting events, and operations at motor parks. Throughout the sanitation period, it urged residents to participate fully in maintaining a cleaner and healthier environment. ESWAMA warned that mobile courts would be deployed to prosecute violators of the sanitation order. The agency also reminded residents that payment of the 2026 environmental sanitation rate remains ongoing through designated banks at the ESWAMA headquarters in Enugu. The news at 3 comes to you live from Aneke TV. For more updates and breaking news stories, follow us on Facebook and YouTube at Aneke TV. And now, here is a recap of the major stories making the headlines. The Independent National Electoral Commission has opened its recruitment portal for qualified Nigerians seeking entry-level and professional positions across the country. Plateau State Governor Caleb Mutfwang has apologized to the Igbo community over the state's role during the Nigerian Civil War, calling for reconciliation and stronger national unity. Coming up shortly,
The federal government has returned 13 oil and gas blocks to the licensing pool after they failed to attract successful bids during the 2025 licensing round. We'll be right back shortly. Stay with us.
Across Nigeria's dynamic economy, enterprise is on the move. From the resilience of small businesses to the expanding reach of indigenous industries, commerce thrives on innovation, determination, and vision. Finance is evolving, powered by technology and driven by a new generation of entrepreneurs. In a rapidly changing world, digital transformation is redefining how we save, invest, and grow wealth. From energy to agriculture, manufacturing to tech, Nigeria's economic landscape continues to diversify. Policies shift, markets respond, and opportunities emerge. Every figure tells a story. Every trend shapes the future. The question is, where is the next opportunity? On Aneke TV, we bring you clarity beyond the numbers. This is Business Outlook on Aneke TV, tracking the markets, analyzing the trends, and spotlighting the drivers of economic growth. Aneke TV, informing enterprise, shaping perspective.
Welcome back. The Inspector General of Police, Mr. Olatunji Disu, has charged newly promoted Assistant Inspectors General of Police and Commissioners of Police to justify their elevation through exemplary leadership, professionalism, and accountability. He gave the charge during the decoration ceremony for the senior officers at the Force Headquarters in Abuja. Mr. Disu described the promotions as recognition of years of dedication, resilience, and distinguished service to the Nigerian police force, stressing that higher ranks come with greater responsibility, maintaining law and order, and strengthening public confidence in policing. The Inspector General urged the officers to lead by example, uphold the rule of law, and reject corruption, abuse of office, and all forms of unethical conduct. He reminded them that their actions would shape the next generation of police leaders and influence public perception of the force. He also acknowledged the sacrifices made by officers and their families throughout their careers, assuring that the police leadership would continue to pursue reforms aimed at improving professionalism, operational efficiency, and service delivery across the country. Imo State Governor Senator Hope Uzodinma has approved 25 billion naira for the construction of judicial quarters and 1.9 billion naira for 4 computer-based test centers as part of efforts to strengthen infrastructure in the justice and education sectors. The approvals were announced after the Imo State Executive Council meeting in Owerri. The judicial housing project will provide 40 duplexes for judges, while the CBT initiative will improve access to JAMB and other computer-based examinations across the Olu zone. The Executive Council also approved the immediate release of 900 million naira for the first phase of the project, covering 2 pilot CBT centers at Bishop Shanahan Secondary School, Olo, and Community Secondary School, Omoma. Council approved the establishment of Imo Signage Asset Management Limited, a public-private partnership initiative expected to deploy Internet of Things-enabled digital billboards across the state, expand digital infrastructure, and boost internally generated revenue without additional financial burden on government. The federal government says 13 of the 50 oil and gas blocks offered during the 2025 licensing round will be returned to the licensing basket after failing to attract commercial bids from investors. Chief Executive of the Nigerian Upstream Petroleum Regulatory Commission, Mr. Benga Komolafe, announced this at the commercial bid conference in Abuja, explaining that only 37 blocks attracted competitive bids during the exercise.
According to him, nearly 300 companies initially indicated interest in the licensing round before the pre-qualification process reduced the number to 196, while 143 companies eventually submitted about 200 commercial bids for the available assets. The Commission said the outcome reflects sustained investor interest in Nigeria's upstream petroleum sector despite global energy market uncertainties, adding that unawarded blocks will remain available for future licensing opportunities under the Petroleum Industry Act. FIFA says the 2026 FIFA World Cup produced a record number of historic achievements with 14 major tournament records broken across individual, team and coaching categories. Portugal captain Cristiano Ronaldo became the first player to score in 6 FIFA World Cup tournaments, while Argentina captain Lionel Messi extended several career records, including most World Cup victories and consecutive scoring appearances. France forward Kylian Mbappe emerged as the competition's all-time leading World Cup goal scorer with 22 career goals, while teammate Michael Olise set a new tournament record with 7 assists. Spain goalkeeper Unai Simon registered 7 clean sheets, and midfielder Rodri established a new benchmark for completed passes in a single World Cup. FIFA also confirmed that Didier Deschamps became the most successful coach by matches managed and won at the World Cup, while Dick Advocat of Curacao became the oldest coach to manage at the tournament. The governing body described the championship as one of the most statistically remarkable editions in World Cup history. The Actors Guild of Nigeria, AGN, has appealed to governments, corporate organizations and development partners to support the inaugural African Children's Film Festival 2026 aimed at nurturing the next generation of African filmmakers and storytellers. Speaking at the unveiling in Abuja, AGN National President Dr. Abubakar Yakubu said the initiative is designed to equip children with practical skills in script writing, directing, acting and digital storytelling while promoting African culture and values. Festival director Mrs. Beth Obuefi said the program themed Our Stories, Our Lens, Our Voices is open to children of African heritage between the ages of 5 and 18 from across the world and will be offered free of charge. Organizers said participants will benefit from workshops, masterclasses and mentorship sessions designed to develop creative talent, encourage responsible digital content creation and support the federal government's drive to expand Nigeria's creative and cultural economy. And now to end news, here are the main points again. The Independent National Electoral Commission (INEC) has opened its nationwide recruitment portal for qualified Nigerians seeking entry-level and professional appointments across grade levels 07 to 12. The exercise, which runs until July 27th, is aimed at strengthening the Commission's manpower in electoral administration, voter registration, logistics, information technology, and other critical operations. Plateau State Governor Mr. Caleb Mufwang has apologized to the Igbo community over the state's role during the Nigerian Civil War, describing the conflict as a painful chapter in Nigeria's history. Speaking during an engagement with Igbo leaders in Jos, the governor called for reconciliation, forgiveness, and stronger national unity, while commending the Igbo community for its significant contributions to Plateau State's economic growth and development. The federal government has returned 13 oil and gas blocks to the licensing pool after they failed to attract successful bids during the 2025 oil block licensing round. And that concludes the news. Thank you for watching. I am Good Hope Chukuma. Good afternoon.
In the heart of southwestern Nigeria lies Osun State, a land where history, spirituality, and modern life converge. From ancient groves to growing cities, Osun tells a story deeply rooted in Yoruba civilization. Osun State, created in 1991, is home to Osogbo, its capital city, a fast-developing urban center surrounded by rolling hills, farmlands, and rivers that have sustained communities for generations. At the edge of Osogbo lies the Osun-Osogbo Sacred Grove, a UNESCO World Heritage Site and one of the last remaining sacred forests in Yoruba culture. Dedicated to Osun, the goddess of fertility, the grove is both a spiritual sanctuary and a living museum of tradition. For centuries, Osun has remained a stronghold of Yoruba identity, where festivals, art, and spirituality are woven into everyday life. The annual Osun-Osogbo Festival draws thousands of pilgrims from across the world, celebrating faith, renewal, and cultural continuity. Beyond its sacred heritage, Osogbo is a growing city where tradition meets modern commerce. Markets bustle with traders selling textiles, food, and crafts, reflecting the entrepreneurial spirits of its people. Osun State is also a center of education, home to institutions such as Obafemi Awolowo University in nearby Ile-Ife and Osun State University, shaping the next generation of leaders. Young people here represent a bridge between tradition and innovation. In Ile-Ife, mythology and history intertwine, believed to be the spiritual birthplace of the Yoruba people. It remains one of Africa's most culturally significant ancient cities. Bronze works and archaeological discoveries here continue to attract global attention. Agriculture remains the backbone of Osun's economy. Cocoa, yam, cassava, and maize farming sustain rural communities across the state. In recent years, small-scale industries and digital entrepreneurship have begun reshaping its economic landscape. Like many Nigerian states, Osun continues to balance development with tradition, investing in infrastructure, education, and healthcare to improve the lives of its people. From sacred groves to modern cities, Osun State remains a living testament to Nigeria's cultural depth and evolving future. A place where heritage is not only remembered, but lived.
Yeah, can't fool flexing cause they know I got the sauce. Got the presence on me, I can't ever take it off. That's why I came country boy stepping, yeah, I'm country boy stepping. Country boy stepping, yeah, I'm country boy stepping. Yeah, they can't get like me, rockin' boots and white tee. Designer on my cuff ring, something like a Moby. Country boy stepping, yeah, I'm country boy stepping. Country boy stepping, yeah, I'm country boy stepping. Artist out the ranch, I just told you that I'm bout it. I might take offense if you tell me that you doubt it. This is what it is, yeah, I'm known to make it rowdy. Then I'm for the fit. and I drive a wide body. Who you know? Rolling like this, nobody. Can't go slow. I gotta hit that body. I'm the top of the top. I can't never take a break. Yeah, I'm hot and you not. That's why all my records bang. Oh, it's been a long, hard road. Gotta go home. Yeah, 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 yeah. Oh, and I know you love the way that I'm gon' keep on. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Can't do flexing cause they know I got the sauce. Got the presents on me, I can't ever take it off. That's why I came country boy stepping. Yeah, I'm country boy stepping. Country boy stepping. Yeah, I'm country boy stepping. Yeah, they can't get like me. Rocking boots and white tee. Designer on my cuff, bring something like a movie. Country boy stepping. Yeah, I'm country boy stepping. Country boy stepping. Yeah, I'm country boy stepping. Yeah, why they mad at a man like me? I went too crazy. Better take that knee and kiss my ring, cause I be royalty. Everywhere I go, my scene, and they be hating. That's such a lame thing. Yeah, y'all be lame things. I could never ever go outside like that. Yeah, my people got my back, and I know that that's a fact. So I won't worry about a thing. I'm gonna keep on burning track. Do you get what I mean? I got faith in my dream. Oh, it's been a long, hard road. Gotta go home. Yeah, 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 yeah. Oh, and I know you love the way that I'm gon' keep on. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Can't do flexing cause they know I got the sauce. Got the presents on me, I can't ever take it off. That's why I came country boy stepping. Yeah, I'm country boy stepping. Country boy stepping. Yeah, I'm country boy stepping. Yeah, they can't get like me. Rocking boots and white tee. Designer on my cuff, bring something like a movie. Country boy stepping. Yeah, I'm country boy stepping. Country boy stepping. Yeah, I'm country boy stepping.
Obodo ọbụla nwere akụkọ, aka mgbe ọbụla nwere ihe butere ya, nsogbu ọbụla kwesịrị inwe ogbugbo, site n'ọchịchị ruo mmepe obodo, site na nchekwa ruo na mmụta, site n'omenala ruo na akụnụba. A na-ewepụta okwu ndị ahụ na-emetụta anyị ma leba ha anya. Ọ bụ ohere ịnụ n'okwu gị dịka a na-ajụ ajụjụ ma na-enweta ọsịsa ajụjụ ndị ahụ. Ọ bụ ihe mmemme a na-ele anya n'okwu ndị ahụ metụtara anyị ya na ọdịnihu a chọrọ iwulite. Sonyere Joshua Ozioko n'Otobo dịka ọ ga-akpọta ndị ọnụ na-eru n'okwu, ndị ma ha ekwe na-akụ nakwa ọha na eze, ka ha tinye ọnụ n'okwu ndị ahụ gbasara anyị niile. Otobo maka inweta ozi ndị ahụ bara ezigbo uru. Ọ na-abịara gị kwa ụbọchị Tuesday na Friday ma ọkụ elekere 5 nke uhuruchi na Aneke TV. Otobo maka ọdịmma anyị niile.
There are leaders who command attention through the force of their personalities. And then there are those whose influence is measured by the values they leave behind. Shehu Usman Ayu Shagari belonged firmly to the latter. Reserved in temperament yet resolute in conviction, he represented a tradition of leadership in which humility outweighed hubris. Dialogue prevailed over division, and public office was regarded not as an entitlement but as a sacred trust. Born on February 25, 1925 in Shagari, present-day Sokoto State, his journey began in the classroom as a teacher before progressing through virtually every tier of public service. From parliamentarian to cabinet minister and eventually Nigeria's first executive president, his ascent reflected decades of preparation rather than political spectacle. When Nigeria returned to civilian rule on October 1, 1979, after 13 years of military government, Shagari inherited a nation eager to rediscover democratic governance. His presidency became the defining symbol of the Second Republic, a constitutional experiment founded on the belief that dialogue, institutions, and the ballot box could replace military decrees. His vision for Nigeria was neither narrow nor immediate. It was anchored in the philosophy that national prosperity should rest upon productivity rather than dependence. Agriculture became a national priority through the Green Revolution, an ambitious program intended to restore farming as the backbone of the economy. Roads, housing estates, irrigation projects, schools and federal institutions expanded under his administration, while strategic investments in industrial projects, particularly the Ajokute Steel Complex, reflected his conviction that a nation rich in resources must also become rich in production. His government also expanded tertiary education, established new universities of technology, upgraded colleges, and broadened access to technical education investments intended to strengthen Nigeria's long-term human capital. Shagari's most enduring contribution cannot be measured solely in physical infrastructure. It resided in his understanding of the Nigerian idea. He believed deeply that the country's extraordinary diversity was not a burden to be managed, but a strength to be cultivated. His politics sought accommodation rather than exclusion. The National Party of Nigeria's enduring message, "One Nation, One Destiny," captured his conviction that ethnic, religious, and regional identities should converge around a common national purpose. Even his political opponents acknowledged his reputation as a reconciliator, a gentleman whose instinct was to build bridges rather than deepen fault lines. His personal values reinforced that philosophy. Those who knew him constantly described a leader defined by simplicity, patience, modesty, and uncommon courtesy. He maintained an austere lifestyle, avoided the theatres often associated with political power, and treated both allies and opponents with respect. In one remarkable act of statesmanship, he conferred one of Nigeria's highest national honors on his principal political rival, Chief Obafemi Awolowo, a gesture that reflected his belief that service to the nation transcended partisan rivalry. History, however, seldom grants leaders the privilege of choosing their circumstances. The collapse of global oil prices plunged Nigeria into economic distress, exposing structural weaknesses within an economy heavily dependent on crude exports. Declining revenues, inflation, and growing political tensions overshadowed many of his administration's ambitions. On December 31, 1983, the military ended the Second Republic in a coup that removed Shagari from office. What followed perhaps revealed more about the man than the presidency itself. He did not seek revenge. He did not inflame public sentiment. He did not attempt to reclaim power. Instead, he accepted the verdict of history with dignity, returning to private life and eventually emerging as one of Nigeria's most respected elder statesmen. His restraint affirmed a principle too often forgotten, that true greatness is revealed not only in the exercise of power, but in the grace with which it is relinquished. Today, Shehu Shagari's legacy invites reflection far beyond the politics of the Second Republic. It reminds Nigerians that humility is not weakness, but moral strength, that civility is not political compromise, but democratic maturity, that public office is a covenant with the people, demanding accountability above ambition and service above self-interest. His life challenges contemporary leaders to govern with foresight rather than expediency, to build institutions rather than personalities, to pursue national cohesion instead of sectional advantage, and to measure success not by the duration of power, but by the depth of public trust they inspire. Perhaps the most enduring legacy of Shehu Shagari's life is that nations are not transformed by rhetoric alone. They are strengthened by character, sustained by integrity, and elevated by leaders who understand that authority is temporal, but values are timeless. Nearly half a century after he assumed the nation's highest office, Shehu Usman Aliyu Shagari remains more than a former president. He endures as a reminder that the noblest form of leadership is not domination, but stewardship, not the pursuit of legacy, but the faithful service of a people whose future is always greater than the ambitions of any one leader.
In a world that never stands still, where stories break in seconds and moments shape history, one station keeps you connected to your nation, to the continent, to the world.
From breaking news to powerful stories, from business and politics to culture, lifestyle and entertainment, we inform, we inspire, we keep you ahead.
This is more than television. This is your window to everywhere that matters.
Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Sexual and gender-based violence, SGBV, is one of the most pervasive and pressing human rights issues globally, affecting 1 in 3 women in their lifetime, often by intimate partners, Non-partner sexual violence affects at least 6% of women globally and among adolescent girls aged 15 to 19, with about 15 million having faced forced sex in regions like sub-Saharan Africa and parts of Asia, including Nigeria. The problem is particularly acute, reflecting deep-seated cultural norms, weak legal systems, and the lack of political will to combat it. In Nigeria, sexual and gender-based violence remains a challenge despite efforts being made by different stakeholders to curb the scourge. This is buttressed by the National Demographic and Health Survey (NDHS) 2018, which revealed that 30% of women aged 15 to 14 have experienced physical violence since age of 15. 7% of women in that same age group reported experiencing sexual violence at some point in their lives, while 1 in 4 women, that's 25%, have experienced spousal violence, emotional, physical, or sexual, by their husbands or partner. What is more disturbing is the prey on children and adolescent victims. According to UNICEF, 25% of girls and 10% of boys in Nigeria have been sexually abused before turning 18. This implies that 1 in 5 Nigerian girls experienced sexual violence before 18 years. From metropolitan cities like Abuja and Lagos to rural areas and states across Nigeria, women, girls, men, and boys continue to face physical, emotional, and sexual abuse, often from those closest to them. In some cases, this abuse is perpetuated by influential members of the society. Even more disturbing is that the majority of cases go unreported, buried under layers of fear, ignorance, family ties, shame, and societal silence. Sexual and gender-based violence is not a new phenomenon. Its roots are deeply embedded in history, culture, power dynamics, and deep-seated inequalities in power and social structures, particularly those that perpetuate the dominance of men over women. It's a complex issue with roots in cultural norms, society beliefs, and historical practices that normalize violence and discrimination against women. One of the oldest and most significant roots of SGBV is patriarchy, a societal system where men hold primary power. Societies have historically placed men in dominant roles, with women expected to be submissive, obedient, and silent. This imbalance has often justified violence against women as a means of control or punishment. Harmful traditional practices such as child marriage, female genital mutilation (FGM), widowhood rights, and honor killings are deeply rooted in societal customs. In many cultures, these practices are normalized and rarely questioned, even when they involve violence. Historically, laws and institutions supported or ignored violence against women and marginalized groups. For example, marital rape was not considered a crime in many countries until recent decades. Slavery, colonization, and armed conflicts also contributed to institutionalizing sexual violence, especially against women and girls. SGBV is often used as a weapon of war or conflict, where sexual violence is inflicted to humiliate, dominate, or destroy communities during wars and internal conflicts. Women and girls are often disproportionately targeted by sexual violence. Women have also fallen victims to rape during armed robbery operations. Additionally, economic dependence on men has made many women vulnerable to abuse, as they fear losing support or livelihood if they speak up. In workplaces, schools, and communities, people in authority often exploit their power through coercion and harassment for the purpose of emphasis. Some of the factors contributing to prevalence of SGBV include unequal power relations, inordinate sexual fantasies and orientation, harmful traditional and cultural practices or beliefs, gender stereotypes, lack of enforcement of laws, poverty, armed conflict, denormalization of violence in communities, stigma and victim blaming, family ties, the Nigerian factor, suppression of cases, low awareness about rights, weak institutional frameworks, unwillingness of victims' family to pursue justice, among others. In many cultures, patriarchal norms reinforce male dominance and female subservience, discouraging victims from speaking out or seeking justice. SGBV refers to harmful acts or abuse committed against a person because of his or her sex or gender. It is forcing another person to do something against his or her will through violence, coercion, threats, deception, cultural expectations, or economic means. It includes a wide range of abuses such as domestic or intimate partner violence, forced marriage and child marriage, female genital mutilation (FGM), sexual harassment and exploitation, emotional and psychological abuse. Sexual violence is any act attempted or threatened that is sexual in nature and carried out without the consent of the victim. Sexual violence includes rape and sexual assault, sexual abuse and harassment, exploitation and forced prostitution. It can happen within marriages, especially when there is a lack of consent for sexual activity by one of the spouses. Any sexual activity with a child, any person who has not yet completed 18 years of age, constitutes sexual violence. The impact of SGBV is far-reaching. These acts not only violate fundamental human rights, but also lead to long-term physical, mental, and emotional trauma. It has devastating effects on the development of a child involved, as well as on his or her physical and mental health. SGBV has health, economic, and social impacts on the victims. Victims may suffer from health disorders. Victims may be unable to work or attend school, affecting their economic independence. Survivors often face ostracization, stigma, and isolation from their communities. To combat SGBV effectively, there is need for a multi-sectoral approach that would involve as key actors public awareness. There is need for public awareness on the ills associated with SGBV. Victims, survivors, their families, and other members of the public need information on how to seek help and justice. They need a new orientation on how to handle SGBV cases. They need to be educated on the need of speaking up and seeking justice. Even when community leaders want to cover up, they need to know that there are support services available for them. Community education and media campaigns can help change harmful gender norms and encourage reporting. Strengthen legal. 1. Public awareness. 2. Strengthen legal frameworks. There is a need for strong legislation on SGBV, as well as strict implementation of laws. Existing laws like Child Rights Act 2003, Violence Against Persons Prohibition Act, VAP Act 2025, and Trafficking in Persons Prohibition Enforcement and Administration Act 2015 should be enforced to the letter. States yet to domesticate the VAP Act should do so and possibly establish special GBV courts or gender response unit or team. The Violence Against Persons Prohibition Act, passed in 2015, has been a significant milestone, but its implementation remains weak and uneven across Nigeria's 36 states. 3. Empower victims. Create safe spaces, hotlines, and shelter for survivors and support them with legal and psychological assistance. Only 30% of victims seek help due to fear, stigma, and lack of trust in law enforcement. 4. Promote gender equality. Address the root causes of gender inequality through education and economic empowerment. 5. Funding. Prosecution of SGBV cases requires funds. The victims and their families are usually financially incapacitated to prosecute the case. In all cases, the prosecution is done by a government agency or ministry within the limited resources available to them. There is need for adequate funding to agencies or units and the Ministry of Justice to help them prosecute the cases. Logistic supports to volunteers and service providers on SGBV issues. 6. Increased number of state councils. Having reasonable number of state councils willing to specialize in SGBV cases will definitely add an impetus in the fight against the scourge. 7. Naming and shaming. Just like Lagos and Anambra states have cued into the policy of naming and shaming the offenders, other states need to align. The Sexual Offender Register, managed by the National Agency for the Prohibition of Trafficking in Persons, NAPTIP, is only accessible online currently. The register serves as a tool to document and track cases of sexual violence and abuse, including those reported, arraigned, or convicted under the Violence Against Persons Prohibition (VAP) Act. The register includes information on convicted offenders as well as those who have been arraigned or reported with access, depending on the user and the nature of the information. 8. Train law enforcement. Equip police, judiciary, and healthcare workers to handle SGBV cases with sensitivity and urgency. Aside the already listed measures, establishment of specialized SGBV prosecution units, a national SGBV agency, launched grassroots engagement structures, making it easy for victims to report and seek protection and justice in the case of SGBV. Strengthening of data collection and reporting systems, the designation of special courts for SGBV cases, operationalization of the VAP Law 2017, and robust multi-agency coordination can go a long way in fighting the systemic social malady. The origin of SGBV lies in systemic inequality, reinforced over centuries by culture, power structures, conflict, and law. To eliminate SGBV, societies must address these root causes by promoting equality, education, legal reforms, and accountability. SGBV is so pervasive that the United Nations Children Fund, UNICEF, and the United Nations Population Fund, UNFPA, have committed to the global movement to end violence against women and children, which began at the inaugural Women's Global Leadership Institute in 1991. Despite growing awareness and advocacy, millions of women, girls, men and boys continue to face various forms of violence simply because of their gender or sexual orientation. This is why efforts must be doubled to tame the scourge, which is more than a societal issue, but also a public health emergency, a human rights violation, and a barrier to sustainable development. We must join hands together in fighting this menace. If you cannot prosecute or fund a prosecution, you can volunteer information on SGBV. If you cannot volunteer information, you can create awareness or create a safe space for a victim. If you cannot create awareness, you can contribute to diluting the patriarchy, societal structures, and cultural hegemonic practices that normalize violence and discrimination against women. It is also important for state governments to support community initiatives, as well as non-governmental organizations' efforts aimed at preventing sexual and gender-based violence crimes in the country.
Morning headlines before you step out. Midday updates while you walk. Evening analysis when the day winds down. Wherever life takes you, Aneke TV keeps you informed, connected, and ahead. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
In Africa's most populous nation, women make up nearly half of the population. They vote, they campaign, they mobilize communities, they shape families and economies. But inside Nigeria's highest lawmaking chambers, their voices remain a minority. Today, a proposed constitutional amendment seeks to change that. It is called the Reserved Seats for Women Bill, a proposal that could reshape Nigeria's democracy for generations. Supporters call it long overdue correction. Critics describe it as political tokenism. But one question remains: can democracy truly represent the people when half the population is largely missing from power? Nigeria has one of the lowest levels of female political representation in Africa. Since 1999, women have struggled to gain significant presence in the National Assembly. Currently, women occupy only a small fraction of seats in both chambers. The Reserved Seats for Women Bill proposes a major shift: 37 additional Senate seats, 1 per state, and the Federal Capital Territory. 37 additional seats in the House of Representatives. 3 additional seats for women in each state House of Assembly. The arrangement will last for 16 years, 4 election cycles. Supporters say it is designed to create small space for women until equality becomes normal. Advocates argue that Nigeria's political structure has long favored men. Campaign costs are high. Party structures are male-dominated. Election violence discourages participation. For decades, reforms have been slow. The Reserved Seats Bill is designed to break that cycle of exclusion. Nigeria will not be the first country to adopt special measures for women's representation. In Rwanda, constitutional quotas helped women become the majority in parliament. In South Africa, party quotas increased female representation after apartheid. In Senegal, gender parity laws transformed political participation within a decade. India and Pakistan also used reserved seats for women in parliaments. Supporters argue that without deliberate intervention, equality may take generations. Not everyone agrees with the proposal. Critics argue that democracy should be based on open competition, not reserved positions. Others fear symbolic representation without real influence. There are also concerns about costs and expansion of government structures. A central question remains: must reserved seats be written into the Constitution? Legal experts argue that constitutional backing would ensure stability and protection. Without it, future governments could reverse the policy. But constitutional amendment requires approval by the National Assembly and at least 2/3 of state houses of assembly, making the process politically demanding. But beyond politics, the debate is about representation in society. Advocates say visibility in leadership shapes ambition and opportunity for young women. But experts warn that representation alone is not enough. Broader reforms are needed in education, security, political parties, and economic empowerment. As debates continues, Nigeria confronts fundamental questions about democracy and fairness. Can temporary measures create lasting equality? Will reserved seats empower women or remain symbolic? What does true representation mean in a diverse nation? For supporters, the bill is correction. For critics, it is controversial reform. But both sides agree Nigeria's democracy is still evolving. The future of the bill may depend not only on lawmakers, but on whether Nigerians believe democracy works best when every voice has a seat at the table.
Morning headlines before you step out. Midday updates while you walk. Evening analysis when the day winds down. Wherever life takes you, Aneke TV keeps you informed, connected, and ahead. Aneke TV. Move with the world. Time, the silent witness to human courage, the keeper of memory, the archivist of greatness.
Across the vast landscapes of Africa, from the savannas to the bustling cities, voices once rose, ideas once bound, and visions once dared to challenge the limits of their age.
They were not merely individuals. They were epochs in human form.
In literature, minds such as Chinua Achebe, Wole Soyinka, and Ngugi wa Thiong'o reclaimed the African narrative.
Through ink and imagination, they dismantled distorted histories and restored the dignity of African identity. Their words were not just stories.
They were mirrors, reflecting a people long misunderstood, and windows opening the world to the depths of African civilization.
In the realm of science and knowledge, pioneers like Philip Emeagwali proved that African intellect could reshape the frontiers of computing and technology. Their work was a quiet revolution, reminding the world that innovation knows no geography.
And in leadership, towering figures emerged when history demanded courage. Men like Nnamdi Azikiwe, Kwame Nkrumah, Nelson Mandela, and Julius Nyerere redefined freedom, not as a privilege bestowed, but as a right reclaimed.
They spoke for millions. They endured prisons, exile, and resistance. Yet, their vision transcended the politics of their time.
They dreamed of a continent awakened. Today, their echoes travel through generations.
In every African classroom, in every curious mind, in every dream that refuses limitation. For history is not merely what has passed, it is the foundation upon which tomorrow stands.
The past still speaks. Its lessons remain. Its voices endure.
This is not just remembrance, it is inheritance. Echoes of the past, where history breathes and legacy lives on.
Aneke television. How agribo mu di egwu nkwa azụ na ahịa mgbochi okwukwu kakwa ogwugwu ema. How mbo wa bịa na ihe ebube eme. Mgbagbu ọgba gbatawa na ihe ebube emewa. Aneke television na-emere ogbenye emere amadi ihe. Ị na-agba nkwụ, ị na-eme nkepụta nwa, ị na-akwa ozu, ị na-agba akwụkwọ. Bịawa na Aneke television, bịa ka ezuoru ozi ọma. Bịawa na Aneke television idume heu na-emere ogbe ya mere amadi ihe ume Igbo bịawo na nke a bụ nke anyị ịmara ebe oge ọrụ etiho mọnwụ ntakịtụkwa mọnwụ si nne ya mere ha ji wee weta n'oke telivishọn ọ bụ onye gbagburu agha nna ọ dị na soshal midia ọ dị na mgbagbu ọ dị n'Enugu site
Uhuruchi ọma gị onye Igbo na-esonyere anyị nnọọ n'Otobo na Aneke TV. Dịka ị maara na Otobo bụ ihe omume ahụ na-abụ anyị pụta etu a anyị anọdụ ala dịka ụmụnne wepụta okwu ndị ahụ gbasara anyị dịka ndị mmadụ, dịka ụmụafọ Igbo, dịka ụmụafọ Naịjirịa. Ọ na-abịara gị kwa uhuruchi ụbọchị Tuesday na Friday n'ụdị oge a. Abụ m onye nke gị Joshua Ozioko. Ọ dị makwa abalị 12 n'ime ọnwa June afọ ọbụla ka ala anyị na-emerube mmemme ụbọchị ọchịchị onye kwuo uche ya. Na nke afọ a ka o mere afọ 27 anyị ji banye n'ọchịchị onye kwuo uche ya. N'ịgbado ụkwụ na ya bụ mmemme ka anyị ga-anọ na nke mgbede a wee leba anya n'ihe ndị ahụ metụtara anyị dịka mba. Kedu ihe ebe anyị gbatara kwụrụ n'ihe gbasara ọchịchị onye kwuo uche ya dịka ala anyị bụ Naịjirịa. Ịma na abalị 12 nke ọnwa June afọ 1993 ka bụ otu n'ime ụbọchị dị mkpa n'akụkọ gbasara ọchịchị onye kwuo uche ya nke ala anyị bụ Naịjirịa, maka na ọ nọchitere anya ọgụ a lụrụ ka e nwee nhọpụta ọkwa ọchịchị na-aga selele welele, mee ka anụrụ ọnụ ndị mmadụ ebe e wetara ihe gbasara ọchịchị na-erijucha ha afọ eweta ya n'isi njedebe. Eziokwu na Naịjirịa na-emerubezi ụbọchị ahụ bụ abalị 12 nke ọnwa June dịka ụbọchị ọchịchị onye kwuo uche ya, mana ajụjụ bụ kedu ka anyị si gbatakwụrụ enwetazugo elele ọchịchị onye kwuo uche ya? Kedu ihe ndị ekwesịrị ime ka ọha obodo a ndị opekata mpe nwetazuo elele ọchịchị onye kwuo uche ya? Iji nyere anyị aka na isiokwu nke mgbede a, enwere otu onye anyị na ya nọ na nke mgbede a, onye ọkaiwu, bụrụkwa onye na-egwu okwe ndọrọ ndọrọ ọchịchị, ma bụrụkwa onye ọrụ ugbo doro anya. Onye anyị na ya nọ bụ ọzọ barista Nnadiume Ọfọkansị. Nnọọ n'Otobo.
Joshua daalụ.
Ọ dị mma, daalụ rinne.
Nke na ịnabata m na mgbede a.
Ọ dị mma, nnọọ. Ọ dị mma, anyị ga-amalite abalị 12 n'ime ọnwa June bụ ụbọchị ala anyị bụ Naịjirịa ji enwe ụbọchị ezumike. Mana nye ọtụtụ ndị Naịjirịa na-eto eto, ihe ha nwa ka bụ deeti, ọ ka bụ ụbọchị, o nwere ihe ama maka ya. Dịka onye ọkaiwu na onye ma ihe na-eme na Naịjirịa na dịka okenye na Naịjirịa, kọrọ anyị ihe mere na June 12.
Ịma na June 12 a na-ekwu okwu ya, a kwesịrị na-atinye ya mmezu ya, ya bụ June 12, 1993. Ka wee maa mgbe o mee. Maka na dị June 12 dịka onwe ife ọzọ dị iche na June 12. Ife a bụ mgbe e mere ntụli aka mwepụta ọchịchị kwuo uche ya na ndị amị nọgide tupu from 1967 na emechaa Q ndị amị chigidekwe Nigeria wee ruo 1993. Na 1993 a wee sị na a ga-eme elekshọn, ya bụ a ga-atụnye aka, a ga-anachikwa na demokrasi, ya bụ onye kwuo uche ya. Wee họpụta otu okwe ndọrọ ndọrọ na-abụ. Nke izi bụ nke a kpọrọ NRC, National Republican Convention. Then nke ọzọ bụ SDP, Social Democratic Party. Party na-abụ ka ewepụta saje ya kọọ ebe okwe. Abịa na otu ndọrọ ọchịchị nke National Republican Convention, ọ bụrụ Alhaji Tofa bụ onye na-azọ ọkwa dịka onye isi ala, ebe MKO Abiola na-azọ ọkwa isi ala dịka na SDP. Ebe haziri ya bụ ihe makwa na Babangida, ihe ka eji akpọrọ ya Maradona, ọ dribụgidere anyị a na-eme ihe a na-akpọ mgbe ahụ na soshal midia adọrọ, ọ bụ na ihe edewe idecha post onye newspaper fagọọ ya, ọ dị ha mma ya publish ya, ọ dakwara mma yara ejide editọ why o jiri publish ya. So a na-asị ka atụ na ụdị ọchịchị a ga-enwe, ụfọdụ si na a ga-anachi na parliamentary, ụfọdụ ede na a ga-abụkwa presidential, ụfọdụ ede na ọ ga-abụ mixture of presidential, democratic and trichedafia bụ monarchy. O nwere ofe dekọrọ na edegide Babangida bụ sọ na-akpọzi ya bụ result ife anyị na-edekọ, ọ kpọrọ ya referendum. Jọ na-akpọzi result referendum ahụ eme maka ụdị election a ga-ewe. Originally created 2 political parties, SDP, NRC. A little to the left, a little to the right. I want to draw my SDP, and NRC. No party now. Ya be home and bam, why am I for the Kayana master stroke? That's what we are. Master stroke in the sense that now, over Nigeria governor Ogonoga, here 1993, we lota. Ishake go up no maka obo na party na bu o ga dị so iwo ibo onye na de more of kama ihe ndị National Assembly aka emezibu men da ya tiezie ihe na akpọ independent candidate ya bụ ọdọ mana ka ọdọ je kwụrụ onwe gị there was no issue so election here win election win now e wee tụọ ya bụ vote tụcha ya bụ vote onye bụ onye isi nke a na-akpọsa inec kịta ya dị mmadụ ka na-aza Fedeko mgbe nke wọt metụta afịa bụ prọfesọ Humphrey Wos onye ebe anyị ebe a onye a n'Igbo anya onye budopụta ihe a na-akpọ option A4 ịtụ votes maka ụmụazị na-amara ebe o bido Humphrey si ọ bụrụ na ị na-aza elekshọn ị nọrọ ebe a na-atụ vootu weta posta gị ofu onye jide ndị ọzọ chọkwa akwụkwọ ya na-azụ gị a na-agụ ya oge na ọka na-afụ ya 1 2 3 4 agụgụ agụcha ide mmadụ na-agụta were ya na ọbe gị ọ bụrụ nke olu echi asị na aja na collection center pịarịa vote now ewetụcha vote Abiola wee win na election ahụ Humphrey kpọọ result kpọgide ọfọzịa just one state but ọ fọrọ ebe 6 states asị ndị amịsị ya kwụsị kpọọ ma meeting nke Abacha la mbashi ya si ya kpọkwa ya again ya mee nke mee ọ dị na akwụkwọ ya bụ na egwuru akwụkwọ Humphrey Wos ahụ oge maka chie ntị kpọrọ wee result until Justice Ikpeme by 9 o'clock Imenderi atieri ya kando ọsaga akwụkwọ ya gụba judgment mara ya yere gụcha wee cancel ọkwụ dị na annul election 1993 ahụ eme na June 12 Nigeria wee ụlọ ọkụ ụmụazị ga na-anụ n'owe mgbe a gbara ọsọ na Nigeria ụmụaka mụrụ ndị nke m wee dị mara nke ha gụtaziri na history book ya gbere ebe ọsọ Abiola ndị gbere na Lagos onye were ọsọ na-agbata East ndị nọ n'ugwu Hausa were ọsọ na-agbata East ndị Hausa nọ na Yoruba a na-agbago ugwu Hausa be ndị Yoruba nọ n'ugwu Hausa na-agbata be ọsọ Abiola na-agbaza onwere eme ebe a na-agbaga ndị agbara na ebe ndị agbara na ebe nke bụ ngagharị iwe wee bido Nigeria especially na Lagos agarịgide Babangida wee na nso onye akpọnite Ernest Shoneko dịka onye a na-akpọ interim president ka ọ bụgodị ya bụ interim president ka e wee mewu election Ernest ahụ ịlụghọ 6 months ọ nọ n'ọkwa ahụ Abacha mee ya kiu ọ dịrị Babangida kpọlitere Ernest adịghị were kaptin abụ n'ofu ụgbọ Babangida step aside wee kpọlite Ernest Shoneko na Shoneko nọgide but less than 6 months or thereabout Abacha mee kiu nke ya wepụ Ernest declare kwa martial music again kwatusie ndị National Assembly na-ekwapụ civilian governors niile emechego elect so wee bụrụ ya bụ na-emegide ya bụ demonstration mmadụ wụrụ ya ahụ gwuo election ahụ mgbe ebe atụrụ down vote na June 12 1993 so ewee mebe akpọrọ Abiola ji I think Ekpetedo Lagos ebe a na-akpọ Ekpetedo so Lagos they declare we president because ọ ma ya win the election Abacha jekpụrụ ya ndị amị jekpụrụ ya tie na detention ka Colonel Rice bụ Secretary of State mgbe ahụ I think under Bush so na America bịachara Nigeria sị na Abiola ji wee ghọọ tii wee obi ekpochie Abiola wee nwụọ ọ bụrụ ya ka Abiola si wee tụọ ndụ nke ya maka na ọ zọrọ Nigeria president Nigeria vote orie maka na mgbe vote Abiola dị ka vote atọrọ Peter Obi na 2023 Tofa lose the election n'iru Primbote na bia so ya amatazi ihe na-agbaghị ya so Abiola wee nwụọ ka demonstration bidozie na ọzọkwa ọ dịkwara isi ofu unyi dịka ọkụdịrat ka a na-akpọ nke ahụ maka ndị amị na-agbazi iti isi agba iti isi agba mgbe ahụ kwa ma ndị nke na-emezi protest ndị ogoni maka ensa rere ọha etu aka esi dịrakwa ha nchere na mmụọ now ọ dịba Abacha chigide nwụọ ka Abacha nwụọ Abdulsalam Abubakar took over quickly prepare ka hand over to civilian government aha na plan bụ na Abiola mana ọ bụzi 1999 from 1993 to 1999 is about 6 years thereafter getting na gworo na last record not election na Obasanjo into power. Obasanjo lacha 8 years. Jukwa na ya recognize na Abiola win election. Maka na nko jealousy na emezi nke. Eziokwu na win the president, win go nke ugbo na abụ. Mana kwesịrị recognize na Abiola win election 1993. Oju. Obasanjo chisia yara bịa bata. Yara bịa bụ onye na-aka eme with ease. Mana ọwụ ekwere ja adua. He became one of the best president Nigeria when I last was long. He stayed for about a year and or 2 years and in office. We won. Jonathan Bata finished up in Kameleme. I took one vote in Kim. Or Chigide chip 4 years. I still here. In 2015, I worked with Jonathan. But Buhari. So almost close to 30 years now. I wasn't here 2015 to 1993. Very well declare na Abiola winning the election. President no winning there. Very clear that day, the election here, Democracy Day. Mgbe ji wedo bụ Democracy Day 29th of May. But I had a handover. Ndị amị tielo. Mana ọ sị mba, si the okwere handover ka we gbana chief kwe ndị amị no hand it over. But na June 12 ga-abụzi Democracy Day. Now, but ndị amị handle civilians ekwesịghị bụ Democracy Day. Not the day egbu democracy. In fact, the democracy day like the day democracy died in Nigeria. Because up till now, we have not got to care what the hell right.
Ọ dị mma ọzọ afọ m na ọnụ juru gị n'okwu ajụjụ m chọrọ ịjụ bụ ọtụtụ ndị o nwere ihe ọ na-abụ ome afịa n'ụbọchị ihe a mere bụ o nwere ihe ọ na-anọchite anya nhọpụta ọkwa e mere na June 12, 1993 kedu ka o si dị iche na nhọpụta ndị ọzọ emego na Nigeria?
Okay, it was dị iche bụ na tigbo ozugbo adọrọ ụbọchị ahụ onye ọbụla ma onye ọ chọrọ 12 votes. Ọ bụrụ na kandideti ya nọrọ ndị bụ pola kaadị ya nọ ọ post ya ide ya ejebi aka in fact ine ya kwuo na line ọ mma ka bido ikwu na line izizi ihe na-eme before mgbe ebe ihe ballot paper ije 12 vote na nzizo mana nke ụbọchị ahụ bụ na gị nwa bụ onye na-atụ vote ga-atụcha vote mara ihe atụta na polling vote nke gị dee ya na akwụkwọ were ya nawa iruzie echi akpọ result akpọ ihe ọzọ isi mba now abịakwasị na aka ya emekwa option A4 ahụ atụranyere ya obere mgbe a chọrọ iwebatakwa Obasanjo primary election at least mana mgbe elu na Jos agasa primary election because ekwe emebe ya package be na ya ga-abụ next president ewelu na Jos ndị otu anyị ndị be anyị ebe akwa sikwa eje gbazie ekwe eme agha azụ ma ọ bụ nna anụ amaji nwe obodo dem ha nchaburu ibu ewepụzi ọbụzi ekwe eme ka a na-ekwu maka ekwuezi efe ọzọ ekwuezi Obasanjo fonoid mana again na ndị ugwu chọpụrụ ka Obasanjo bata because na a nara ya na Obasanjo bata n'oge ewelu mmiri oyi bitunu Yoruba n'obi maka na egburu nwanne ha bụ Abiola so ya bụ June 12 ihe dị iche na niile a na-eme sinsi ya ndị ka jaju si wee dị ị na-anya efu na ọ bụrụ election ka ọ bụrụ nke eme na Nsụka bụ Satọde gara aga kwa Satọde anyị na-enene ndị mmadụ ịma na soshal midia eme gbagha ọbụla ọtọ a na-eweta ka ebie adọpụ eweta ebie alazi awa ụlọ ya ejekwe nga ọ na-achịrị ya ọchị bikos ọ ma na ọ yara eje nga ọ ma na ọrụ ya ga-akpọrọ ya polisi ọkwa ya na-eke emechekwa declare the results give it to him ike eje asakwa nwere ike bụrụ a very good candidate even though na ọ nọ na pati ndị Igbo like anyị ma pati ndị Igbo anyị like o party ọ ga-anọrọ election o win ya o wee ya na ya ga-azụ ya naturally mana party o ji ebanye party ndị Igbo ya ọ na-alụ anyị afọ maka owebeghị ụdị aka onye ngoro na ndị Igbo anyị ndị nke nọbụla anọ na nke Buhari si na anyị bụ dot in the ocean ndị nke nọ kịta butere anyị python dance o nwere ihe afụbere na party APC so onye dị iche na election eme mgbe anyị mere nke Abiola na nke na-eme kịta o werezi eziokwu adọzi na election ine mgbe emere amaka election na Abuja ka ka bụkwa sie wike si ahụ ji etuo vote ntị anụ rapụrụ ya the rest n'open television n'open the press na na-esechara ya si ahụ ji etuo vote onye hapụgoro ya ga-emezi apụta achetuolu vote wike kpọtọrọ ya ka o si akwatọrọ nke ya awekwere ya kpọ result ị na-anya ebe mee na 2023 achọrọ m igosi ihe dịgasị iche in Rivers State Peter Obi win election ihe ndị obodo na-akpọ landslide that is ọ winicha si ọfọrọ ọzọ wike bidoro na kedafia bụ local gọọmenti bụ ka obi akpọ the returning officer ha kpọtara na obi akpọ a sị na ọ na-akụzi na ụlọ akwụkwọ dị elu ụmụakwụkwọ mahadum amaghị ụlọ akwụkwọ mahadum ọ na-akụzi mgbe eji mgbe a jụrụ anyị na akwụkwọ mgbe e wetara afọ jee ndị pres n'obodo ndị pres shiri imi n'ala jee jee na mahadum na marakwa edo otu ahụ ebe a ọ bụrụ na onye akpọta na mara ebe o si chacha na-ekweta nke emere na Ekiti ọkwa the Saturday na nwa ka emere nke Ekiti ide na onye ịmara ya bụ chairman APC ka o yi afe INEC so na conduct election na Edo State ọhịa ndị iche onye ọzọ na conduct election Ekiti mana chairman APC na Edo State ọhịa bụ ihe dị iche na election Abiola ụdị ya adọ mgbe nke Abiola Humphrey Wosu make sure that na election ahụ dị ya na-akpọ ka m nwere nọ 85% dissent ọ bụrụ na a na-ama ihe score and ewe 85 na subject ọbụla mana o wee
ọ dị ma ọ bụrụ na June 12 ihe mere ụbọchị ahụ mere ọ dịghị ka njem ọchịchị onye kwuchi Naịjirịa ọkara ịkawanye mma tata
no ọ bụrụ na ịma ihe dị mkpa like ọ gaghị Peter Obi na-adị ekwube ọ sị na ọ bụrụ na ya dị ezu ori nwunye ya dị ezu nwa ya dị ezu ndị ọyị ya dị ezu mana corruption na-akọtụ gị ebugo ego nkeji na abụ 50%. Ọ bụrụ na Abiola na-ahapụrụ Abiola because na Abiola bụ onye nwere ihe ndị oyibo na-akpọ philanthropic spirit ya bụ obi imelụ mmadụ ihe emekọta mgbe ahụ nga kpazi Abiola stove ọ na-abụchara ụmụazị dere ahụ nga bụ Abiola jizi esi nri iweta ya with sawdust asị na ọkwa Abiola stove anything dịkwa good conservative to ndị mmadụ akpọ ya efe Abiola because Abiola wanted everybody to benefit from the wealth of Nigeria. Ọ bụrụ na ọ banyere wee lụọ ya ahụ for 4 years ihe na-eka dị iche bụ no case set is this country on ife nke ndị unu bụ ndị Igbo na-akpọ ka si ekwu ya well dịka agbanyezie na ụzọ ọ ga-abụ na ọ na-aga wezie ga onye ọbụla na-esochi ya ga-asị onwe ya ya mekwa ihe dị otu a na a ga-akatọkwu ya ọ bụrụ agụrụ ha nke a na-eme kịta efesaka ndị mmadụ na-asị ndị APC kpọchie na anyị oge Jonathan nke anyị na-anụ n'ụlọ ezugo reason Jonathan chọrọ ka o were fuel from 87 naira to 97 naira were shiri nke a mee Occupy Lagos na 2012 jụrụ manya ara aka ije Lagos for 1 week ọ dachi ya azụ na 87 naira ana m ekwu 100 ọkwa fuel aka na-agbata ata 1350 naira ozi na-ekwu okwu ndị Yoruba niile dawa ogbe so ihe eji agwa gị ya bụ na ọ bụrụ na Abiola banye Abiola could change yes ọtụezie Nigeria na ihe ndị Yoruba na-akpọ autopilot Nigeria agaziala onwe ya ị na-abatazi mana ọhịa na-emegide emere na Ghana Jerry Lawrence batara na Ghana bịa first calling correct ya fụna ọ dị the hurry nachikwe na barracks.
Ọ dị o nwere ụzọ ihe abụọ m chọrọ ka ịrụtụ aka mgbe ị na-ekwu okwu ikwuru na NRC na SDP ka nwere oge anwa taa anyị ma na otu ndọrọndọrọ ọchịchị enwe na Naịjirịa akarịgo ọ dị gị ka anyị laghachi n'inwe otu ndọrọndọrọ ọchịchị abụọ ihe ọ ga-akawanye mma
akwa na-ekwu ya everywhere nga ọchịchị na-abụ amendment a ga-atinyere ya bụ independent maka na ikpote pati niile si something parties ndị Nsụka ndị gọvanọ asị na confuse ga-adị ma ndị ya kwụda ama nke bụ APC na ADC na NDC confuse adịghị n'ebe ọbụla so mana ọ bụrụ na pati na-abụ ka bụ onye nke na-eme ezukwe ọ bụrụ independent ịfụza logo pichi ya inye anyị na-eji ọ bụ ọwụrụ political party mana ndị be anyị tụfuru nwatakịrị na-ebe akwa na mmiri ejisi arụ because e were na Babangida cancel election ahụ mebizie ihe Babangida mee makwa na mgbe ya na-ekwu NRC and SDP will party office ha na every local government well official vehicle ha in every local government ndị NRC bụ wagon ka eyeba ndị SDP saloon bribe new 504 most of office ha niile kịta bụ like nke dị na-eze agụba anyị bụ court ka eji emerụ ọ bụzi court premises ofuke abụrụ ka ọka agbagoro ndị ebe ahụ akụrigodi ese lụọ dị ọnụ nke ha otherwise ọ bụrụ na a sustain ya Babangida tie mgbe ha emezi amendment of politics is independent so that independent there is no way deprive of the freedom of your association. You can associate on your own without associating with anybody. If you want to associate with me, you are free to join any of these two. Each other one men kegi as an independent. But I'm not battling where the rich. I'm not battling where the women, where the election.
Option A4 ikwuru maka ya maka anyị hụrụ na n'ọdịnso a nhọpụta ime onwe ụfọdụ otu ndọrọndọrọ ọchịchị megasị anọ na ya ejide posta ndị na-azọ ọkwa anọrọ agụọ otu abụọ atọ anọ ruo na iri agụọ narị na puku ụdị ha nwa kedu ka isi fia ọ na ya akwanite anyị akwanite ka ọ na-akwado anyị akwada
enwere aka nyesi gị na fon na soshal midia agbago ụwa ọtọ ndị pati nke nọ na ya bụ NDC anyị mere option A4 na primary election APC mere option A4 na primary election ndị PDP ka ma mara ka ha si mee nke ha mana ndị na-agba menụ ihe niile eme dị na fon ndị mmadụ ị ga-echeki ma na nwere ebe ifo a na-agụ nke ndị NDC agụgide mbọ otu anọ narị na iri then emechezie wee collect ya vote niile asị na president weta na primary election ọ chọghị ịchụ ọkara Nigeria ọzọ enwe ndị inec juzi ya ebe agụzi kpotezikari na amakwa mmadụ onye nụ regista na pati unu ma pati gị na-abọzi regista ị pụọ ọ NIN ka ejiri regista ya so ịbịara edigo stọk ịchọzikwa ịpụ mana ihe eji affidavit mewa affidavit ya niile tach ya send back to INEC apply what to change there na wee scrutinize ya wee mara where you are going and where you are coming from so ọ wee bụ na ihe eme that option A4 o wee pati ndị mere abuse o wee ndị mere ya ọfụma so ndị nke angụlụ ma jump mere abuse ya bụ akwatọrọ ya akwatọ so ọ bụrụ ya Humphrey Wosu bụ n'obi mgbe o butere option A4 bụ ya onye goziri na ihe ọbụla bụ ihe ọma mmadụ wetara n'obodo a uche anyị ga-awere ike ga-esi eme ya ka ọ gbago otherwise kedu ihe yere mmadụ sensị na ọgụkọta ọgụọ iri ọgụọ narị na abụọ karịa ego 11 12 13 14 ọgụzi narị ka e wesịara ihe wetara nnukwu na line bụ narị egozi nnukwu na ha lụọ mmadụ ise ịfụrụ na ha lụ
ọ dị ka emebe nhọpụta ọkwa onye isi ala a ga-ejinwu option A4 iwu nhọpụta ọkwa ọchịchị Naịjirịa kwadoro na a ga-ejinwu option A4 mee ya and ọ bụ na a ga-eji option A4 mee ya ọ dị ka ụdị ha mere ụdị ọzọ na ọma mme
e were option A4 mee ya ebe ndị APC kara n'ọchịchị nke ha eme ya aka njọ ka bụzi agụzi na agụọ iri na iri agụọ narị na abụọ ọ bụzi nke agụkọta ha aza agụrụzi iri wee gụọ narị na ọ agụọ ofu agụọ narị so ọ ka mma na aka biekwere ya aka etu esi ebi ya esi ka aka biekwa aka maka na ndị anyị na-aba jie ka m chi obere ọchị maka na ndị anyị na-eji ọ bụ na anyị kara nkwụcha ihe aka kwafa mma bụ ịpụta kpọrịte Tinubu tachi si agụ bịa na-ewu ka gbara eme elekshọn chacha na ajụọ ha ka o si dị ha n'obi mana ọ bụrụ na ịta ka o si Naijiria n'obi Naijiria chọrọ votu
ọ dị mma Naijiria enwego ọchịchị onye kwuo uche ya ọ dịgo afọ 27 isigo n'aka ọchịchị ndị nkịtị nyefekwa ọchịchị n'aka ndị nkịtị dịka onye nna o nwere uru ọ dị ka anyị ritego n'ọchịchị onye kwuo uche ya kemgbe bidoro ya kemgbe 1999
ebukwala ibu ọ na ya na-akwọta ya abụrakwa na were after all nwantọntọ oge Yar'Adua nọ o mere nnekwute ihe ịrịba ama ọ bụgodu ma Niger Delta amnesty ya ụmụ restrictions a na dị na Nigeria ọ kwụsị afọ ịsatọ Obasanjo nọ Obasanjo yuzu ihe ndị Igbo na-akpọ technocrats ndị maara ihe ekwe na-akụ ọ chọọ ime gị minista for health ọ chọọ na ị ga-abụ medical doctor mana ị ga-agụ ihe gbasara medicine ya bụrụ ihe gbasara ahụ mmadụ maọbụ ahụ anụmanụ ha chọrọ ịbụ health before mee gị minista ịnene ndị ọkpọta ma ka esi echeki onye mere ọfụma bụ ọ bụrụ na ị welu PA gịnị a na-alụ na Aneke TV ilusi na Aneke TV maybe ebuza MD NTA oke na ya si oke na aka nwere provision for PA ya mkpọrụ m PA amụrụ ya nọ na Aneke TV that shows the PA na-eme ọfụma ọ bụzụkwa na imechara uche ebe a na eweziri ọzọ ọrụ media again PA ya karara ebe a ndị mmadụ gbara ya ma ka o si wee sapụ mma na gịnị a na-alụ onye ọzọ ga-fụrụ ya n'ebe a gasị ji ekpọrọ ya Ndozi Okonjo Iweala bụ Minister of Finance and the Coordinator of Economy oge Obasanjo ka ọ na-asịpụ ọkpa ebe ahụ World Trade Center ya kagharị ya well Soludo bụ gọvanọ otherwise he was governor of Central Bank under Obasanjo kedu onye ga-akpọsị ọ bịa eze kwesịrị many of ihe na-ere ụlọ Obasanjo yuzi ndị Igbo na-akpọ technocrats ya na-ere ọrụ ọrụ bụ ị na-alụchi ozugbo ndị organization ka Nigeria agara akagalaghị ozugbo mana ihe niile Buhari tinye na minista ebe ga anọ kedu ebe ndị na-eburu ọrụ Buhari minista were adị ọ ka bụ onye na-enwere ije ebe ahụ Rotimi Amaechi ka na-achị ịzọkwa vice president ọ bụrụ president ka ọ na-azọ vice president ka ọ na-azọ ndị nke na-alụ Tinubu who are they ifụkwa ụdị ndị ọ na-akpọlite iji arịa ọrụ ambasadọ ndị na omokiri ha ndị na-alụ mmadụ ambasadọ FF Kennedy FF gịnị bụ afa nke Yoruba dem ndị anyị makwa nọ na dịka inever ha cross ga-ekwu efu ya n'ụtụtụ a na-efi okwu ọzọ na mgbede okwu ọzọ over the same subject matter ndị aka kpọkọrọ wee were ha tinye na kọntrị ndị mmadụ ọ dịka ọ na-arụsị Tinubu dịka ọ na-arụta ndị bụ ndị Igbo na-akpọ felio ndị dara ada na ebe ha gara nne na akwụkwọ dịka onye je nne na akwụkwọ daa
kedu ihe kpatara ọnọdụ anwa ji dị etu ahụ
ọ bikos na Tinubu na onwe ya na lọọ anyị gụọ anyị na-asị nemo that word non habet ihe ọ pụtara na lọọ bụ yara enye ife iwere you can't give what you don't have ọ bụrụ na ị were decency as a person ọ bụrụ na ị bụ onye ụtụ na amụma alụ ori ihe ọjọọ juru isi ịchọkwa ndị gị ha ga-alụ ịchọkwa ndị dị otu ahụ even na the cross bearers in grey message na-asị na a na-akpụ ya law of spiritual attraction ịkpọta onye na-ezu ori from Kara na Moda na ugwu na Kano na Kaduna kpọnata ya na Enugu tata ife ị ga-enye ya bụ mgbe ahụ Holland na railway station ọ na-anya anaghị ete ọfụgo ofu onye anya somehow na-ese Igbo ọsị agaghị kedu ebe ahụ egote ụtaba ọ gara agụsicha ebe before ime mgbede ọfụgo ebe ahụ ejezu ori o nwere onye kụzierie na onye ori nọ n'Enugu o nwere kụzierie na onye na-ese Igbo nọ n'Enugu nye nwa ji anya ya na-apụ so not that law of spiritual homogeneity natural attraction na adụ ya ndị ọcha wee kwuo na no tell me with whom you follow ya gwaghị onye bụ ịgwa m ndị gara na-eso mgbaghị ọdị ọ bụla mbụ onye na-eti mkpu every evening ebe m gara anọ ebe m na first m na-eti mkpu fere na-afọ ụmụ klọb ebe ahụ mechiwe m afọ ka a na-eti mkpu ọ bụrụ na mbụ onye na-achụ nwaanyị ebe a ga na-akpa nkata ebe eje bute ụmụ nwaanyị so Tinubu ga-akpọtakwa ndị dịka ọ dị so nyere ebe espe Tinubu ga-eje kpọtara gị sent ma ọ je kpọtara gị edike ma ọ kpọtara gị Reverend Fada dị decent ka ọ bịa bụ ọrịa minista no ọ ga-achọkwa ndị ya na ya gara eme ọsị akwụla ebe ahụ akwụla ebe ahụ mebi isi nwa nwere ya ara akwụ o gosi gị pikchọ obere etu isi wee na-ebi ndụ nke gị ịkpanatakwa
ọ dị mma otu n'ime ihe ọchịchị onye kwuchi ya na-eme bụ na ọ na-enye aka ebe ihe na-aga ọfụma na-eti ọkpọ na-asa aka ndị bekee na-akpọ accountability na Naịjirịa. Ọ dị gị ka ọchịchị onye kwuchi ya nke anyị onyegoro ndị mmadụ aka ka ha na-eme ka ndị nọ n'ọchịchị na-akọpụtara ihe ha na-eme?
Mba, anyị adịghị eme accountability na Naịjirịa na-asụrụ ya n'oyibo. Gịnị bụ accountability? Enye gị 1 million to invest in this studio. The internal auditor of Aneke TV will come. Give me receipts of the email. In Otalivia. Okay, Otalivia 900 and something thousand. About 1 million. So okay, see what the contingency. Now we can cover 100 naira for me. But I'm going to 1 million to run the studio. If there's a meche email, teach me etieleba. And we just want to know the type of pia now. The molecular calculator. I'm going to hear whatever about 220,000. I said, just a case, they beg going to afford it. Today, I'm in Nigeria. And I publish every day, every month. Allocation here in the federal government, allocation here in the state government, allocation here in local government. Mado na jeno local government, mo even be na TV no get I say vacancy book pull on na TV. Bo na ki jugo local government chairman na eziago. Na ego no water in a month. Kini go je na eziago. Nobody does that in Nigeria.
Kedebe mmiri si banye n'opi ụgbọgụrụ osi ndị a na-achị achị n'aka ka ndị na-achị achị.
Ma ịbụ ndị a na-achị o, ma ndị na-achị anyị o. Makana boy, I can't say I'm a strong follower of peterobi from days here, even in more than a PDP, of Vice President article. We know today. Because all I want to say now, Monica contest the election, win here. Oh, you win the election, you know I am born at Bukorora. 1 ton to Japanese car. In 6 months, I'll go Highlander. In 1 year, Ogola na enugu roll on Kebiri. Where my father? If you in less than 2 years, somebody who could not afford 500,000 at once before. Now the father will go to I be Koaka. Na guy, that's why I this guy in the Maple Neo, and Jana Bada. Also, come I get police. I be a full guy. I just say I'm going to be a gas importer. Every man knows you. So that is why you say, I ain't telling you to guilty. My body not to vote to Monday and not to vote to because it takes one person in a millennium, the car. Now he or a decade now he or in a million or 1,000 years, 100 years. If for money the car, it will be. Got a package low win. We have been in America some time ago. So Japan and Africa I benefited so much from rulership here. Obama, but I used 2007 or so. People were saying how long Obama because even when the press corner, where do I say Obama? Of weeks ago, Igbo. I said yes. Many of them were in high school. A lot of them tested Igbo. Yes, we test. Whenever I had this and that, it's a go. But I let them hammer here. Buy nago. But now you say I email. It's because they got no problem anymore. So somebody they can be because a package where you have president in Nigeria one day. From CKC Abago, whom goes and they careful about the provision. Provision I entered the hostel. Thank you. No, because of paper where I did supermarket and all that. So only a whip no provision. As a student, we are on a CKC. Yeah, they go to where supermarket paper. No, not holidays, they don't know. Blue provision. I'll watch 3 or 4 weeks at a time. A lot of people will receive provision. It's very broad. Day after neighborly provision. Yes, but it's not also another the term. Key replace it. Another way, quick, come later. But he had to pay a year after they're not going to pay for Christmas. So he became so prudent from childhood. They cannot, the guy is not in a decade, in a millennium, can't afford the year. So such people comes once in every 30 years. Even Abiola was happening more years ago, 30 years, Obia. What on a business? Blowing up, not dying with all these big men, not your president or my head of president. But he wanted to add to the welfare of Nigeria. Of course, never that. So ụdị ndị ahụ na-abịa once in a millennium. I go for na Erufai si na peterobi win election publish his results. Why would you America after all I declare go to the moon and say no again again in the Abuna. In Cabiola nearly 30 years after Kenny Goriana and Kenny Way GCFR. Maybe I enjoy. But I keep it to look at Rianantiana 100. So come on here win the election. So that is the difference.
The Madaluni Ozo Barrister Fokansi. Gonyama na-esonyere anyị ka nọ n'Otobo na Aneke TV. Na nke uhuruchi anyị na-eleba anya n'etu Nigeria si gbatakwuru n'ihe gbasara ọchịchị onye kwuo uche ya. Anyị ga-agbara aka ahịa, anyị laghachite azụ, anyị gaa n'iru, gakwa n'iru na-esonyere anyị.
Aneke television. How agribo di egwu nkwa azụ n'ahịa mgbochi ogwugwu kakwa ogwugwu ema. How mbo wa bịa na ihe ebube eme. Mgbagbu ọgba gbatawa na ihe ebube emewa. Aneke television na-emere ogbenye emere amadi ihe. Ị na-agba nkwụ, ị na-eme nkepụta nwa, ị na-akwa ozu, ị na-agba akwụkwọ. Bịawa na Aneke television, bịa ka ezuoru gị ozi ọma. Bịawa na Aneke television yidume. Na-emere ogbenye emere amadi ihe. Ụmụ Igbo bịawo na nke a bụ nke anyị. Ị mara ebe ọ ga-arụ etighị ụmụọnwụ ntakịtụkwa mọwụsi nne. Ya mere ha ji wee weta Aneke television. Ọ bụ onye mgbagburu ahụ nna. Ọ dị na soshal midia. Ọ dị na mgbagbu. Ọ dị n'Enugu steeti.
Ọ dị mmadụ alụrụ nne onye ọma na-esonyere anyị dịka na-aga n'iru na-esonyere anyị n'Otobo na Aneke TV. Anyị ka na-elebekwa anya na ọchịchị onye kwuo uche ya nke ala bụ Nigeria kedu ebe asụrụ asụ debere ọdụ. Ọ ka bụkwa anyị na Ọzọ Barrister Nnadiume Ọfọkansị bụ onye ọkaiwu ma bụrụkwa onye ọrụ ugbo ya na onye na-ekwu na-achọ maka ikike dịrị mmadụ nọ. Ọzọ daalụ dịka anyị na-aga n'iru na nke mgbede a. Ọ dị mma n'agbanyeghị ọchịchị onye kwuo uche ya ihe isi ike ka na-aga n'iru atọpụ ndị mmadụ ọgọdọ n'ukwu. Kedu ihe mee na ihe isi ike ndị Nigeria mgbe ọ dị ka n'anya na ihe ga-akawanye mma na ọchịchị onye kwuo uche ọ bụzie kịta ka ọnọdụ ka njọ?
Ihe kpatara ya bụ na ndị na-azọ okwe ndọrọ n'ọchịchị eburu ndị ha na-achị n'obi. Ọ famili ha, onwe ha, ezinụlọ ha ka ha bụ n'obi. Edazi bụrụ onwe ha, ezinụlọ ha n'obi. Ka ndị institution ma na-ewelụ nkeji na-atọ iji mee demokrasi. Executive, judiciary and legislative. Executive bụ ndị president na ndị polisi na ndị na-achị anyị. Judiciary bụ ndị court. Then legislative bụ ndị ụlọ omebe iwu. Ya niile nwere ndị bụ ndị ha na-achị n'obi ma ofu onye. Otherwise, kwana ụmụ nwaanyị ga-eji rụọ ọrụ ndị House of Assembly Enugu steeti. Ihe akpọ legislative quarters. Ọ ga-abụ ibicha imecha nke gị pụọ na-abịa gị. Ndị ọzọ ga-abịa House of Assembly akpakọkwa ebe ahụ. Amonetize ya, lerie ya. So Chimaroke lụrụ ya for ndị Kedafia bụ na House of Assembly ezuzu ezuzu. Gwazie m nwaanyị ndị gọọmenti federal gọọmenti eji wee legislative quarter alụ na Apo village for ndị senators and the House of Reps. Kama ya arapụ ya ebe ahụ, onye lụcha nke ọ na-abịa and furnish ya within that period ha nọ break. Dozikwa ya repent ya dozie ya ọfụma. Ndị ọfụ na-abịa akwaba ebe ahụ. So ndị ọfụ na-abịa sị eje bi na hotel na-eri ego mụ na gị na-abụ. Ego eji lụrụ anyị ụzọ, ego eji ya anyị mmiri. So were ewere interest anyị n'obi ya. Ọ na judiciary self kacha dị njọ. Because esi judiciary in Nigeria bido. Fail by judgment dị pro people ya bụ nke ndị mmadụ ga-akụrụ aka. Kedu ebe ya ebido? Ọ mgbe ha si hope ụzọ mma na si from number 4 Baza First ofu judiciary. Ka mgbe ha cancel election ha nọrọ election abịọla. Ọ mara judiciary cause the problem. Ọ justice kpakwa mgbọrọ ha fa judge mere. Justice eme. Well, candle na agasi je cancel election ụmụ Nigeria atụchicha atụọ ọma mma. All the same judiciary ka election peterobi 2023. Arapụzi ya ife gburu ite. Ọ kọrọ ya gburu ya mma gburu ya ntụkọbara itoolu. Akawaza na rules inec set na law conflict can ever have conflict. Lawyer like inec power ka me rule inec meze rule ukwu na ka me rule na ka bros law. Man, I want to remember man, I'm lawyer. So of course I'm a lawyer. Man, I'm judge. And I've ever said it. No one was in you kwado the judge in on a table cancel the election, declare yours a winner. Excuse me. How are you feeling that honor of man election? Like I didn't have a being to follow. Now, so I was there. You go video, they in the police are put down, charge out to court. Like election, my practice. Often if you that tinubu ever have enough results, send them back. I don't want to have every issue until now to test vote. Because they say, "Man, I can't buy evidence before me." Like, which evidence before you? You to vote. Man, don't make the highest judge in the 7. Man, decide change if 200 million people decided. Everyone know whether there. Tell me on the House of Assembly, on the House of Assembly, as I can have well financial autonomy as it's a party and a governor. Or in Capabian and men are Senate, and Kahabo legislature. Up to the president or your mandate, we shall stand. Give boy proceed check the president. Man call them off, man, and call them off. Inequality on your mandate, we shall stand. You see, so here now, I'm government and I wouldn't be a church or don't get Bunobi. I wouldn't have I know be for a governor or president, one legislature. Well, Masi, the Hanachi, on a DJ. My Bible, I go with you. Upon the righteous in power, the people rejoice. There will I be a state, my example. Come bido. Open the Jalaba to pull LSO Tabai. I went to Aba for a business trip one day. I was going through to now. Hotel allow, but can't get your nagas. Can't get your nagas. Mosquito, where you remember me, manager about you. Or the righteous being in power.
Ọ dị mma maka oge anyị na-akpụdebezi nso mgbe anyị ga-eweta ya n'isi njedebe. Ọ na-abụ etu a na-akwado ịchụ nta nkwado ndị na-azọ ọkwa ọchịchị ọ ga-afọ ka ha bịa be gị zara gị ụlọ sara gị efere shiere gị ma nri ibute nri etu a gị na ha nọrọ na-eri mana asụcha ha n'ọkwa ha banye ada ndị ha na-achada abịazi ha nso gịnị kpatara ọnọdụ
ịma na ewere uche maka ewere uche ga-ama na ihe iwelu na-akpọ temporal employment ọrụ ma ntị mgbe ka enye gị 4 years ịma na after 4 years ndị ihe ọrụ ewerekwe ịchọkwa ha biko ọzọ ka enyekwe gị ọrụ ọzọ kedu ihe m na-agha gị iji 4 years ahụ wee mụọ onwe gị nwanne ndị ahụ nye gị pawa maka anyị bụ ndị sign na appointment paper ndị anụ na-achị ọchịchị ọ bụ na gị tụ vootu anyị bụ appointment paper eji ha ọrụ ịjọla gị na-achọ ọrụ na Aneke TV emeghị interview nye appointment paper that appointment paper anyị yere nna chi bụ that our voters card ọ ndị uche gwere uche na mmarọ na pawa dị ihe ndị nwere akpọ transient tak iji ya n'aka echikọ mepụnara gị temi Buhari ọmana ha hazi nwa kwudo ndị tata assuming without considering the fact no win election 2015 Jonathan is no more there as president. Obviously a common person like all of us. I'm not calling him back to Kenekwa, even though I have fear of his security. Man, until the time Mutaiba has a Borota presidential system of government by America. OHC America, can you find out in Alova? It was a president, young example now. Bill Clinton became president of America. Teacher 8 years. Because now, Ibe na Monica Lewinsky. Not to last under oath. America is going to buy say I'm going to try to sell away, to sell away. Excuse me, as far as the economy had them, get you back. When the election is as go to practice a long lawyer. American bar station was not practice law. Because no guys under oath. They are about perjury. What is the chalk? You ban have lost because Obama, Achisana president. Not just na NGO and Uyana run. And then why Malia, the Richard and Papia. Magana Malia no into film production and show business. She has a private jet. Papia president or the good the possible Nigeria. You look at council ever and I do in that way I just I wouldn't to vote, Mandana to vote, the gate. ijekwulucha ya bụ election ọlụ Nigeria sef natakwu ọ bụrụ ihe lụta na-asị na ya bara uru na House of Assembly na 4 years but igote ezigbo moto erute ezigbo na ekwere azụbi na ego a na-akwụ House of Assembly ga-arụ ọrụ ezigbo na gori ezigbo moto ife na anyị na-eme ya encourage anome Thanksgiving gosi moto ya gosi ụnụ ya ị na-akụrụ ya aka kama ya si polisi bịakwa na ezuola ego na ya ebe ọnụ so na ihe o jiri ozizili possible bụ na ndị na-achị achị amarọ na pawa ahụ na-ebi echi ọsọlachicha anyị ketata ihe votu ọba na tinted glass na-efezi ya aka na windo ide afụ ya o ruo 4 years ọkwa ya ọkwaghị again o nyere oge akpa rice o nyeghị 10,000 ma o nyeghị 20,000 ịlụta hazi na akpa rice ha last 1 month and 4 years bụ 360 days times by 4 nọ mgbe ndị be anyị mụtara ya and not because na ha bịa weaponize ya bịa na akpọ mee onye ọbụla da obiam so ihe ọbụla eyi esi na ọbụlụgoro nke a ka jide because 4 years nke ọ nọ na ọrụ hilita so onye 20,000 ka kene echi si na nke a ka ebụrụ hilita n'aka mana ọ bụ ihe a kwesịrị ị na-eme bụ ịnara ihe ego ahụ ije tụọrọ ya nke ịchọ vootu onye ka ọ dịkọ ya mọfụ
ọ dị mma achọ ka anyị metụ ọnụ n'okwu gbasara ajọ ọnọdụ nchekwa kedu ka ajọ ọnọdụ nchekwa si agba ọchịchị onye kwuo uche ya mgbe okpuru
ọnya bụ nsogbu onwe nke kịta ọkwa for security or insecurity ya bụ nsogbu anyị nwere na Nigeria what is ebe dị save na ha bịa for ndị Holland asị na ya bụrụ holy I'm not from Holland akpụrụ ya ị bịa for the Jews asị na thank God I'm not a Jew akpụrụ ndị Jew abịa for nke asị thank God I'm not till eventually eme gịnị abịakwute oweze ya anọ si gị ya ka ya na-akpụrụ gị ọ ihe na-eme na Nigeria taa. The first people that wanted to challenge the hegemony of the ruling class in Nigeria bụ ndị Igbo. And they unleashed mass killing on them. Egbuo ndị Igbo ka a na-egbu ọkụkọ. Ojukwu ji wee declare Biafra. Across that Biafra in 30 months. Fine. Ndị Benue, ndị kpọleta soldiers, a na-amachi ọna ndị Biafra. Awolowo si na Yoruba declare famine, blockade, say is ndị Igbo nni, a na-akụrọfa aka. Ndị ahụ enyere aka mee ya bụ ihe, gịnị ihe na-eme taa? Gbago na Benue, gbago from Benue, Plateau, ọzọ Asaka village gị atie signboard ọfụ. Gọọmenti anọrọkwa na-ekiri ụlọ. Ndị Yoruba agbaratago Ọyọ. Atọrọ ụmụ akwụkwọ ụbọchị ya, ụmụ akwụkwọ dị monde. Si ka egosi ya na ha dị egwu ewere ma befe onye nkụzi isi. Ọ ndị wa blọkedi si eyi na ndị Igbo nni mgbe a na-anụ agha. Ọkụfere olutugo ha na good. Ndị Igbo na-ekirizi abụla na-achịzi ha ọchị because ndị Igbo na-egalitarian by nature. Anyị ife dị na be ya bụ rụọla anyị ụzọ tiela anyị ọkụ iwute ekwuo mmiri fine itinyekwa anyị ji aka anyị gbapuo mmiri. Give us ya na-akpọ enabling environment we prosper. O nwere ndị Igbo adịghị eme anụmanjeri adịghị ayọ ife. We are self-contented in most of the time. So ihe kpatalụ that insecurity because na ya na-akpụrụ izizi sisi kpụrụ ya na ndị nke ọzọ na-akụsị kpụrụ ya na were ya aba anụmanụ achọ ịgasa Nigeria ka adịghị na ndị achọ unity abịa kpụrụ ya nke ịbụọ azị mba hapụ idiot si kpụrụ na ya eventually nkịta a na-akpụzi mmadụ chara ine ọzọ ya na-akpọ ọzọ ndị Biafra ka a na-egbuzi ndị Benue a na-egbu ndị TV makwa na ndị nwere n'aka crush ya ndị nke izi si mba si egbuzina mmadụ anyhow because Ojukwu na-ekwu bụ stop this bloodletting. What else on they wanted blood, it was so much and they were independence. Remember the 3 regions in Nigeria, north, south, east and west, how which had their own different logos and coat of arms, and every economy is independent. And the southeast was the fastest growing economy in the world. I'm not talking about Africa. The fastest growing economy, Opera regime. Go and Google it. Now, everything has come back. It was a federalism. Abuja. Or one as an NHK location. It was from oil, and Niger Delta. I'm not going to hear what Anaka. So, here were cause of like insecurity and the whole of Nigeria border in the porous. The PC, but the life and work after some and the bandits here from other neighboring countries of Africa. So you find out that people are confessing. But confession, where does it lead us? Insecurity will continue. until Nigeria say no to nonsense. Open I could no to nonsense. It will continue. Because I have a challenge
or the can Nigeria, I think come area or the can Nigeria or Gadem, open or Gadem Makinika game, I think come area to.
You need to vote the right candidate. If you vote the right candidate, the day Nigeria gets election right, the day Africa is safe. I'll stop it there.
Odema, Ozo barrister na di mo focus dalụ rinne maka ịbịa sonyere anyị n'otobo nketa anyị na-ele anya na mgbe ọzọ anyị kpọkwa gị na ị ga-abịa. Gonye ọma sonyere anyị na nketa ata etu aka siri tie ọkpọ ma saa aka na nketa ata. Nigeria ga-adị mma mana o sitere n'aka mụ na gị ka anyị mee ihe ndị a kwesịrị ime etu a na-akpọ oku ka agbata akwụkwọ ikike ji atụ vootu onye ọbụla pụọ ị nwere oke n'ọrụ nwa nwere oke n'ọrụ anyị gbakọta aka ọnụ asị anyụka mmiri ọnụ ọgbọ ụfụfụ daalụ rinne maka isonyere anyị na nketa ata chebiri anyị amani oge a ụbọchị Fraịde ka anyị laghachite azụ anyị na isiokwu ọhụụ. Abụ m Joshua Ozioko na-ekele gị maka isonyere anyị. Udo dịrị gị.
Aneke television. How agribo mu die ku nkwazo na ahia mgboju ogugu kakwa ogugu ema. How mbo wa bia na ihe ebube eme. Mgbagbu wa gbatawa na ihe ebube eme wa. Aneke television na emelu ogbe ya emela amadi ihe. Ị na-agba nkwụ, ị na-eme nkepụta nwa, ị na-akwa ozu, ị na-agba akwụkwọ. Bịawa na Aneke television, bịa ka ezuoru ozi ọma. Bịawa na Aneke television yidume. How na-emelu ogbe ya emela amadi ihe. Ụmụ Igbo bịawo na nke a bụ nke anyị. Ị mara ebe ọ ga-alụ etiwo mọnwụ ntakịtụkwa mọnwụ si nne. Ya mere ha ji wee weta Aneke television. Ọ bụ onye gbagburu ahụ nna. Ọ dị na soshal midia. Ọ dị na mgbagbu. Ọ dị n'Enugu site. Aneke television. How agribo mu die ku nkwazo na ahia mgboju ogugu kakwa ogugu ema. How mbo wa bia na ihe ebube eme. Mgbagbu wa gbatawa na ihe ebube eme wa. Aneke television na emelu ogbe ya emela amadi ihe. Ị na-agba nkwụ, ị na-eme nkepụta nwa, ị na-akwa ozu, ị na-agba akwụkwọ. Bịawa na Aneke television, bịa ka ezuoru ozi ọma. Bịawa na Aneke television yidume. How na-emelu ogbe ya emela amadi ihe. Ụmụ Igbo bịawo na nke a bụ nke anyị. Ị mara ebe ọ ga-alụ etiwo mọnwụ ntakịtụkwa mọnwụ si nne. Ya mere ha ji wee weta Aneke television. Ọ bụ onye gbagburu ahụ nna. Ọ dị na soshal midia. Ọ dị na mgbagbu. Ọ dị n'Enugu site.
Join us on Arena, Aneke TV's premium current affairs program, where politics, development, and governance come live every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. We host top professionals and thought leaders who speak their minds on issues shaping Nigeria and the world. It's inclusive, enriching, and absolutely captivating.
The roadmap is, let's have our environment secured so that investors can come.
If you don't know what economic security is, kidnapping will tell you what it is. You kidnapping, ransom.
Customers are going to get these meters, and like we said, it's at no cost.
There are things that dialogue can handle. But when you leave it, you want to use a kinetic approach alone. You cannot.
For discussions that promise insight and deliver truth, stay tuned, stay informed, and keep watching Arena, only on Aneke TV.
Time, the silent witness to human courage, the keeper of memory, the archivist of greatness.
Across the vast landscapes of Africa, from the savannas to the bustling cities, voices once rose, ideas once burned, and visions once dared to challenge the limits of their age.
They were not merely individuals. They were epochs in human form.
In literature, minds such as Chinua Achebe, Wole Soyinka, and Ngugi wa Thiong'o reclaimed the African narrative.
Through ink and imagination, they dismantled distorted histories and restored the dignity of African identity. Their words were not just stories.
They were mirrors, reflecting a people long misunderstood, and windows opening the world to the depths of African civilization.
In the realm of science and knowledge, pioneers like Philip Emeagwali proved that African intellect could reshape the frontiers of computing and technology. Their work was a quiet revolution, reminding the world that innovation knows no geography.
And in leadership, towering figures emerged when history demanded courage. Men like Nnamdi Azikiwe, Kwame Nkrumah, Nelson Mandela, and Julius Nyerere redefined freedom, not as a privilege bestowed, but as a right reclaimed.
They spoke for millions. They endured prisons, exile, and resistance. Yet, their vision transcended the politics of their time.
They dreamed of a continent awakened. Today, their echoes travel through generations.
In every African classroom, in every curious mind, in every dream that refuses limitation. For history is not merely what has passed, it is the foundation upon which tomorrow stands.
The past still speaks. Its lessons remain. Its voices endure.
This is not just remembrance, it is inheritance. Echoes of the past, where history breathes and legacy lives on.
Good morning. It's a beautiful Monday morning here in the Southeast. And of course, it's a sad, bitter, sweet morning. For the persons who witnessed the football match last night, it's a sad, sweet morning. But regardless, it's a bright Monday morning here in the Southeast. This is Sunrise here on Aneke TV. I am Princess Kelna Choma, welcoming you.
And I'm Uche Osai saying good morning to you, our global audience. Wherever you are, at home, in your office, or in transit, or even making breakfast at home. Thank you for letting us into your brief space this morning. As always, we're here to refresh, inform, and motivate. And like Ochoma did say, is bittersweet weekend.
Yes.
For those, who love football.
I mean, I know we'll get into that conversation, but yesterday, I'm not sure I slept well last night because...
Why? Because Argentina lost?
I know we said it's going to be a win-win either way.
Yeah, it is a win-win.
Yeah,
it is
but
a
the fact
win-win. It
that...
depends from perspective where you're watching from.
Of course.
But it's a win-win. Yeah, depending on how you look at it. From the footballing perspective, it is a win-win. Though sad though that there has to be, red cards, yellow cards, unsportsmanlike attitudes. But however, it's a win for football.
Truly.
Yeah. You see, we were just thinking about yesterday, but look at the whole event from start to finish. Magnificent. So it's a win-win. For footballers, it's a win. For spectators, it's equally a win. For FIFA, that's a win. For the country that hosted the tournament, it's a win. And for Nigerians that didn't participate in that tournament, I should say equally that is a win. I know you asked me why. Yes.
Well, either way, it's a win. The thing about sports or anything in life, there will be losses, there will be wins. So it's just depending on the side of the divide that you are on. And I'm glad that we are in the middle, because we advocate for anyone to win. All right, it's a brand new week. I mean, I don't know what the week holds for us. Last week we had a whole lot of events in the papers across the country. And this morning we have fresh from ndlea. We'll get to that all in a moment. The trending, yes, ndlea. I know other stories. We have the state police, and of course, this morning we learned that the Nigerian Bar Association has elected another president.
We just hope that this one doesn't get into litigation. It's been, whenever they go into election, for how many years now, we've seen it, spiral from the voting booth to, the courts. So just hope that this one becomes a different one.
Although one of the contestants alleged
is already
ready
to go to court. Yes. What do you expect with lawyers? They know the road to court.
They are the ones in it already.
So, and they understand how to file the papers. So why not? When you're doing that for other people, why not do it for yourself?
Truly, I hope they get to sort themselves out.
But at the end of the day, it's quite unfortunate for our democracy, because it has become a practice, just bar association, learning from the wider process of our politicians. You see, for many years now, it's been the courts that decide the outcome of many elections, and it's quite unfortunate for democracy.
Well, they'll be fine. It's another year. I mean, they are planning to go on their 1 month vacation break, so it's when they rest and come back, maybe their minds will be refreshed to
hopefully.
elections.
Hopefully, some of these lawyers, they never say die, they never give up. But hopefully, we'll pray that they find amicable resolution or middle ground somewhere.
True. All right. Our quote this morning, moving straight into our quote for the morning. Our quote this one is from Wise Words. It says, "A person who walks with purpose doesn't need the crowd to cheer. He already knows where he is going." A person who walks with purpose doesn't need the crowd to cheer. He already knows where he's going. When I was reading this quote, the thing that came to my mind was Lionel Messi. He knows where he's going. Whether the crowd cheers him or not, he's a winner. But yeah, this applies to everything. I mean, it's not about the cheers. It's not about the commendations. Those could come in on the sides. If you know what you do, if you know who you are, if you know your destination, that is the only thing, that's the only driving force that you have. It's not about what people will say, the commendations you get, the recommendations you get. Some persons will say, beware of the praises of men. If you know where you are going, if you know who you are in yourself, you will not be bothered about the cheer you get from the crowd. A person who works with purpose, destiny, integrity, clarity of vision, doesn't need the crowd to cheer. The crowd cheering is just an appendage. He already knows where he's going, and that is his main focus. Every other thing comes in along the way.
Yeah, every other thing is distraction. When you have purpose, you know your path, you know where you're headed, you know your destination. Every other thing, like you rightfully say, seem like distraction. Even the cheers. And when we talk about cheers, there could be the naysayers and the the positive, cheers that comes with it, but you're not deterred. While you are talking about this, speaking to papers, which
Time, the silent witness to human courage, the keeper of memory, the archivist of greatness.
Across the vast landscapes of Africa, from the savannas to the bustling cities, voices once rose, ideas once burned, and visions once dared to challenge the limits of their age.
They were not merely individuals. They were epochs in human form.
In literature, minds such as Chinua Achebe, Wole Soyinka, and Ngugi wa Thiong'o reclaimed the African narrative.
Through ink and imagination, they dismantled distorted histories and restored the dignity of African identity. Their words were not just stories.
They were mirrors, reflecting a people long misunderstood, and windows opening the world to the depths of African civilization.
In the realm of science and knowledge, pioneers like Philip Emeagwali proved that African intellect could reshape the frontiers of computing and technology. Their work was a quiet revolution, reminding the world that innovation knows no geography.
And in leadership, towering figures emerged when history demanded courage. Men like Nnamdi Azikiwe, Kwame Nkrumah, Nelson Mandela, and Julius Nyerere redefined freedom, not as a privilege bestowed, but as a right reclaimed.
They spoke for millions. They endured prisons, exile, and resistance. Yet, their vision transcended the politics of their time.
They dreamed of a continent awakened. Today, their echoes travel through generations.
In every African classroom, in every curious mind.
Good morning, Nigeria. Good morning, 042. Please and greetings to everyone watching. You're tuning to Sunrise here on Aneke TV, where every sunrise begins with brightness, delightfulness, and purpose. Bringing you that daily dose of brightness and joy, of course, it is Good Hope Chukuma, your one and only, coming to you live from our studio here in vibrant Enugu.
And good morning to you and to our global audience. Yes, wherever you are, at home, in your office or in transit, thank you for letting us into your beautiful space this morning. We're here to refresh, inform, and motivate. And Good Hope, it's wonderful having you back on the show.
Yeah, it's wonderful to see you.
You've been on the hiatus on the sports segment.
Yeah, I've been on the
So
sports.
how does it feel to be back here?
It's still the tension and the code. I mean, talking about how to bring it out, to present it to. Of course, it's been a while, so there could be one or two hiatus here and there, but we're moving forward already.
So how are you recovering from the World Cup?
The World Cup was so painful for me because at times...
Because Cristiano Ronaldo had to leave
I'm not
early.
a Cristiano Ronaldo fan, of course. I'm not a Messi fan neither. I'm just the sports oracle.
You're not here, not there.
Yeah, I predict and then I give my analysis.
And then support Man United.
Yes, of course. I'm a born and brought up Manchester United fan. It's so interesting to be a part of Manchester United
and then one day you begin to pastor a congregation that will be segregated against football life.
Yeah, of course. It's one of the visions I had, that every of my members, every of my team will be a Manchester United fan. I know Mr. Uche is ready to, because he was asking earlier coffee or tea. So I said coffee. And then we are now on the coffee side of the morning show.
It's good to know that you're on the coffee side of the morning show.
Yes, I'm really set for the day. Yeah, what do you think we are expecting today, looking at the the structure of Nigerian politics, how the things that have been happening over time? We're expecting something today, right?
Definitely. Nigeria, doesn't leave you bored. There is always something to discuss.
Yeah.
When it seems that the climate is getting calm, you see an ugly incident rearing its ugly head, or there's something to talk about. And for me this morning, is about the Kwankwaso Obi, alliance, and speaking to 2027, and what was signed and what was not signed. So there's always something to talk about. But most importantly to me is the conversation among our political gladiators. They need to begin to check the language, at what point we need to look at the rhetoric that is coming out. And for me, it's quite worrisome that at this early stage, going into 2027, the rhetoric is now becoming the drumbeat of some sort of violence. And these are coming from, people you expect should know better and should be a worthy example to ordinary Nigerians, people who are the corridors of power. And for me, it's quite worrisome. And I feel it's something that needs to be highlighted. Hopefully, when the Aneke TV's analyst joins us, I hope he would, have the time to, throw a little light on that.
Yeah, yes. We hope he will do that. Coming up shortly, we kick things off with our quote of today, and our quote for today is coming from Louis the Brandes. It says, the most important political office is that of the private citizen. That's the quote, the inspiration segment we have today. The most important political office is that of the private citizens. This is explaining that everyone who is in the nation, everyone who is a citizen of a country, should understand they have a part to play in politics. Our party does not do any good to anyone. Our party does not do any good to any nation, especially a nation that is about to have a transition in government or a continuation in government. I mean, a nation that election is just at behest. You see, it is very good and important that everyone plays their part. And from Louis the Brandes, he said that this is going to make a lot of sense if private citizens engage in politics. And I'm telling you today, PVT registration, of course, the days were extended and we're seeing the conclusion of it. But I hope you already have your PVC if you're up to 18. And I hope you are not going to stay back and sit back to, determine the election from your hashtags, from the social media. Of course, a lot of people on social media right now trying to, give the opinion, while the opinion will not count because it's social media. We want you to be involved, and it is very good you are involved. So the office of a private citizen is the most important political office that we have in the nation.
Yeah, this is your advocacy with the netizens. So, always being at the back of their keyboards and then chatting away and not going to participate in the process. And then looking at this quote this morning, I am most grateful you called our attention to these great words from Louis. The most important political office is that of the private citizen. Very apt, very well said, and you highlighted it quite well. I wish and I believe that a time comes when Nigerians realize their position. This is the only position in the land that is bestowed by nature. You don't need to campaign, you don't canvass for vote to occupy this highest seat in the land. And when we realize the import, this very position, that we are the most important people, that we occupy the most important office, the office of the citizen. There was a time I listened to Yusefu, one activist like that, Yeah, somebody you say for that female activist at one time when she kept, talking about the office of the citizens, and somewhat I saw the pride in occupying that office. We see from a point where you demand accountability from elected leaders who occupy, high positions, that people seem to be the classy position, but you, from where you sit as a citizen, you can call them to order, you can call them out, and you can ask them questions and ask them what to do. So when we begin to carry ourselves with the pride this very office requires, then we will know that it is the most important position. And you highlighted it quite well when you reminded us that we need to go participate in the process by getting our PVC and not sitting behind the keyboards, and yab away and talk and chat away, without participating in the process. Therefore, wherever you're watching us from, be it Alaba International Market in Lagos, or Ogige Market in Sokarere Market in Aba, or Ochanja Market in Onitsha, or New Market here in Enugu, or you're in Sabongeri Market in Kano, please go out, get your PVC, get registered, hold it, and if you have it, dust it, keep it handy. Soon the bell will toll, and it is time for us to exercise the function from the highest office in the land to send our servants into positions where they would listen to us and do our bidding. So with it in our hands, yes, we have one responsibility: to sit on the seat of authority, the very seat of authority in this nation, and determine who will send to carry out, our dictates, those who will make us proud, so that the next generation would speak of us highly, like we talk about Nnamdi Azikiwe, Awolowo, Shehu Shagari, and the likes of them. The way we talk about our founding fathers, the things they left behind. You can't come to East and not talk about M.Y. and the likes. So now it's time for us to write our name in gold.
Yes, all right, we go on a short break. We'll be right back with the weather report. Stay with us.
In every generation, there exists a defining force. A force shaped by curiosity, driven by ambition, fueled by possibility. Where ideas evolve into innovation, skills transform into enterprise, and vision becomes impact. Because empowerment is more than progress. It is transformation. The voices shaping tomorrow, the idea redefining possibilities, the generation building the future.
You're still watching Sunrise here on Aneke TV. Next, we'll take a look at the weather report across major states in the southeast today.
Welcome back. Now let's take a quick look at what's making the major front page newspapers across the nation today. Across the nation on the Punch, on the Daily Trust, on the Guardian, on the Vanguard, and on the Daily Sun.
And joining us, as always, is Aneke TV's in-house analyst. Yes, a man who has chosen to become more handsome all of a sudden, with deeper insight, in-depth analysis. Welcome, Mr. Res Arum. Mr. Res.
Thank you for having me this morning.
Yes, it's always a pleasure having you here, Mr. Res. You know, it's been a while I ask you my signature question. How is Nigeria treating you, Mr. Res?
Fair.
Fair. And you're looking this handsome.
Well, there's nothing one can do. When the trend gets tough, the tough trend gets going.
And I think that's one characteristic of every Nigerian.
Yes, we belong to the tough trend, which will get going when the trend gets tough. So we are going. And then who will salvage it? The situation in Nigeria. We all salvage it together.
Hopefully.
We're not running to anywhere.
Hopefully.
It's our country and it's our home.
Hopefully.
So we'll stay here and do the needful and make sure there's a change. And the change starts from each and every one of us.
Each and every one of us, indeed. Mr. Res, it's a pleasure having you this morning.
Thank you.
Yes. Let me just leave you without asking you how many of those people recognized, this look and how they've been disturbing.
All right, we go over to the Punch headline where we have PFIPC scandal, how CBN opened domiciliary account for phantom agency. Talking about the Punch newspaper major headline. Now we go over to the Guardian headline where we have PFIPC scandal, ICPC quizzes Wajabiamila as House summons key agencies over lapses. Now on the Daily Sun we have Ansaru commanders bag live jail for terrorism. Now on the Daily Trust we have AG mandated us to open accounts for phantom cancel. That's from CBN. This is on the Daily Trust headline. It says AG mandated us to open accounts for phantom cancel. Now on the Vanguard we're having on the major headline how PFIPC got into 2026 budget, talking about how PFIC got into 2026 budget. This is from Adeyemi. And on the Nation newspaper, that's the last newspaper we have today, fake agency, the headline says, fake agency opened account with CBN, used OSGF annexed. Fake agency opens account with CBN, used OSGF annexed. Now we're going to start today with the Daily Trust headline. From the Daily Trust, it says, AG mandated us to open accounts for phantom cancel, CBN. The Central Bank of Nigeria has told the House of Representatives ad hoc committee investigating the alleged phantom cancel that it opened the agency's accounts based on a directive from the Attorney General. The disclosure came during the committee's probe into the council's legal status, operations, and budgetary inclusion as lawmakers continue efforts to determine whether due process was followed and who should be held accountable.
All right, Mr. Res, there's been different dimensions to this whole scenario. Truths, half-truths, stories keep emerging on this very issue. We've seen a mandate to ICPC to investigate. We are seeing a House ad hoc committee on the investigation. We've seen the police trying to prosecute the same issue. Now the Office of the Accountant General of the Federation is now speaking from both sides of the mouth in this very issue. The accounts of the federal government and that of the Accountant General of the Federation is no longer tallying. Let's get your perspective on this issue.
Yeah, initially they had denied there were some bottlenecks that the Phantom Agency Director General met with that resulted in they are not opening the account after all. Until most recently, investigations have revealed that two CBN accounts were opened in pounds and in dollars.
In dollars, yes.
You see, but the only thing that has not been said is that there's no money. They've just said there's no money in that account. There's no more cash in that account. But initially he said no account was opened. And now it is saying there's an account that has been opened. So you see, how do we begin to reconcile, all from the same office? From the same office, how do we reconcile which of the statements is true? From one office, the office says it is this way, and the same office said it is the other way. And they have not done any retraction as to any of the statements they have made, which one is real or not. But investigation only revealed that investigation by other agencies have revealed that there's an account. So which means that the initial position of no account was a tapestry of deceit, trying to hoodwink people into believing that nothing has happened. So one, that's an avenue from where whoever is investigating should dig deep to find out what complicit instances or complicit actions that may have been taken by the AG, the Office of the Accountant General of the Federation, on this financial matter, especially the issue of budget. And then one begins to think about the issue of budget, going to budget office, because even the Director General of the Phantom Agency already said how he made efforts to ensure that the budget is built into the 2025 budget. And he could not, during 2025 period. So he went to offices, and most of these offices were asking for kickback. That is his statement. They asked him for kickback, but he said he will not give any. And then before you knew it, he was arrested. And he didn't know exactly how it all happened, and that budget went into the National Assembly and passed and signed into law. That he has been with the problem, the crisis of his agency being fake and all that, so, and didn't participate again in the process. When it was put into the budget, the National Assembly passed, and of course the President assented. So it is quite disheartening. The stories coming out from this scandal, it is scandalous. The stories coming out from it is not palatable. It is not complimentary. It is something that is damaging to the image of the federal government, to the image of the presidency of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, to the image of the presidency and the workings of government, because a whole lot of agencies were involved. The Ministry of Budget and Planning, the Office of the Accountant General, the Office of the Secretary to the Federal Government, the Office of the Chief of Staff, the Office of a whole lot, Head of Service, and a whole lot of others, and including even the offices of some of key officers in the National Assembly, and so on and so forth. So there's a whole lot of, problem around these fake agencies revolving on most offices of government of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. So it is not something that is good to hear. It is not some. It is something that the government should take whatever means possible that we begin to restore confidence from the generality of the people of Nigeria and even outside Nigeria, to restore confidence that the presidency and those who are working with him are not involved in this. But from where the investigations are pointing at, it means that some heads will certainly roll in this case.
Some heads will certainly roll in this case. Are you quite optimistic about that?
There's no two ways about it, because we are beginning to see involvement of persons in that deal.
Yeah, we are seeing here that the accusation from Prince Adeyemi that he had some offers which we gave to the head of the, that's Femboja Biamila, the head of, there was some...
The chief of staff.
The chief of staff, sorry. There was some, he said that from the money allocated to them, about 1.27 billion naira, that he was demanding 48% of that.
No,
and
27 billion.
27% of that. And also seeing that this...
48% of it.
Yeah, 48% of that
27
billion.
billion.
Yes. Now, the thing is that from what we are seeing here, this issue has lingered for weeks, and if not for months, and the truth is, coming out. I would want to know when you think the whole conclusion will be made, if it's going to end soon, so that we can move to the next level, because it's all happening before us and before us as a nation.
Yeah, you can see that the police started the investigation. After that, now the president asked ICPC to do another 1-month investigation. And you can see also that the National Assembly also have convened another kind of investigation panel. So you find out that these investigations must be collected and locked up to be one. If it is something that you go to court, you say consolidating a matter in court, which means if there are cases involved in the same, that is around the same problem, they will all be consolidated so that the court will now give a holistic verdict. And that is what I, during one of my speech here on the newspaper review, I said that the government that police should stop whatever they're doing in terms of prosecution and wait and wait until these investigations are done. Of course, the majority of the people outside there are calling for an independent forensic investigation, where you could be chaired by an eminent retired jurist, or even a retired jurist that would be very independent. And then, persons from different scenario whose integrity has been seen to be unwavering, that will come together and look at it, from the military, from the security agencies, and all of them. So, and that is when you now can think that it will come, soon.
Yeah.
But it will not come soon with these diverse scattered investigations.
Yeah.
Because one, it becomes difficult. Will you arraign and prosecute Adeyemi this way, and prosecute Adeyemi the other way, and possibly reprimand Adeyemi again the other way? It is not done. You consolidate them. You put them together. That is where you now have a roadmap. You don't have a roadmap when it is scattered, because it is in diverse positions. So I believe that if the presidency will reason once more, they will come back to find out that they should be able to consolidate whatever they are doing. Or the independent, investigation by all these three bodies are collected and put together and handed over, possibly, for the Central Forensic Independent Organization to look at it and draw some further investigations around it.
All right. I agree with you in total on this. In of your submission right now, I agree with. When it comes to this issue, I think you've submitted quite clearly and absolutely, hit the nail on the head. Because for me, when I look at these multiple investigations, I see it as an attempt at cover-up. That's the way I see it. And I feel that the handlers of Mr. President, those of them in the presidency are not doing the president of this nation any good. Those advisors are not doing Mr. President any good. They should have advised, on a way to go. There seems to be a confusion right now that there are multiple investigations. When the one individual with the symbol of authority of this nation has given an order to ICPC to investigate and come out with a report within 30 days, and will have the police trying to prosecute. At the same time, we'll have an ad hoc committee of the House of Rep conducting its own investigation on this issue. So, where are we headed in this direction? And I do not sincerely, argue with people who believe that this multiple investigation is geared towards suppressing the lone voice on this matter, because there is only an Adeyemi at one end, and then the whole might and resources of the Federal Republic of Nigeria as enshrined and envisaged on the authority of the individuals. Talk about the office of the Accountant General of the Federation, talk about the CBN, talk about the Chief of Staff to Mr. President, and then the very institution upon which the very foundation of this nation is rested on, the presidency, is being pointed at. Therefore, we feel that all efforts should be geared, like you rightly submitted, towards having a forensic audit, set up an independent panel of inquiry headed by eminently retired jurists. And it has gotten to a point where, like, we had an Oputa panel in that regard. I think this qualifies to go into public inquiry, where the Nigerian people would watch the information live on what's going on. Beyond this phantom agency, we don't know how many other phantom agencies that exist. Yes, this man has come out Adeyemi, that at a point when he became cumbersome, he had to step aside, in pursuing the budgetary allocation for his agency. And the question continues to persist, in as much as we want to deny there are obvious facts, and I do not hold forth for anyone. One, the accounts of the federal government is that he opened those accounts with fake documents. And now here CBN is telling the House Committee that they got the instruction to open those 2 domiciliary accounts from the Office of the Accountant General of the Federation. So why are we having multiple truths on this instance? And then when it comes to Gbajabiamila, unfortunately, and I continue to insist that Gbajabiamila to me is innocent until proven guilty. But I disagree in total the fact that they are using a sledgehammer to kill an ant in this very instance. It doesn't matter how compromised, it doesn't matter how fake the phantom agency is, it doesn't matter how fake and criminal that Adeyemi is. Gbajabiamila should stay his defamation suit of 15 billion in this very regard, until the orders of Mr. President, from which he derives, his appearance and authority from, is heeded to. And having said that, yes, I concede to Gbajabiamila, Mr. Adeyemi needs to do more beyond Babatunde Dalapo that is demised, and produce us another alibi. But there is an obvious clarity here. If Babatunde Dalapo is the alibi upon which the Salesforce tranche was disbursed, then there has to be forensic audit of where the money entered, from which account did the money move, and which account did it go to. And if Adeyemi is telling us that this money was moved in cash, handed to Babatunde Dalapo, there has to be an alibi. There has to be a place upon which the transaction, has happened. Because when asked critical questions, have you met Gbajabiamila? He said no. Then there has to be a front. It has to be substantiated. So to me, Gbajabiamila is still innocent, but they owe it as a service to Nigerians to ensure that there is an open, uncompromised inquiry into inquest, not just inquiry, into this issue.
And you remember that the police said there are two persons at large, one Femi and the other, and who are there? So when you're talking about a fraud, surely there are some other persons that were involved in the whole thing. And where is Femi? Where is that? If it is about where you are, who is Femi? What they get the idea of Femi? The police that investigated. If they got any Femi, then there should have been possibly a number or possibly an identity, something that could identify the Femi. And we know the kind of security system we have. When you blackmail or when you begin to talk about things against the government of the day, wherever, even if you are hiding under the ground, they will come there and get you out.
You know, Mr. Rez.
So Femi and whatever is called the other name, two of them, where are they? Why have you not tried to find and get them arrested for them to say their own part of the story? Maybe they were part of the fronts you were talking about.
Yeah, I know, Mr. Rez, you are still, I don't know which side of the bed you woke up from this morning. That's when you turn the other side, you just hit on the issue. You understand? When we talk about this issue, sometimes we were scared if after speaking about issues around Nigeria, if we could get home, without being picked up. Yes, but the issue is that when moments matter where truth should be uncovered, there are delay tactics because government knows where you are. Let me just say one thing out of turn, and then you will discover that you will know my destination, maybe for the next 30 days or so. But the point remains that why I am saddened is that the people who should hold, who are entrusted with the sacred trust are the one trying to mess up the very institution upon which the respect of this nation rests. And that's why I'm saddened. When you look at a whole lot of issues here, people were becoming the butt of jokes of other nations. 48% of 27.3 billion naira asked of. Now you have another issue. With the budget of 1.3 billion, we know how did he get into the budget? There is an interest somewhere. Yes, I listened to one of our programs, The Arena, in which one of our guests did speak to the fact that there is an agency, though there is a tinkering perhaps in nomenclature, but there has been a budget line. So there are interests somewhere, and those interests needs to be uncovered. This should not be one of the issues that, should be hidden under the rug in this very instance. And then there are pertinent questions that need answers, and Nigerians needs to be spoken to. Somebody needs to provide those answers. Who approved 300 staffs? And then, speaking to the forensic audit, the 300 staffs, were they being paid? From which account? How was the transaction made? There are truths that will be uncovered. Then, who approved the secretariat, the mighty federal secretariat in Abuja? And then, Adeyemi got an office space there. When I've been listening, and they want me to feel that Adeyemi is so powerful that he is another Nkemowo in his song, that is able to sell the national airport, to a white man without any compromise, sell the national stadium. Then Adeyemi has become, so mighty and so mechanical that he operates solely and hoodwinks everybody and had an office space, then got a budgetary line, and beyond the budgetary line, he has gone out on some functions and letters of, we are to represent Nigeria. The videos are making round. Come on, it's high time we tell ourselves the truth in this nation so that this nation can move on to other issues. But beyond the phantom agency, I would submit that there could be more phantom agencies that are yet uncovered.
Okay. Now we move over to the Daily Sun, where we have Nigerian Labour Congress pushes for new minimum wage. Nigerian Labour Congress pushes for new minimum wage. The Nigerian Labour Congress has renewed its call for a review of the national minimum wage, arguing that rising inflation and the increasing cost of living have significantly reduced workers' purchasing power. Labour leaders are urging the federal government, state government, and employers to begin discussions on a new wage structure that reflects current economic realities and improve workers' welfare across Nigeria. This is about the, minimum wage. We're talking about the financial and also the labor side of the nation, where, Ajero yesterday had to come out to make it obvious that what the workers in Nigeria, the advocacy for workers, what they are earning currently is not reflecting to the economic challenges that we're seeing. Of course, the increase in transportation, not just about Nigeria, really, because when we are talking about it, not just about the economy here in Nigeria, because the reason, and we could say the major issue that had to escalate this economic issue could be the tension in the Middle East. But then there are still some other issues that have, come from behind. While he is advocating, and he has been he has been saying this for weeks now, but right now it's becoming an obvious thing that there should be an improvement and a review of the Nigerian minimum wage, so that the labor side could also be compensated according to the economy. I don't know if that is going to really have a bordering on what we are seeing so far in our nation.
Well, you see, the economy of the country is bad. It's not even about the war in the Middle East. The economy has been degenerating for quite a long time. We've been deregulating our major revenue source, that is the oil. And immediately we started devaluation. And immediately that happened, inflation stepped in. We had inflation up to even 25%. Although they claim, that is Office of Statistics, 16, it is still double-digit inflation. So when you have situations like this, you now begin to think about how do the people of the country, that is the citizens, how do they survive? When you are not thinking about how they'll survive, then it means you are not doing anything as a government. The policies, the numerous policies that have been put in place, they have not been able to change or stem the tide. You see, domestic or necessaries of various families in Nigeria, except for a minute number of about 30 million, I'm sure, yeah, it's about 30 million, that can survive the situation in Nigeria. About 170 million Nigerians are getting poorer. 170 million Nigerians are living below poverty line. That is the truth. That is the World Bank statistics. That is just it. So when you are talking about workers, Nigerian workers, in fact, I pity for every one of us. We are all workers in Nigeria, and we should be able to have pity on ourselves, because the center is no longer holding. Take a look at a minimum wage of 70,000, and then you go to market. We all go to market. You can just go to the market and spend about half the money in one day. The next maybe 3 days, the rest, it is gone. Then how do you begin to take care of your rent? How do you begin to take care of your children in school? They have to go to school. If you need to pay for buses, you pay for buses that will take them to school, or you ride yourself. How do you purchase fuel if you have a vehicle? How do you even, get those domestic, do a haircut? Excuse me, please.
Yeah, really. It's a lot, I would say.
You see, so there are a whole lot of things to do, and that minimum wage cannot do anything. Even the military, the people that, put their life on the line, that goes to the war front to do all this to protect our country from a whole lot of insecurity that has been very rampant in Nigeria. How do they do that?
All right, Mr. Rice, sorry to cut you in here. Just stay on it. We'll just take a moment and go on a short break. And when we return, the conversation continues. Stay with us, please.
Time, the silent witness to human courage, the keeper of memory, the archivist of greatness.
Across the vast landscapes of Africa, from the savannas to the bustling cities, voices once rose, ideas once burned, and visions once dared to challenge the limits of their age.
They were not merely individuals. They were epochs in human form.
In literature, minds such as Chinua Achebe, Wole Soyinka, and Ngugi wa Thiong'o reclaimed the African narrative.
Through ink and imagination, they dismantled distorted histories and restored the dignity of African identity. Their words were not just stories.
They were mirrors, reflecting a people long misunderstood, and windows opening the world to the...
Welcome back, still on Sunrise on Aneke TV. We're still talking about the national minimum wage issue, and it's been making rounds all over the news. And Ms. Tuche was about to give an assessment.
Yes, before I come into the conversation, you were saying something about the economy.
Yes, so it becomes very difficult for Nigerian workers to survive under the present situation. You see, the fuel scarcity or fuel subsidy removal, which we thought would have had a far-reaching effect on the economy, has not actually done anything, because we don't have any form of indices that portrays that Nigerian people are actually, seeing the benefits of the removal of the subsidy. The masses are all still suffering when the subsidy regime was there, and the subsidy regime is no longer there, or incidentally, they may be paying subsidy behind anybody know it, because we have seen a budget of 2.1 trillion in the office of the budget and planning, and you ask yourself, even if they are paying the whole Nigerians salary, why would the office, the Ministry of Budget and Planning, have 2.1 million as a wide expenditure? So, but these are they are tucking in money into this budget and signing away these monies, because if the monies are there, the people will have a feel of the action, and people, and even the workers of Nigeria, are not being paid. The military, I said earlier, just recently they elevated from 49,000 a soldier that takes out his neck for the purpose of securing a country, 49,000, which could be just eaten in one day, in one sit. If you have your friends and you decide to buy them just 1-2 bottles of drink and 1 plate of pepper soup, the money is gone. And that is what you say is the soldier's salary. And most recently, you elevated it to 100,000. What is 100,000? What can 100,000 do? And what is the salary of a member of the House of Representatives? You ask yourself, are we beginning to operate an animal farm here? The manure farm, then that became animal farm. And some people are now enjoying. At a point, some of the animals, when it became an animal farm, some of the animals were taking milk, taking other things, and the other animals now became relegated to the background. So you begin to ask yourself the question that Nigerian workers needs to have a living wage. A living wage, that is one that can give them reasonable comfort. We don't even have comfort at all, and we want at least a reasonable comfort for the Nigerian workers. So they agreed that review of the minimum wage will happen at least every 3 years. And since the last minimum wage is almost 3 years, so they should begin to review and see what could be done to give the wages that will be enough to accommodate the realities of the present economy. All right. Otherwise, Nigerian workers will, and of course, this time the leader of the workers is a very vibrant leader that can, of course, stiff out his neck to ensure that he does all that is necessary in negotiating a good wage for the workers.
Very well said. But Mr. Reyes, I find it difficult to, agree that the economy is not working. The economy works so well. Yes. How would you say that the Nigerian economy that we are told is consolidating is not working when the common man, even a beggar in Nigeria, doesn't feed from the dustbin again? Where there is no, lower class again. The lower class has gone up to become, elites in Nigeria. And you're saying the economy is not working.
How can the economy?
How can you say the economy is not
working?
working?
How can't I say the economy is working?
How would you not say the economy is working?
I have already told you a statistics of 170 million.
You are talking about an economy that Mr. President has traveled world over, and then we are told that the economy is consolidating.
If there's nothing like that, these are rhetorics. If people say it is, then tell me the indices that we now show that the economy is working. Are you telling me that the woman in the village has been able to come out with the subsistence agricultural products and be able to now make sure it is pushed, be able to pay transport to take it to the cities? You cannot tell me that.
Let me tell you about what works. Let me tell you about what is working. What is working is that there are no longer beggars in Nigeria. Courtesy the adventure of this administration.
I disagree with that. I disagree with that.
Let me tell you.
I'll show you. Immediately after this program,
there are super highways that are being constructed for Nigerians so that you can travel on a better road. You don't need to drive on those roads. You should trek. In fact, the Nigerian economy has so consolidated that beggars in Nigeria can go to an eatery, and order any meal to their full. In fact, it has so consolidated that the naira is now outperforming the dollar in Nigeria.
How?
It's so performing that, let me tell you.
Let me even tell you something.
What is working.
Do you know that the World Bank borrowed about 250 million from Nigeria? In the 70s, do you know that the IMF borrowed about 200 million from Nigeria in the 70s? I'm talking about the financial institutions of the world borrowing from Nigeria.
I'm talking about what's not working. I'm telling you about what's working. That the Nigerian workers, their minimum wage can take them beyond the borders of this nation. That their minimum wage is not such that they can't get to their bus stop. Yes, the economy has so consolidated
you have not told
that things are working.
You have not told the truth.
Let me tell you my grounds. Let me tell you my grounds here. My grounds is, yes, despite the fact that the minimum wage should be reviewed as agreed in how many years? This president reviewed it, brought it from 5 years to 3 years. And it is this president in 2024 that signed, the bill that moved the Nigerian minimum wage from 30,000 to 70,000. So President Bola Ahmed Tinubu has tried. And when we talk about the economy not working, no, even the blind can see that this economy works so well that people, have food in abundance, yet they are so hungry. That the economy works so well that the prices of food in the market are so cheap that you can price them with your legs. And then, let me tell you what worries me, is that the Nigerian Labour Congress is now waking up. Why are they suddenly awake? Is it now that the issue that they realize that the Nigerian worker, the minimum wage of 70,000 is not enough to take them from their home to their workplace and from their workplace to the next bus stop before they get home? you know, when we talk about labor coming up to give us rhetoric,
it's about leadership.
Let me come, Mr.
know there's been
let
leadership
me come. No,
it's
let me
about
finish.
the leadership.
Joajero now, what makes Joajero wake up now? Because the 3-year cycle is completing. What made you not to agitate long ago and let the government, where the Nigerian workers, you know, are earning lower than the elected officials? We are talking about phantom agency just now, and we are talking about 1.3 billion that, with care is not taken, you know, has been swallowed by the pythons, you know, and baboons that we may not be able to know where it went into. Look at the amount that is being mentioned, 400, not 400,000 naira. These are millions. And then we are still talking about minimum wage for the Nigerian worker of 70,000 naira. When a bag of rice in Enugu is sold between how much?
80,000.
So, the Nigerian worker cannot afford 70,000 naira, and that we are arguing that the economy is working. No, Mr. Resi, don't understand me. The economy works so well that the Nigerian worker, you know, his salary can buy multiple bags of rice. So, why are we having this conversation now? The only thing I love in the conversation that Joajero has reintroduced is talking about pension, you know, national minimum pension for our retirees. These are just a part of that conversation that interests me, because Nigerian workers, since the 2024, we talked about the minimum wage, you know, has been so shortchanged. There are states that pay more than the minimum wage, but there are states that can't even pay the minimum wage as we speak. So these things needs to be put into perspective. And hearing about it this morning makes me a lot angrier that the people you expected, even labor in Nigeria, you know, are now, you know, making some people to ask the question, do we still have labor? There were moments when labor would robustly engage government, and you will know that at the expiration of these 3 years, that this, what we are not talking about, is no longer starting the conversation to engage the government by a review. That conversation should have been long gone, and then waiting for the actual time where we will begin to do what? Review it and do something for the Nigerian worker. You know, let me tell you something, Mr. Ress. What is naira to dollar? What is the cost of petroleum in Nigeria? When an average worker in Nigeria cannot even buy fuel to even power the I pass my neighbor generator, how are they surviving? Go ask for the price of tomatoes in the market. Just a bowl of tomatoes sells above 1,500 naira and beyond.
No, a bowl of tomato.
That's a pinta of tomatoes.
A pinta of tomato is selling for 4,000.
So, and the basket of tomatoes is selling at how much? So how are the Nigerian workers feeding? Is Joajero just waking up? That the crisis in the Gulf will have a windfall. The Nigerian government had the budget benchmark of $60 to $64, and the crude sold for upward of $120 US. And you didn't engage the government to find a relief for the Nigerian worker. And then now you're beginning to give us rhetoric about wanting to begin to engage the government. And you want me to begin to talk about an economy that is not working. No, the economy is working very well. This should be the conversation. It's working so well that Joajero has been so blinded for long, that Nigerian labor has been so blinded for long that they could not engage the government and find a meaningful solution.
How long has Joajero actually led labor in Nigeria?
It doesn't matter how long he's been there. He's been there for over 2 years now.
And that's exactly, there's an agreement already. Are you going to flout the agreement? Are you going to go outside the agreement to reach?
There should have been a conversation around finding a relief for the Nigerian worker. It was not envisaged that the crisis in the Gulf would come up.
No, we have a problem here. Look at, we have started another negotiation for another pay. And if we continue in this way, the media will orchestrate it. And there will begin to be inflation even before the workers are paid. So that is the whole thing. They will begin to now talk about the worker salaries is going to be, you know, increased and so on and so forth. And of course, the merchants, the traders, everybody, it will begin to have a skyrocketed effect on the goods and services in Nigeria. And then an inflation will be there. So it is about time they do not even begin to talk, and they should do these things in closed doors with the government, and then let the workers, you know, simply enjoy this thing, and it will not cause any form of inflation, because we know that by, you know, publicity given to workers or wages increases or brings about inflation. It is an obvious thing. It has happened over time.
You know, Mr. Rez, what I'm submitting is that beyond the issue of just wages, there has to be conversation around the welfare of the Nigerian worker. You know, as a student of history, I read about Nigerian labor that engage the government on every policy. We agree, and most Nigerians agree on, and I have heard on Arena, you know, when you talk about the subsidy removal, has been an anchor point of a lot of things that is not auguring well with the economy. Did labor engage robustly with the government? When has labor come to engage with the government on policies? This is my angst against labor. We no longer have that robust, intellectually mobile labor that could engage the government on every front, on policy matters. Now, my angst is not just about we have 3 years to renegotiate wages, but what about workers' welfare? You know, when you have a windfall, you had a budget benchmark of $64, and there is a windfall. Yes, we now got to $120. Why that? We're dealing with a deregulated market where Nigerians, you know, had to pay out of pocket for, you know, higher pump price of petroleum, and there was no conversation around better welfare for them. At least a subsidy of some sort to enable them navigate the challenges that they are facing with the skyrocketed, you know, transportation, the skyrocketed staple food prices in the market. These are the conversations beyond the salary. And I can submit, and you may want to write it down, that even when the Nigerian worker is given a minimum wage of 200,000 naira, you will discover that inflation will rear its head higher than it is today. I so submit.
All right, we take a short break. When we return, we'll bring you other updates. Do stay with us. Frontline Africa is Aneke TV's flagship current affairs program, where critical national and continental issues take center stage.
On Frontline Africa, we examine politics, the economy, security, business, health, and a wide range of other key sectors shaping society.
The program is insightful, engaging, and interactive, providing a platform for informed analysis and meaningful public discourse.
Here, issues are discussed raw, balanced, and expertly with depth, clarity, and a commitment to fact and accountability.
Join us every Saturday at 5 in the evening, only on Aneke TV.
You're welcome back. Now let's take a look at a headline in the Punch newspaper where we have Kwankwaso Obi signed one-term deal from the presidency. It says the presidency has alleged that Rabiu Musa Kwankwaso and peterobi agreed to a one-term power-sharing arrangement ahead of the 2027 presidential election. The claim has added a fresh twist to the evolving opposition politics, with the development expected to generate debates among political stakeholders as preparations for the elections gather momentum. This is about the NDC's peterobi and Rabiu Musa Kwankwaso's agreement. He said it's Senator Rabiu Musa Kwankwaso was on channels the other day where he confirmed that he had an agreement with Mr. peterobi to just take one term of his, his time in the if he's elected in the into the presidency. Now, seeing this, he has to agree totally and without doubt that Mr. peterobi will keep to his words. That after this southern zoning, it will come down to the north. So this is actually what he has said, and seeing this kind of faith in Mr. peterobi would also, trigger that resolution that there could be more Nigerians who believes that he has to, be in that position.
So you see, because of the convention of zoning the presidency between the north and south, everybody was believing that if peterobi wins, that he may not, if he wins, he may not do just one term so that the presidency will go back to the north after his leadership. And that was that skepticism that was born by greater percentage of the northern population that wants to enjoy the presidency once more, once it is done by the South. And now somebody from the South is already on the saddle and has done, is going to finish one term on the 29th May next year. And now you have Obi running for the same presidency, if he wins. So even before they signed anything, Obi actually agreed that he's going to do a one term since the presidency has to go back to the north. And then with that speech by Obi ab initio, trying to convince the Northerners for their support, Kwankwaso, who is now his appendage, actually agreed with that, and Obi agreed with that, and they had to now put it in writing. That they had to state it expressly. To be expressly stated is to put it in writing and append signatures. So now it's obvious. It is obvious that if Obi wins, he will certainly leave the office after 4 years. So, and that gives most people from the north who want the presidency to come back to the north some kind of conviction that certainly the man is not coming to hijack power. So, and Obi is only interested in using the 4 years term to do his best for Nigeria, because certainly the 4 years might not be able to do whatever magic Nigerians would have expected, but he could set the ball rolling for probably other good presidents will score the goals for Nigerians. So that is the present situation. There's no, feels about that. Nobody is now trying to make any noise. Nobody is raising that again. And now Kwankwaso has said it. It's just to reiterate the fact that they have agreed on a 4-year term.
All right, very well said. Looking at this whole situation, it has to deal with the integrity of the man himself, Peterobi, and good to him, his running mate, has come to state categorically that he trusts him to keep to his words, being that he has now seen and know the man from closer proximity than the past, speaking to 2023 election. And that, as it may, I am one of the people who advocate for a single-term presidency of this nation. But my vision of it is that it has to be either a single tenure of 5 years or 6 years, should be considered instead of having these multiple elections every 4 years. But be that as it may, Obi, yes, in his own political sagacity, has come to promise the North or reassure them that he is willing to do one term and then, go back to Onitsha, into retirement. But there are a whole lot of issues here. In as much as that is a welcome development and Kwankwaso has bought into it, which on the one side I feel that Kwankwaso is being smart as well, being a smart politician that we know him to be, because I was over time, wondering what was the icing on the cake for him to have shifted from his position in 2023, where he felt more eminently qualified than a Peterobi to be the presidency, now to now being a running mate to Peterobi himself. But be that as it may, that's an issue for another day. But the question is, the underlying story is here is, who is scared of Obi Kwankwaso? that people, those in government are beginning to talk about this issue of offering 4-year term. And, you know, as we go into 2027 election, that will be called into question, the ability to keep that promise. And I've heard a lot of people saying that perhaps when he goes there, like the case with Goodluck Jonathan, that even if he wants to leave, that his followers and Nigerians may want to urge him, you know, to seek a second term in office, depending on how well he performs in that office. But this, for me, should, you know, raise the conversation around a single tenure for the office of president and governor self in Nigeria. You know, moving forward, we should have that conversation, and I think it should be a profitable one, given that every 4 years, you know, go into an election cycle. After the election, you see matters of litigation. By the time the incumbents, you know, or so elected settles into office, they have virtually just about 2 years to, you know, do any meaningful thing, and then campaigning and electioneering starts again. It's a vicious circle that we need to, you know, call into question. And moving from there, for me, of more worrisome, Mr. Rice, I don't know if you've heard that conversation as raised by Mr. Bowler, you know, in giving the impression of a caged, you know, peterobi, and the rhetoric so far going into the next election has now begun to reek, you know, of violence. People are subtly making threats and violent statements, and for me, it's even more worrisome than the pledge of doing a single term in office. I don't know your take on that as well.
Yeah, you see, the first question you asked, which tends to have every other question that came around it, is who is afraid of Peter Obi? You see, there's no politician in Nigeria who will not be afraid of Obi and Kwankwaso. These two politicians presently are the politicians we have in Nigeria that has the organic followership. When you say organic, people loving them, following them, believing in them, having confidence in them, that these people will do the needful for Nigerians. And that is who peterobi is, that is who Kwankwaso is. So, even those who have cross-carpeted to the ruling APC, who were governors brought in by, you know, under the umbrella of other various political parties, are even afraid. Even when they moved into APC, they have the ruling APC has 31 governors. Yet, they are still scared about Obi Kwankwaso presidency and vice president there. So, well, and in so many ways, there are threats coming in, there are intimidations, they are being cowed not to contest, there are things, litigations and all that. And all of them are geared towards stopping Obi and Kwankwaso. So, the Nigerian situation politically is not the normal politics that is being played in other parts of the world. Nigeria has its own peculiarities. And the peculiar nature of our politics is such that sometimes the issue of the principle of Niccolo Machiavelli is brought into the fore, that eventually survival of the fittest, so that you work hard and they don't even care which way you come from. The important thing is that the end justifies the means.
The end justifies the means. You know, we're out of time though. I would have submitted that Kwankwaso is very smart, but I'll leave that for another day as well.
All right, we take a short break. When we return, we get into the sports arena. Stay with us.
Every second, the world changes. Markets rise. Leaders speak. Stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news. You need clarity. You need speed. You need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Welcome back, and joining us is the most humble man on earth who brings us to the world of sports and to give us updates on what is happening across the world of football and athletics. Wisdom, you're welcome.
All right, thank you very much, Mr.
Sorry I called you Wisdom. You're actually worldwide.
My humble self.
Your humble self, worldwide and Wisdom. What's happening in the world of sports today?
Well, just like we all know, the World Cup has come to an end, but retrospectively, like we, the Nigerians that did not go to the World Cup, there are things that we should look into not going into the World Cup. That's something that we call like the disadvantages, the things that we could have achieved.
Yeah.
But despite the fact that we did not go, this is the time to look at these things and say, okay, 2030 is coming up.
Yeah.
We should be going to the World Cup 2030. Like, for example, the money that was given to the people that got into the group stages. Just living, even despite you left from the group stage, you have some money.
Yeah,
talking
true.
about $10 million. Imagine that when you convert it to Naira, what it could have brought $10 million in Naira. That's close to 14 billion Naira. So Nigeria has lost out on that money, not just going. Then imagine taking it further to the maybe round of 32 or round of 16. The money keeps increasing just like that. That aside, look at the business aspect.
Yeah.
The people that could have made money from this World Cup, just talking about the people in the selling industry, talking about selling jerseys, talking about the people in the hospitality industries where people could have gone see this match. The population of people that saw the World Cup from Nigeria would have been maybe probably 2 or 3 times bigger if the country, talking about Nigeria, was there. Talking about the ranking, just yesterday we saw FIFA ranking, coming out. Africa, we are number 4 right now. This is, country that used to be number 1 in the world. Just because we did not go, Egypt is now ahead of us. Then in the world ranking, we are 26. We maintained our position, but it's because we did not play so many matches. There are other, things that they used to judge this thing, but I don't want to go into that. Then talking about the players themselves, what have they missed out?